I think that's enough of that. Bad Mars, you getting fresh from me? Hey, Buddha. What is going on? Jashala. What does Jashala mean? Hey, Spike. Right, where is it? Hi, Paul. Oh, excuse me. Well, it's mental, isn't it? Mental. You know. You got like between 135 and 150 knife crimes every day of the week. And at least one unalived every 17 hours. And Starmer got to do it, you know, he got to go and chase his vote, hasn't he? Because, you know, you've got 59 Jews in the Labour Party, haven't you? And the House of Lords. So he's got to do his bit. He had to go and visit there today, but they all jeered and shouted at him. We got the video. But yeah, I mean, 2024, when I came back down from London, young lad, he got hacked by two lads with machetes. Now, the two coppers, they were from Plumstead Police Station. It all comes under the umbrella of Greenwich, I suppose. But also, hello, November man, you feeling better, I hope? Hope you're doing better, mate. But those two lads, they were 16-year-olds on a 15-year-old, I think it was. And I've got friends who know both sets of parents. And like those two coppers, I mean, like Greenwich. Hello, Mr. Dunser. Hello, Michael. But those two coppers, they were already stretched to the limits. They were already investigating my brother's case. And then they had to go on a massive manhunt to find these two 16-year-old lads. I think in the end they got 15 years apiece, I think. But you didn't see Starmer. You didn't see him go to Greenwich, did you? And again, yeah, it's true, Urban. You're right. Russell Bailey, hi chat. Lovely jubbly. He taking the mickey tonight in Bad Bars. Now, it won't give the on the two 16-year-old lads who got sentenced 15 years apiece. Right? They went in, they jumped on the bus with machetes and did choppy with machetes. Not a little kitchen knife. They jumped on the bus and did machetes in one of them caught the femoral artery, and the young lad bled out, sadly. They couldn't do anything for him by the time paramedics and everything got to him. But Starmer didn't go running off to Greenwich. Shocking, You got the Lee Rigby thing. Yeah, well, the two guys that did the choppy in the Lee Rigby thing, they were proxies of the MI5. So David Amos, the guy who did that, he went to prevent. He was prevent. That Rudibaker, Axel Rudibacana, he went to prevent. This guy here, there's just gone and done what he did in Golders Green. It was Golders Green, wasn't it? He went to prevent. Well, he's already served a 9-year prison sentence. He already served a 9-year prison sentence for stabbing 2 coppers and the police dog. Up in Swindon. He lived in Swindon. He came over from Somalia. Another import. Come from Somalia. No. Where's my mate? Urban. Yeah, his crop got it wrong yesterday. Got it completely wrong yesterday. Wrong name, Jihad, all this lot, and I kept on asking him, well, how can it be Jihad if he's already dead? So you got Keir Starmer running around going, oh, I need the votes. So I'm going to give you millions of pounds. The taxpayers already, Urban rates being Eltham. Eltham. Not sure what you're talking about. I used your Grok yesterday to do searches. Thank you. Eltham, yeah, Eltham. Are you Eltham, are you? It's me. I get like 10 a month, I think it is, to gift out. Well, they're all November, man. They're all arguing now, aren't they? You've got the Green Party. You got the Green Party now arguing for the Muslim vote. You've got Labour arguing for the Muslim vote, and you got Reform arguing for the Muslim vote. They're all arguing for the Muslim vote. You got Home Secretary, Muslim. Leader of the Conservative Party, brought up Muslim. Just go and have a look at Reform. Who's the biggest donor? Then you got that. Then you got that other fucking advanced party, haven't you? Right? Where's the Acts of Union? 1701. Fucking bring it back. Get all foreigners out of the fucking parliament. They shouldn't be in office. They shouldn't be in local councils. They shouldn't be in any office whatsoever. It shouldn't be there. I nearly became, you know. I mean, have you seen? Where's the video? There. This is how pathetic our police is, yeah? You know what outrage and and everything else there was about the kick-in of Manchester Airport. Everybody shouting outrage, everybody screaming. Yeah, exactly, Blunt. Exactly. Who is running this country? Well, you got 59 of them in the Labour government. I think it's 59 in the Labour government or in government, and then you got 19 Muslims in government. I think it is. I think I was looking it up yesterday. Hey up, Mickey. But where do I put myself? There? Yeah, there. Let me know if this has got volume. Hang on, no, I didn't press the button, did I? Stop screen. Present. Share screen. I don't know if you've seen this footage.
הם בורחים. תראה. More units.
So you got him shouting more units, more units. The other two, I think, are Shomron police. And then in a minute you hear the Jewish guy shouting in Hebrew, and what it translates to is, look at the dumb police, they're running away.
תראה מה זה, הם לא יודעים להתמודד עם בן אדם! תפילו אותו!
So that's two crackpots. Now, the news reported that they hit him with a taser, but they missed. Well, you just seen two tasers just hit him, bosh, straight in the chest. He tried to grab them. He ain't wrong, Urban. There's only one copper there. The other two coppers, or the other two in like fake police uniforms, are Shomron, I think. We'll see in a minute. So those two are coppers. This one here is Shomron. Did you clock that? Did you clock that? How many boots? Somebody count the kicks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And no stamping on his head. There's 9 kicks to the head. You haven't heard anybody. You haven't heard anybody come out in outrage, have you? I mean, when those ones in Manchester Airport got booted in the head, there was hell up. Oh, there is people complaining, is there, Michael? There is actually people. Obviously, blue screen. That's 9 kicks in the head and then stomping on his head. This guy, loads of people have been outraged, have they? It's that Scouse Billy. Right, Ulrich. But this guy's already done 9 years in prison for stabbing 2 coppers in Swindon and the police dog. He's already under Pretty Patel. He'd already gone to prevent, right? And within 6 weeks, in 2019, within 6 weeks, they shut his case down. It was Polanski, was it? This guy's Shomron. Oh, get out of the way.
He's stuck.
What's going on here? That's not my mouse. My mouse isn't moving. See, Shomron place, he's just had his kipper put back on. You know, and this all Jewish community here. You got 2 coppers. He shouldn't have put his kipper on. He didn't put his kipper on. It's mental. Mental. There's a guy here. Right. How did he end up from Swindon? Obviously living in London now. I think he's living in London. But he's a Somalian. He was Somali. His mother already fled Somalia. She fled Somalia, moved to the UK, got granted asylum. And then when he was a kid, he came over to the UK. And then he got his naturalisation in the UK. Well, after he served his prison sentence, couldn't they have deported him? And then after he served his prison sentence, he then went to prevent as well. And they went, oh no, we're concentrating on the far right at the moment, so he hasn't got any political affiliation with Islam, so we'll shut the book down. It's got no political affiliation. We'll shut the case down. Okay? Same as that Boudica Akabana or whatever the fucking hell his name was. Yeah. How many times did he go to prevent? His case got shut down. Those coppers should be disciplined. Well, it isn't a very good look, is it? It isn't a very good look. And then Urban says, did you call me a lefty? But the coppers wouldn't have known then who they were dealing with. They wouldn't have known then that he'd stabbed 2 coppers before, and the dog, the police dog. But he still had that little kitchen knife. Now, they were already looking for him. They were already looking for him because he'd broken into somebody's house earlier on in the day. He'd already broken into somebody's house earlier on in the day, and they were already looking for him. So if they was already looking for the suspect that broke into somebody's house, then they would have known who that suspect is. Yeah, Ruda Cabana's father was a war criminal. Yeah, I come out with all that in Speaker's Corner side November, man. And they all tried to shut me down. I put photographs up with his father in his fucking judo suit and everything else. I showed the company's house records, and he was getting payments off the government because all his family, they were all supplied weapons by the British government. They were all supplied machetes, pallets of machetes that the British government paid for the 2 Rwandan factions. I've never called you a lefty, Urban, you stupid lefty. Yeah, so I remember I've played them on here before, I think, because I got shut down on Speaker's Corner side. Because everybody was running with the name that Katie Hopkins, the Tate brothers, and Tommy Robinson and Danny Tomo, they come out with one name, and it wasn't that name. It was who we know who it is now, who the father was, and the father's family were all to do with that. I can't remember what they were called now. What the 2 factions were that were fighting. Well, you can, in that video, you can hear the buzzer going permanently. You can hear it clicking away permanently, look. This one. You can hear it permanently going off. Bang. Bang.
Kill him! Ben Thomas, kill him!
Just going off permanently, Tyke. Them took the finger off the button. They ulstered the tasers by now and actually got on him. They seem like a shower of shite, really, don't they? Police force is a shower of shite now, isn't it? An absolute shower of shite. The trees are fake.
He's stuck.
You should be playing rugby, Paul. I mean, that old boy there, he's 74-year-old, he was. Yeah, Jewish guy, yeah, he did. He moved well. 74-year-old he is. Smiler, what would you have done in that situation? Well, you just take him out, don't you, Rebel? He's already flat on his face. Instead of going straight to the head and booting him in the head, you got that little Shomron gone, the guy. He's gone straight for the arm and dragged the arm out. He's on his back. The police are just booting him in the head and keeping the fingers on the tasers. I mean, old boy's not very agile, is it? No, it was yesterday, Paul. It was yesterday. Yes. Yeah. Why? Shomron guy looked quite tasty. He's skinny. He half the size of the two coppers, Urban. No, what was it? 54 million. Yeah, they're making 20 million. They're making the government is making 20 million pound a day at the moment on fuel duties and VAT. 20 million pound a day they're making on fuel duties and VAT. Other countries have after fuel duty. Our government don't, are they? They're making 20 million pound a day. My God, I wasn't gonna say nothing. I wasn't gonna say nothing. He was IDF cut. Well, it depends whether he actually gone to, because a lot of them. But he isn't an Orthodox Jew, so. Well, the 74-year-old guy, he was an Orthodox Jew. The Jew at the bus stop, he wasn't an Orthodox Jew neither, because he was wearing the kippah, not the hat, wasn't he? Yeah, because he actually put his kippah on, and then he went for his throat, didn't he, with a knife. Oh, this is an interesting conversation. I've got to dig out a bit more on this, right? This is the matey on the right is complaining oh, where is it? I got the information up yesterday because Vincent asked. Oh, looking for it again. So this guy here, this rabbi here on the right hand side, he's talking about the CST. And the money that's being raised in the UK is a community security trust, but the money that's being raised in the UK, they've been funneling it off to the Third Temple, he's saying.
Funding was through the door. The city refused it because they didn't give back the back to the city.
Yeah, he said it then. The funding is going to the dome.
CST refused it. Funding was through the door. The city refused it because they didn't give back the back to the city. And that's what happened. CST refused funding to the school, yes. I've seen all the emails.
So you're privy to all the
Who's that again? I've seen all the emails on the
to suggest that Jewish people have blood on their hands.
Yes, the CST have blood on their hands.
During
So you got a rabbi there saying that Jewish people have got blood on their hand. He's saying and they've been funneling money off. CST have been funneling money off. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, power to him. And this guy here on the left, obviously IDF, I imagine. Staying with family, I expect.
got there, 24,000 Jews died because they were arguing, and here you are, bad mouthing Jews to the press. Have you thought about that?
24,000 Jews died arguing, and here you are, is slagging Jews off to the press.
The CST do not represent the Orthodox Jewish community.
During the Omer,
CST don't. What did he say? CST don't.
Do not represent the Orthodox Jewish community.
during the Omer, you
CST don't represent the Jewish community. CST raised money to train Jewish communities on how to look after themselves, and it's the Community Security Trust. Yeah, exactly, Rebel. He did. I watched the videos when AB went down there, and then he met the two Shomron guys. The Shomron guy pulled up, and then he parked his car up, and then he walked down to his restaurant with him, and then he was invited back there to go for a meal, wasn't he? But I wish I could find that video, November Man, of those Jews that kidnapped that child. Do you remember? I played it on here. Where they kidnapped the child and they ran into the synagogue, and then the police were there, and the police were dealing with it, and then they let the Shomron deal with it, and then they all walked off to the corner, and the YouTuber was interviewing them at the corner.
bad mouthing Jews to the national press. Have a think about that for a second.
To a rabbi bad mouthing Jews to the national press, and you've got this one here, Mr. IDF there, we'll call him, complaining that you've got a rabbi bad mouthing Jews to the press. Well, the Jews have been calling it out for time. I've played one after the other. You know, when people say I'm an anti-Semite, well, no, I'm only using the words that they're using. You know, the Star of Rampham don't represent them. Israel don't represent them. If Israel wound its fucking neck in and fucking behaved and fucking was nice to its fucking neighbours, then half the Jews would carry on having a quiet life and carry on funding the government to fucking import the rubbish into this country. You know, it just goes round and round and round in circles, doesn't it?
You're claiming to represent the Orthodox community, bad-mouthing Jews during the Omer. Do you not think you should think about that for a second?
Have we got any Jews? What's the Omer? During the Omer. What's the Omer? What else we got? Oh, in case anybody doesn't believe me.
Was a Muslim. Okay, I was born in a.
So I want you to understand.
So you got the Conservatives, you got Labour, you got Reform, you got Advance UK, yeah, and the Green Party, and the Green Party seem to be winning at the moment, don't they? Right, all plying all playing for the fucking Muslim vote. Yeah. Says Kemi Badenoch. Obviously, I guess there's a Muslim that's phoned in on LBC, which has got very dodgy financing anyway. The LBC has.
So I want you to understand how a Muslim can trust her and her party with that sort of a sentiment.
So let me first of all start by explaining my background. My grandmother was a Muslim. Okay, I was born in a country that was 50% Muslim. I said Muslim prayers on Friday because that's what...
She's saying she was born in the country. I thought her mum flew over and she was... honestly blunt. I thought her mum flew over because her parents were quite rich, and she had the baby, and she had Kemi Badenoch. I thought she was born in a private hospital in London, but now she's there saying there she was born in a Muslim country. Nigeria, she was born.
What happened there when I was at school. I have good friends who are Muslim. There are many different ways of expressing your religion.
So I want you to understand how a Muslim can trust her and her party with that sort of a sentiment.
So let me first of all start by explaining my background. My grandmother was a Muslim. Okay, I was born in a country that was 50% Muslim. I said Muslim prayers on Friday because that's what happened there when I was at school. I have good friends who are Muslim. There are many different ways of expressing your religion.
Buddha. So yeah, explain it to me. And meanwhile, I put on PMQs yesterday, and the first part of it, where they have the open debate in the morning, the first part of it, I don't know what they were all wearing purple ribbons for. I didn't check why they were wearing purple ribbons, but they were all wearing purple ribbons. And you had all the questions being thrown at some woman on the Labour bench. And they were all talking about fucking LTGB rights and fucking trans rights and all this bollocks. And they're all talking about that. Well, this fucker here, where's it gone? This guy here is a teacher in Oxford, in an Oxford school, £10,000 a year. Well, this is a teacher.
Alrighty. Hope everyone is having...
That's a teacher. Just tell me. And he also teaches like GCSE maths or something to younger kids. Yeah, it's makeup, it's nail varnish, and it's fucking I can't even say the fucking word. That there, they ain't real. That's a fucking thing that he pulls over his head with big tits on, like the one in Canada. Remember the one in Canada that had that pink jumper on with a fucking great pair of tits? But this is a teacher. And the same as that one in Canada. That was a teacher as well. Yeah, but Kenny Everett, Yogi. Kenny Everett was Kenny Everett, wasn't it? That was after 9 o'clock, after the watershed. And, you know, all done in the most possible taste or whatever he used to say. Yeah, that was Kenny Everett. Now, this twat here looks like Kenny Everett. But he's going to school in the morning and teaching your kids. Yeah, talking about the chess. Yeah. Okay.
A great start to 2026. I thought I'd mix things up and do a video instead of just typing some stuff out. And just wanted to ask a question, basically, a bit of a kind of broad, get people's thoughts on this. I'm in the process of putting a website together, and that is proving to be much harder than it probably should be. And the problem I'm running up against is some imposter syndrome, classic. Basically,
that should have no place near any children. That should not be in a fucking school. That should not be anywhere near a child. That is mental fucking illness. And whinging about fucking can't do a website.
What does it mean to be an expert in something? Because it's really not obvious to me at what point I could describe myself as an expert in something. I have expertise in things, like I've been teaching plenty. My chemistry is pretty solid, but I think I still have this feeling that declaring myself an expert in something is a little bit uncomfortable, and I don't quite know on what basis I would feel comfortable doing that. And lots of people, seem to be quite happy with this. They'll sort of declare themselves experts in all sorts of things. Although I would also say that I think we've all come across people who declare themselves experts in things, but when you actually talk to them or you see what they're saying,
mate, you're a fucking expert in mental health. That's what you are. Hey up, Minky. Exactly, Minky. There's a code of dress in there, or a dress code rather. Right, there's a dress code. Right, and like women teachers have been done with the dress code over and over, haven't they? How the freaking hell is that? Ugh. And all I could hear with the government going on about fucking LGBT and fucking trans rights. That's all I could hear yesterday. Before Starmer and Badenoch come in. What else we got? I broke up with worse as Ulick. Ulick had beer goggles. I mean, this girl's got it right.
Deport the fucking lot. If they're men, send them back. We haven't got room, we can't keep track. Deport the fucking lot. Deport
And I say, deport all of them. Deport all of them. They wanted a fucking state of Israel. Fucking move to the state of Israel. Let them sort out fucking Israel. All that fucking Somali shouldn't be in the fucking country. Acts of Union, 1701. You shouldn't have fucking Muslims. You shouldn't have any foreign entity. You know? Kemi Badenoch says she's a Muslim, or born in a Muslim country. Went prayers on Fridays. Mahmoud. No, I haven't seen it yet, Zara. Mahmoud. You know, she thinks she's fucking English, for fuck's sake. Well, when she took up the seat in fucking Parliament, she swore on the Quran. What the fuck's all that about? It's supposed to be Protestant. Now get into the right kicker. Oh, wrong button. So I'll play this clip first. Huh? Is that the right clip? I don't know. Let me have a look. Play it back to front.
Prime Minister, the police have said that the suspect in this case had previously been referred to Prevent. This looks like another failure for that programme. Can we trust that Prevent can keep us safe from extremism?
The investigation is obviously still ongoing, and so we haven't got all the facts yet. But Prevent was reviewed, and we made changes after the Southport attack. We need to be open to learning any further lessons that may come out of this investigation, but we're at a very early stage at this point. Thank you very much.
Of course they knew. Of course they knew. Right before an election, we'll give you all a load of fucking, we'll give you 58 million. We'll give the taxpayer, give you 58 million. We'll buy you new ambulances. You know, you keep that money. You've raised all that money, then you already ordered, and the ambulances are ready to roll up. You keep all that money that you raised, put it into the community. We'll put more coppers on Golders Green. We'll put plainclothes coppers that are trained to spot troublemakers. Bearing in mind there's 150 stabbings daily. At least one person is unalived every 17 hours. What the statistics say. Yeah, exactly, Tony. Exactly, Tony. Right. So we'll have a look at the epic failings in a minute. What's the next video? Boom. Must be that one.
Vile terrorist attack. Yet another vile terrorist attack.
See, I still can't work out. I tried to work it out yesterday with Vincent. How it's a terrorist attack. Now, that boy that got chopped up on the fucking bus in Abbey Wood, that wouldn't class a terrorist attack. Now, all three of them were all foreigners, but living in London. The boy's father still lived back in his home country, and the mother lived here. She fled and lived and had her son. So I'm still trying to work out how it's a terrorist attack. I don't know. Can somebody fucking explain to me how it's a terrorist attack? Because I can't work out what is terrorism about it.
Men stabbed in broad daylight on the streets of Golders Green because they were Jews. I've just come back from Golders Green, where I expressed my sadness and solidarity with that community, but also my determination to act. Because the truth is, this attack is not a one-off.
Well, the three girls, they didn't class that as a terrorist attack. David Amos, they didn't class that as a David Amos. They didn't class that as a terrorist attack. Lee Rigby. The two guys that did Lee Rigby, they worked or were arrested by MI6 in America, the CIA, and then brought back to the UK under the MI5. And MI5 wanted them to infiltrate mosques. And Lee Rigby's family still haven't had the answers because the government have been covering everything up. What part are you coming to, Min? Where in England are you coming to? Well, Urban, what's a terrorist attack? I thought a terrorist attack was to overthrow the government or against the government or against the police force. Government UK call it anti-Semitic terror attack.
There have been a series of attacks, including an arson attack in Hendon, an attack on the Jewish ambulance service, Hatzolah, the firebombing of Kenton United Synagogue.
Well, if they never had Hatzolah yesterday, one of those wouldn't have been alive today because the fucking ambulance didn't turn up for ages. But it was at Hatzolah. But I don't know how Hatzolah took so long to get there because they're only around the corner.
Which I visited last week. And on top of all this, Heaton Park in Manchester last October, where 2 Jewish men were killed in a vile Islamist attack on their synagogue. And so people are scared. Scared to...
Right, I'm just going to suck it up. I'm just going to suck up to you. I'm just going to lick your fucking hoops. I'm going to fucking, yeah. It's fucking wrong. Mate, he shouldn't have been on the fucking streets. Swindon shouldn't have fucking let him out the streets. Yeah? He stabbed 2 coppers and a fucking dog in the first place. Right? Done 9 years. So, he was a security guard. And he was a security guard in Swindon at a fucking school, for fuck's sake. With he had a fucking list as long as your arm of previous crimes when he became a security guard at a fucking local school in Swindon. I mean, who gave him a fucking CIA license to become a security guard at a fucking school in the first place? Yeah, that's fact. That's fact, you look. No, it's what the school is in Swindon. Yeah, that's about sums it up, Zara. What's everybody moaning about? Everybody been moaning about knife crime fucking for time, haven't they? For time we've seen it. Machetes, and then you see two fucking groups fucking standing in the corner. You've had it in Blackpool. You've had it in other places. You've had it on the corners of roads, where they're trying to chop each other up. And what did they do? Oh, I know. We'll ban. What do they call those stupid knives again? They gave them a name, didn't they? Because they're like replicas of are in films and stuff. Not dragon knives, I can't remember what they called them. It's a bit strange. I agree with you. It's a bit strange a week before local elections, isn't it? Replicants. Zombie knives, that's it. Thank you, Blunt. Zombie knives. No, they banned Bowie knives years ago, Michael. I used to like my Bowie knife with a leather handle. But, they brought in what me and Vincent were talking about it last night. They brought in stop and search. If you stopped and searched, but what did they do? They went, oh shit, we're arresting too many black people. So we're getting a bad name because there's too many black people carrying knives. So perhaps we better stop doing stop and search, right? No, fucking more stop and search, right? And if you're found with a fucking bladed article on you, as the letter of the law says, they wrote it into fucking law. 4 years custodial. Bosh, straight off. No court, no nothing. 4 years custodial. But what did they do? They put a little loophole in it, didn't they? Put a little tiny loophole in it. That if you could prove why you had a knife on you and you weren't going out to inflict harm on somebody with it, then you get away with it. No, if you've got a knife on you, 4 years jail, bosh, straight off, yeah? You know, your mother birthed you with 2 weapons on the end of your fucking wrists. All these sad-ass twats fucking wanting to buy a knife and go out on the streets with knives, you know? When I grew up as a kid, we all had knives. We all had pen knives. We all had Bowie knives. We all had boot knives. We all had sheath knives. And we'd go up the woods and we'd make bows and arrows. We'd cut camps out with machetes. You know, you'd be chopping down bushes and making camps and all in the bushes. 125 maximum, and that's what they think a life's worth, less than these MPs. What's that? 125k. What's that? Yeah, I bet Keir Starmer never go over. I bet whoever was the Prime Minister then, I bet they never fucking turned up then, did they, Beth? You know, none of them went to Abbey Wood, neither. Yeah, Irish. Abbey Meads Community School, was it? Patrolling football pitches. YouTube didn't like your comment. Smile and mob back in the hut on some Dukes of Hazzard type-ish log. Compensation for vaccines, we're supposed to be 125k, isn't it? Vaccine damage.
Show who they are in their community, scared to go to synagogue and practice their religion, scared to go to university.
Well, hold on, what's happening to all our churches? Suddenly burst into flames, or Church of England is selling them off because, you know, people aren't bothering going to church no more. And then what are they being turned into? I mean, what did they do? They smashed all the gravestones up and ripping all the gravestones up. What's it called? Sanctified land? I don't know. People buried under those headstones, and they were kicking all the headstones down. Now, every week, churches, you know, and not only that, the stuff inside them's getting robbed, isn't it? It used to be lead. What the actual fuck? What do you mean? What the actual fuck? I showed it last year. The church, lovely old church, old graveyard, all around the church. And yeah, the council was selling it off, or the church was selling it off, and they sold it to Muslims. They were going to turn it into a synagogue. Consecrated, that's the word. Thank you, Spanish. And they were there smashing all the gravestones up. BB Starmer, yeah.
As a Jew, to send their children to school as a Jew.
They got their own fucking schools. They got their own security. The fucking schools are gated. He boils my piss, this twat does. Sorry, Rev. I had the nick saying boiling pissed. But it does boil your piss, doesn't they?
Tell their colleagues that they are Jewish, even to use our NHS. Nobody should live like that in Britain.
Why? White Christians do. White Christians do. You know, you live in a gated community. You live in number fucking 10. You got a little tunnel that you've fucking walked through the tunnel to get to fucking work. When you actually walk down the main street, you shit yourself, and you've got an entourage. When you turned up earlier on the day, they all fucking jeered at you. How many cars were in your entourage today, you fucking little twat? Your dad made a proper fucking tool, didn't he?
But Jews do. And so yesterday, this anxiety that is always there went to another place, to terror, frankly. That is the right word. I want to thank the Jewish security services who wrestle with this every day and who, alongside the police, prevented a much greater tragedy yesterday. I met some of the first responders today, and on behalf of the country, I thank them for their bravery.
Yeah, he said country then. I like to thank them on behalf of the country.
We will strengthen the visible police presence in our Jewish communities. We will increase our investment in those Jewish security services. We will introduce much stronger powers to shut down charities that promote anti-Semitic extremism. We will prevent hate preachers from entering our country, bar them from our campuses, our streets, our communities. Work with our justice system to speed up sentencing on anti-Semitic attacks, so there is a stronger deterrence factor.
Hey up, Angela. Oh,
as we
you
do
bonga.
with riots. And we need stronger powers to tackle the malign threat posed by states like Iran, because we know for a fact that they want to harm British Jews, which is why we will fast track the necessary legislation.
And what's it all about? What's it all about, Keir? What's it all about? It's all about your fucking genocide, really, isn't it? Right? Because if you stop funding fucking Israel and sending fucking bombs to Israel, stop fucking letting America use our military bases, yeah, to load all their fucking bombs and go and bomb people, you know, and you being the 9th fucking prime minister that keeps bombing countries. What, you the 9th prime minister that's bombed Syria, is it? Right, and you're funding fucking Al Qaeda to the tune of £2.5 billion. £2.5 billion you gave to Al Jilani. Right, Donald Trump, and you shook his hand in number 10, didn't you? Did he bum you at the same time? A million people in Lebanon displaced by Israel, and all the bombs are being fucking loaded up in the UK to go and bomb. And then dropped off in Israel. I've shown all the flight paths. Dropped off in Israel, and then Israel's bombing Lebanon. You know, they're still doing it now. There's supposed to be a ceasefire. 50 Lebanese towns were attacked today by Israeli, you know, it's supposed to be a ceasefire. Where's the ceasefire? So what we're going to get, right? We're going to get what? Because Israel wants to take half of fucking Lebanon. So what we're going to have, is a million displaced people in Lebanon at the moment with nowhere to go. So what are you going to do, Starmer? You're going to fly them over as well and give all them asylum, like these fuckers here. You know, this guy that stabbed the 2 Jews yesterday, his mother was given asylum. Rudapakana given asylum. Lee Rigby's fucking parent, you know, the people that did Lee Rigby, their parents were given fucking asylum. To be fair, Keir don't have a choice whether America can use the bases or not. What the fuck is he going to do to stop it? Well, he does have a choice, Urban, because he did stop it. Right? And that was why they were flying to Germany from America. Yeah, of course it will, Spanish. They've been trying to build it since the 1980s. Did you like that? Bummed. Yeah. Al-Jilani had a £10 billion ransom, £10 million ransom on his head, and Trump just quashed that 10 million and invited him into the White House and then sprayed him with fucking aftershave. Trump aftershave, and then was giving out free bottles of Trump aftershave. Fucking how embarrassing. Embarrassing. Yeah, the chief head chopper. Yeah, Al Qaeda and ISIS. And what did America say to them when fucking the Kurds got run over by HTS and American troops? Because it was American troops as well. I showed the videos of fucking American troops arriving. And American troops and Al-Jilani's troops fucking took out the Kurds and let ISIS free. And then America said, where do you want to go? And they were going, have you got guns? Have you got weapons? Iran's new supreme leader, Khamenei, has been exposed secretly owning £100 million luxury property empire in London. Trump, I need usual bases against Iran. PM, like friends with benefits, eh? Well, look what Trump's just been exposed for now. With the whole Trump family. The whole Trump family's just been exposed, haven't they? For taking money off of not Kuwait. Was it the UAE? The whole family? They've been siphoning money through the UAE. Joe Exotic, yeah. So your line of reasoning is because the UK can't protect its borders from rubber boats, America and Israel shouldn't protect themselves. It's not a case of not protecting their borders. They choose not to protect the borders, don't they? Now, we shouldn't have had anything to do with the Iran war. When he said we weren't going to get involved in the Iran war, I said the fucking best policy. Right, but then what did he do? Then he let them store fucking bombs here and then come and load all the bombs up. So when you got bombs coming from the UK going to Israel and then being dropped on innocent people, and you've got displaced people, what's going to happen? You're going to have displaced people come into your country, aren't you? And what's this government going to do? Oh, yeah, come in. Yeah, we'll set you up a limited company. You watch too much lefty media. Why do I watch lefty media, Urban? What lefty media am I watching?
And yet, the truth is, while we can and we will bring the full power of the state to bear on this, this is about society every bit as much as it is about security. At moments like this, we often say, this is not Britain, that these attacks are an affront to British values, to British tolerance, British decency. But they keep happening, don't they? And so today, instead, I will simply say that our values are not a gift handed down generation to generation. They are something we earn each day through action.
All your governments have all fucking fucked up the values, haven't they? Because you've imported rubbish and importing rubbish every day. You're claiming maritime law. Well, there's no maritime law. Their boats aren't fucking sinking when they're being escorted to the fucking centre line of the channel and then being picked up by lifeboats and being picked up by the fucking Home Office, personal fucking taxi firms, to then tow their dinghy behind the fucking boat that fucking drags her in. And you employed other fucking boats, because you employed other boats, which you'll probably employ again this year, that were supposed to be going out to do the fucking windmills, weren't you? So you employed 3 other boats in Ramsgate to go out and pick up all the fucking dinghy divers and bring them to the UK, when what you should have done is fuck them back to France. Lifeboat. Last summer, the lifeboat had 2 fucking, you had a yacht and you had a canoeist, I think, was in trouble. A yacht and a canoeist were in trouble last year, but the lifeboat couldn't attend, so they had to send the lifeboat from somewhere else because the lifeboat was dealing with fucking boat people. The boy was pissed, isn't it? You know, the boat people, right? They're living in France, they're living in fucking shanty towns, they're living under tarpaulins, right? And when it gets cold, they get brought in by NGOs. They get brought into warehouses and they sleep in warehouses and they get fed and they get all the stuff that they need. Their mobile phones, their tablets, their money. They get everything from the NGOs. They get lists on how, when they get to England, how to get their benefits, how to get their Aspen card, how to get everything else. All right, you know, which one was it that went down there? Was it Pretty Patel? Was it her that went down there fucking giving them all pizzas, was it? The pizza bill was astronomical, wasn't it? Going down to Dover and buying them all pizzas. Mahmood was welcoming them all in and giving them clothes and everything before she come to Parliament. You know, Mahmood was down there fucking handing out stuff to them. Refugees welcome here, said banners. And she's now the Home Secretary. She's in charge of Prevent. Pretty Patel was in charge of Prevent. I think she was in charge of Prevent for Rigby, David Amos, then there was somebody else in charge. I can't remember who was in charge then. for the 3 girls. And now you've got Mahmood in charge for yesterday. But not only yesterday, all the stabbings prior to that, but there's big fucking outcry in there, you know? What about matey that fucking chopped somebody up on the train tracks? What about the one that got the, you know, one walked out of jail. Well, sorry, one walked out of court the other day after stabbing somebody up on the train. Walked out of court the other day. And they said it was self-defense. Well, what the fuck did he have a sword for in the first place? He had a sword and he walked out of court after he stabbed somebody up on the train. The woman was on the train, phoning the old bill on the train, so saying which train she was on, while he was stabbing somebody up. He went to court and the judge took it that he said it was self-defense. He walked out of court free. He wasn't white British neither, or white English.
From us. Anti-Semitism is an old hatred.
Look, they ain't fucking Semites, for fuck's sake. Fuck off with your anti-Semitism. If they were Semites, I would accept that they were anti-Semites. Or there was anti-Semitism. But they're not fucking Semitic people. Right? Come and arrest me for fucking being anti-Semitic, right? And I'll ask you for their fucking DNA test and then prove that I ain't a fucking anti-Semitic, because they're not fucking Semitic.
History shows that the roots are deep. And if you turn away, it grows back.
Exactly, Spanish. The same with the Palestinians.
Yet far too many people in this country diminish it. They either don't see it or they don't want to see it.
All those lives lost in the Falklands. Yeah. So, but all those lives lost in the Falklands. Who was supplying the weapons to the RGs? Who was supplying? War. Was it that little country over there, was it? But he does. He does wear a kippah. He finishes work every Friday early, doesn't he? Exactly, Tony. You anti-Semitic. You can't say fuck all about Israel. You can't say fuck all about Zionists. You can't say fuck all about Jews. So if you can't say fuck all about them, who runs this country? Right? You can't say nothing about a fucking Muslim. You can't say fuck all about fucking Islam. As soon as you fucking say anything about Islam or fucking Jews, it's an arrestable offence. Fucking white Christians, they're free play. You know, Whitey's always been that way, innit? Say anything about the fucking blacks. Say to a fucking, well, that was a perfect one, wasn't it? That was a perfect one. You had 2 up, 2 down hammers. Yeah? That woman called him a coconut, black on the outside and white on the inside. She got arrested for it, for saying to hammers, are you a coconut? And this fucking thing on the 16th of May, is just a money-making fucking scam. It's got fuck all to do with Unite the Kingdom. All it has got to do is making money. You know, I recorded fucking 4p. His fucking sidekick yesterday. You know, that Danny Tomo, if you don't turn up on the 16th, you should be ashamed of yourself. Fuck off. Ashamed of yourself. What are you going to do? Have Maoris up there fucking whipping down flags and shit like that again? But you got fucking non-British, non-English, Americans turning up to do silly speeches. Here we are talking about Jews for hours and hours. Where have you been, Urban? I talked about Jews, I talked about Islam, I talked about Muslims. Talked about government failing. Your ears fucking made out of cauliflower or something. You got cauliflower in your fucking brain and cloth ears. I'm sure you've got cloth ears. You're retarded, you are. Ulick, yeah. Yeah, but they fucking banned dark chocolate bounties now. Or they ain't making fucking dark chocolate bounties anymore. And that was my favourite, that was. I used to turn up at the shop from a packet of fags, bottle of milk, and my fucking red bounty. No, you can't find a red bounty anywhere.
Take the marches that happen regularly across Britain. Of course, we protect freedom of speech and peaceful protest in this country.
Well, can I have freedom of speech then, wanker? Can I have freedom of speech? You protect freedom of speech. Well, how come you bang loads of people out for freedom of speech? Tweets. Telegram. Bang loads of people up. WhatsApp messages. People being banged up for private chats on WhatsApp. People writing things on Twitter. Banged up. So where's the freedom of speech you say that you fucking protect? So if you've got freedom of speech, I should be able to fucking condemn anybody without being called one thing or the other. We ain't allowed to talk about any of them, Urban, because you're a fucking anti-Semite. You're a fucking Islamophobe. But you can say anything about whitey that you want. And exactly the same for fucking talking about anti-Semites. Or being anti-Semitic or anti-Zionist. Go and check the new laws that they just put through Parliament. You don't even live in this country. You know, go back to fucking sucking Donald Trump's fucking ring piece.
But if you are marching with people wearing pictures of paragliders without calling it out, you are venerating the murder of Jews. If you...
Let's have the truth. Jews killed Jews. Hannibal Directive. Jews killed Jews. Netanyahu wanted it. Netanyahu gave them extra money for 3 months prior to the attack. Egypt told them that they were being attacked. They put skeleton crew on and left those people with a skeleton crew, lambs to slaughter. That's what Netanyahu did. Exactly what they did World War II. Zionists used the Jews to lambs to slaughter. The first ruler of Israel, 10,000 children came to Britain, and if he had it his way, those 10,000 children would have perished instead of coming to Britain. That's the fact of thing. And the fact of the matter is the Zionists shut down any country taking any Jews in. British government did the white paper and they were going to cancel the Balfour Declaration. So they had to have more mass slaughters in order for the Balfour Declaration to go through. Which everybody's now called the final solution, haven't they? But it was Hitler. Hitler will pay for the boats. Who's going to take them in? That's why the fucking Havara ships had fucking Nazi flags on them. What's up? Answer that in a minute.
Stand alongside people who say globalize the intifada. You are calling for terrorism against Jews. And people who use that phrase should be prosecuted. It is racism, extreme racism. And it has left a minority community in this country.
But in the same breath, you've got the others fucking all marching down with the fucking flags. Exactly the same as you have on all the United Kingdom fucking rallies, where they're all fucking running down the road with the fucking Star of Ramphan, that Israeli flag, you know, that was nothing to do with fucking David in the first place. The Star of David, there's no Star of David, never was a Star of David, never been a Star of David, made up. Star of Ramphan. You got them doing exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. You got them dressing up as fucking Nazis and being arrested and then finding out they're Jews, wouldn't you? Gog and Magog, yeah. Those that call themselves Jews are not Jews. They are the synagogue of Satan. No, I haven't finished it yet. You let the Wandering Jew. Yeah, I will finish it. The Wandering Jew. Yeah. No, Eyes. How is it, Eyes? I can see you in here, but I can't see you in any other chat. And I can see people saying hello to you in any other chat, but I can't see you. It's obviously because it's my channel, so you can't, I don't know, whether you can't block me in my own channel, I don't know. But when you're talking in anybody else's chat, I can see people saying hello to you, but I can't see you in the chat. S-type. Back. And there was something else, wasn't there? There was something to do with fucking some medication. It was BA is one element and AL is the other element. Ball. Give me the order if it's necessary. Whoa, I missed something there.
Scared, intimidated, wondering if they belong. So I say again, this government will do everything in our power to stamp this hatred out. We will strengthen our security and protect our Jewish community. But I also call on everyone decent in this country to open their eyes to Jewish pain, Jewish suffering, and Jewish fear. I call on everyone to come together and fight anti-Semitism. And I call on everyone to fight for the decent, respectful, tolerant Britain that I and millions of people love, so that our freedom and our values can still speak loud and true.
Look, people, I got an election coming up. So, look, people, I got to suck all your rings. I ain't worried about the rest of the stabbings that are going on around the country. They're all right. They can be stabbed. Doesn't matter. But, well, you know, you're a big community. We could do with your votes. No, we only got 59 of them. In Parliament and in the House of Lords. What did they do in the House of Lords the other day? In the House of Lords the other day, anybody that had hereditary lordship, so if you was in a family, and I don't know, does it get passed down? Obviously, it must have got passed down because everybody now that's had born into it, they've all had that restricted. So when they come back in May, is it May the 14th they're coming back? When they come back to Parliament, all the lords that had hand-me-down titles, they're no longer House of Lords anymore. Why is the term synagogue of Satan okay, but death cult cried about trying to learn the rules? Because synagogue of Satan is actually in the Bible, isn't it? I don't think death cult was in the Bible, is it? And Islam isn't a religion, it's a fucking political statement, isn't it? Meant no selective outrage, is that? If it's written in the Bible, the synagogue of Satan, yeah, it's scripture. Exactly, Blunt. Tell him. But death cult, what's death cult? Exactly, Stevie. It's supposed to be our country.
A community that can no longer take it on faith. Thank you. I will now take a couple of questions. I think first from Paul.
Prime Minister, you've just been heckled on a visit to Golders Green. One of the victims of this attack says he feels let down and the government isn't doing its job to make Jewish people feel safe. Can you say hand on heart that you have done everything you can, and do you owe the Jewish community in the UK an apology?
Well, can I start by saying I absolutely understand the high levels of anxiety and concern that there are, reflected in the various reactions over the last day or two. I completely understand. That anxiety has been there for a very long time. And the appalling terrorist attack yesterday made it worse. In terms of what we've done...
Look, for fuck's sake, man. Right, it's a fucking big fat fucking bloke that's now in custody. He's had a fucking litany of crimes. He had a litany of crimes before he became a fucking security guard at a school. He'd done 9 years in jail for stabbing coppers and a dog. And he's allowed to roam free. A Somalian. Allowed to roam free. It was sent to prevent. They fucking cancelled it quick, fast, in 6 weeks. There's no fatalities yet. Apparently they're both doing well in hospital. But there was no outrage when the fucking, was he 15 or 14? He might have been 14-year-old. I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to check in a minute. You didn't turn up to fucking Abbey Wood, did you? You didn't go to Plumstead. Didn't go to the parents, did you? Or the parent, single parent she was. And the two 16-year-olds got 15 years apiece. You haven't seen the picture of them? Mate, I'll show you a picture of them, mate. Booted will clear it up. Yeah, dude, don't look back in anger.
We have called an emergency COBRA yesterday to make sure that we're coordinating the response and putting the necessary security in place. I pulled together the various criminal justice agencies this morning to make sure that together we can show that justice will be swift, effective, and visible to give confidence to people. We had already put in enhanced funding for security, and we'll put more funding in now. We're looking at what further measures we can take on protests, particularly in relation to chants, to banners, and the repeated nature of protests. We're, of course, looking at what more needs to be done in health and education. And we will fast track powers to deal with malign state actors. So there is a lot that is being done. Of course, we need to do everything we can, but we do also need to ensure that this is something the whole country is prepared to call out, to see, and to fight against. Thank you.
Absolute lemon, isn't he? Exactly, men. Stop taxiing them in. I'll scroll up through my notes now. Right, you want to see a photograph of what matey looks like? Oh, this is Starmer getting jeered at. So how many cars was that? Did anybody count? Five cars, 4 cars Range Rover and a couple of motorbikes and a couple of police cars to follow it up. Yeah. Mad, isn't it? Jobless mums. Trust Vega. Look, desecrating our flag, look, fucking sticking a Star of Ramtham on it. Look. Fucking total desecration of our flag. What the fucking hell has the Star of Ramtham got to do with the fucking Union Jack? Well, the Union flag, not the Union Jack. And Vincent, look, the fucking chocolate coloured one in any of them. They're all fucking whiteies as well, Vincent. All the coloured people must be working today because there's only whiteies on the streets, lot. Oh, another fucking rangy lot. He got his kipper on. Well, they're saying queer Starmer, the Jew harmer. That's what they're chanting.
Can I just say thank you to you all for coming in at short notice for this?
No, you fucking can't.
Discussion about criminal justice in the aftermath of an appalling attack last night in Golders Green, a terror attack in Golders Green. It is important that we come together very quickly now to take the necessary action. What we saw last night was people being targeted because they are Jewish, and absolutely clear about that. And of course, our thoughts are with the victims and wishing them a speedy recovery, with their families and loved ones, and of course with the volunteers, the first responders, who were quite incredible in their response yesterday. But there's no getting away from the fact that this was not a one-off. This has been a series of attacks on our Jewish community, particularly in recent weeks.
Fuck the English community, fuck the British community, fuck Whitey. Fucking outcry when they fucking set fire to the fucking mosque, but that was fucking personal arson attack on their car, their own car. Jambulances, well, fucking British taxpayer paying for jambulances now. A good job you're making all this 20 million a day on fuel, isn't it? 20 million a day you're making on fucking fuel duties and VAT for all the extra prices. Your fucking benefits bill is 333 fucking billion. And what you're getting off the worker is 300 billion. 301 billion, I think it was. So you've got a fucking 30 billion deficit on paying people to sit at fucking home. So you've got less people fucking paying taxes than you have fucking sitting at home paying claiming benefits, for fuck's sake.
And there is a very deep sense of anxiety, of concern about security, about safety, about identity, frankly. I went to Kenton Synagogue last week and heard firsthand from some in the synagogue who, of course, have been subject to an attack there. So we have to understand that wider impact and that visceral feeling that many in our Jewish community have. And we have to be really clear that an attack on our Jewish community is an attack on all of us, and we have to approach it in that way. Now, yesterday, as you probably...
But you're saying that as a fucking Jew, aren't you? With a Jewish fucking wife and Jewish fucking children. So you don't represent us. Kevin Bade, not the Muslim. Shamina Mahmood, the fucking Muslim. France UK, Muslim. Before, Muslims. Here is a 4x2. That's why he finishes work early on Friday, and that's why he goes to synagogue. Well, it depends about his fucking boyfriend now, doesn't it? His boyfriend's going to want his fucking suits back in a minute, and his fucking knickers that he bought for his fucking Keir Starmer's wife. So let me find you photographs of Keir Starmer in fucking synagogue PP.
I chaired a COBRA meeting, which some around the table were at. That was dealing predominantly with our immediate response and how we coordinate that response, but also about what enhanced security and other measures need to go in place. And we've already got enhanced funding in place. That's been in for some time, but we're uplifting that, as has been announced this morning. We are fast-tracking legislation to deal with malign state actors And of course, we must absolutely deal with the root causes of both anti-Semitism and extremism. But today is about part of the response, which is really important, which is the justice response, because a number of people have been arrested, a number are going through the criminal justice system, and it's really important that we are able collectively to demonstrate that the response will be swift and visible. And that's why I wanted to get you around the table today. I do recognise and respect.
The response is going to be swift and visible. The fucking bloke's already had his head fucking stoved in by, what was it, 9 kicks? 2 tasers, and eventually they got the fucking knife off of him. If it wasn't for the fucking Shunron, they still would fucking be arguing with him now. They fucking ran away, and the fucking Jewish were fucking taking the place. Look at them, they're running away, the fucking pussies. If it wasn't for fucking Shunron in khaki that fucking wrestled his arm out and fucking tried to break his arm, then fucking matey would have never come out. The 2 coppers had never fucking got the knife. Hello?
Hello, it is me.
Alright.
Alright. You put a link there, assume it's me. I'm only kidding. I thought, you know what, fuck it. Saves me typing.
What you make of it all then?
I've not seen this, so it's all like, yeah. I just think, you know me, I'm positive about stuff, most things. I think that obviously what's happening is horrific. That goes without saying. I think Keir Starmer is not to blame for everything. I think blaming him for everything is a bit of a cop out. But that's back to you. I think it needs to be, the blame needs to be placed where the blame should be, which is in the areas like policing, that kind of thing. The whole
Home Secretary in the fucking Home Office.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And
The Home Office have failed every single time. The Home Office are in charge of it. The Home Office are in charge of prevent, right?
No, yeah, I agree with you, 100%, definitely. Has it come out if them people were on prevent or whatever it was called, on prevent being referred or anything like that?
Sorry, say that again.
Has it come out whether or not that they've been referred to prevent these people?
Yeah, he'd been referred to prevent in 2020.
Fucking outrageous, isn't it?
In 2008, he was convicted of stabbing 2 coppers and a police dog. He stabbed the police dog. He stabbed the police dog in the chest.
And it wasn't that one that did that thing to that nice police dog that went on Britain's Got Talent, was it?
Possibly. It was 2008.
Oh, fucking majors, I'm not having that.
Right, he had a list as long as your arm of criminal record for violence. Right, before he got his CPS card, yeah. Moving forward, he was a fucking security officer at a school in Swindon.
Fucking hell.
I think Michael's going to come up and tell us what school it was and everything in Swindon, because that's where Michael's originally from, Swindon.
Oh, was that for Michael? So Michael beat you to it then.
Yeah, the bloke that carried out the stabbings, he was a security guard at a fucking primary school or something.
Fucking hell. It's fucked up. I just think, though, Jay, like, I just feel at the moment, everyone does know, I'm hoping everyone knows now that I do not vote Labour. I never have voted for Labour. And I'm not just saying it because it's Labour, but I do feel that there's so much hatred towards the Labour Party when I think everyone's forgetting the actual fuck up of before, and in comparison, like I say, 2020, 2008, do you know what I mean? It's like, it's 2 years in, and we're expecting. I think maybe our expectations are too high.
Well, 2008. Who was in power in 2008?
It was Labour. Looking
Yeah.
at what at the end of that, was it not Gordon Brown or someone like that towards the end?
Yeah, it was Gordon Brown, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. But I do think, do you know what? I don't know what people say. Oh yeah, it's fucking to do with the grooming gangs and Sav and everything, but it had nothing to do with either of them. Do you know what I mean? It's like
Right, Queer Starmer, Savile, right? Because I remember you put the fucking thing in there, right?
Yeah.
He was head of CPS, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you go through the inquiries, yeah, his 2IC, yeah, although he signed off on it, yeah, Queer Starmer had the final decision on it.
He didn't. He never passed his desk.
Yeah, he had the final decision on it.
No, like with every CPS case, it wasn't. He never had the final decision on any of it. He didn't. If you look at it and go through it, he didn't. It never passed his desk. Never. Because I think he's the head of the CPS. Just the case that we go to, if something happens.
How come every single email
that
he had on his devices, how come every single email suddenly, boom, disappeared? Couldn't be submitted as evidence. Queer Starmer.
Well, I don't know how that happened, but I do know that every case that would have been, every serious case like that would have then be going to him, and that's not what happens. Is it the head of the head of Department of Public Protection, which is what it was, whatever, public prosecutions? That means every case would have gone by him, and that's not the case. It goes by regional areas, doesn't it?
Yeah, and where was Jimmy Savile's regional area?
No, but he was the head of it all, wasn't he? He wasn't like the head of any area. He was the head of it all.
So he would have overseen the final decision.
No, he didn't oversee anyone's final decision.
No, Michael's, it went past his desk. It did go past his desk, Michael.
I can bring evidence. I'll bring proof if you want to. And trust me, I've got proof, mate. I don't say nothing now.
Why are you protecting an ass bandit?
Listen, I'm going to shut up on that one. I was going to say something a little bit too much.
Yeah, all a bit convenient. It's four fucking bum boys, all in court. You know, you know, this fucking bizarre thing gets set up called fucking Haiti or Haiti or whatever it's called, HAYTAE or something, TI, all gets set up during for the ambulances to be set fire. Yeah. Smoke, you know, smoke screen. Then all of a sudden we're proroguing Parliament so we can all go off and have local elections. Yeah. And then we're going to come back for the King's speech or whatever. Yeah. When Parliament reopens, but we got local elections. It all seems, you know, it has been known before. You know, Lee Rigby for starters. Yeah, Lee Rigby was a big MI5 job.
Do you have a proof of that?
Yeah, I do. I've shown the proof on here before.
I'm joking. Sorry, don't. I know you wouldn't say it without it.
They went MI6 when it went to an island. The two blokes who fucking did the choppy on Lee Rigby were on that, and they were going to fight the Syrian war. I think it was the Syrian war. Yeah. MI6 wanted them. MI6 picked them up. MI6 and CIA interrogated them. They were then brought back to England. Yeah. And then they were then taken in by MI5 to then work for MI5, infiltrate the mosques. Yeah. And find out what was going on in the mosques.
Michael. Excuse me, but thank you, Michael.
And they were getting... they were getting harassed by MI5, yeah, and they went underground, and then they popped up from underground, and then they did Lee Rigby. That's just a brief outline of it.
Okay. Michael just confirmed what I said. He just confirmed it. So, but Starmer was the director of public prosecutions and the head of the Crown Prosecution Service at the time the decision was made by a local police and reviewing lawyer. Starmer led a large organisation of thousands of staff, and the Savile case was not escalated to his level according to the CPS records and reporting.
Okay, I'm gonna sort this out. Hi,
Hello.
Angie. Hey,
Please don't be
Smiler.
horrible to me.
That's
Okay, be horrible to me.
that's gonna be difficult. So I'm gonna give you both a little bit of credit. So at that time there were two distinct inquiries into Jimmy Savile. One by the BBC, which they decided to not go ahead with, based on the fact that there was no compelling evidence, and one with the CPS. Now, the CPS had the legal evidence. There was compelling evidence with the CPS. So essentially, you're both right. Really, the office of the CPS could argue that this would not have been the director of the CPS's decision. A lawyer or a sort of an officer in the hierarchy at the CPS can or could decide not to prosecute a case. So Angela is half right, Smiler's half right. But Angela, there's one mitigating factor which I think you're overlooking. This was the most high profile diddling case of a man in high office, Jimmy Savile. Fuck me, there was nobody that didn't know him. At a time when these things were coming out, and there were rumours milling around the BBC as well, and many whistleblowers, there is no way on earth that this would not have been passed up to Keir Starmer, who was in charge of the CPS at that time. There was no way it would not. It was the biggest case of Starmer's career in the CPS.
Johnny Rotten was the first one to bring it to mainstream.
Yeah, there were many whistleblowers, but many of them were just poo-pooed.
Yeah, remember Nazir Afzal, whatever his name is, ABA, at the time? He was one that brought all the prosecution, I think, in the end, to the Green Gangs. I think he did.
Sure, you know, that was choreographed to be that way.
I did think that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we can all pretend Muslims are just like white people just like black people and all that. We're all the same, one race, human race. But we're fucking not, are we, Angela? And I know you say, don't upset me, and this won't upset you. We're just not. We all come from different parts of the world. We all operate totally differently. We see eye-watering clues as to how different races behave differently. The reason why they put it on Nazir Afzal is because it was a Muslim dealing with a Muslim problem that was considered to be right on. It backfired. Because the inquiry produced fuck all, you know, and it was considered a sort of a softening blow for what was going on. So,
yeah.
And I'm not saying, Angela, for 1 second, we need a good fucking white person on that. We need the right person on it. It's nothing to do with the colour. We need the right person on it, not just some fucking God-fearing white person who hates Muslims because they rape kids. You know, it's not about that. This is a complete misnomer in the whole DEI bullshit. Because I, more than happily, and as I'm sure most rational people would, you know, if the black person's the most qualified, that's the fella I want in. That's the fella I want in.
I mean, look, in that video that I played earlier on, you got a fucking IDF bloke having to go at a rabbi because the rabbi's calling out CST. No, because CST, instead of fucking funding in the UK, they've been funding in Israel instead of in the UK.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but that's not, you shouldn't assume that every rabbi will follow a particular line either. You'll get daft rabbis, you get daft priests, you get daft clergy, all through and through. It doesn't. They're not a reliable source. Them fucking those church workers, you know, they're not. They're just not. A lot of them are chronic liberals, like Angela. How you doing, Angie? You all right?
I am, thank you. How are you?
I'm all right. I normally just see you on Society X and never really got a chance to talk to you because usually I'm making a biting comment which you go, ooh, about, and that's it.
No,
So.
I don't anymore.
Well, no. Do you feel that you've what's the word? Loosened?
Yeah, I do. Honestly, yeah, I think honestly now, do you know, I have a lot of respect for you, you know, and so I'll take on board. I do, honestly, I take on board what you say to me, and I leave now and I think about what you said, and I'm like, yeah, you know what, you were right there, or I think, cheeky bastard.
My worst problem is I've got a fucking shocking way of presenting evidence sometimes. I can't help it.
No, that's especially with me, definitely, because I need to have it that way. It's not a like.
When I try for humour, it's a little bit better. But you know, when I'm just trying to upset somebody as well as sort of debunk what they're saying, I can be horrible. All right, I hate myself for it, Angie.
No, you don't.
But tune in tomorrow, folks. I'll be doing it again all night.
Yeah. No, I just think that. Yeah, it is what it is now on here, isn't it? No one bothers me. No one, like, apart from the people obviously that I care about and respect. It's just people are what they are. And
Jamie looks after you and values you on that channel. So you sort of have a little bit of poetic license there, you know.
Yeah, I'm loving to bits. He's amazing, and he will always be the one that I back 100% regardless. And it's
Jamie will never let you down. He can be a little bit sort of what's the word, knee jerk about certain things. I think he sort of very much like me. He'll react quickly and then sort of repent at leisure, you know.
Yeah. He removed me once.
I think
did he?
He removed me, but yeah, I deserved it. So yeah, do you know what? So I came away and I thought, but then afterwards I was like, I get it. Took it too far, but yeah.
I'm too outspoken for Jamie.
I don't know. I think it's not about delivery. I think sometimes, and I think Jamie, what he values most about in his own channel. Do you know what I mean? It took you ages to build up.
Yeah, it's his preserve, and that's the most important thing. It's his little area of YouTube, and he protects it well, quite rightly so.
Yeah, and he sees it as being a place where he wants it to stay safe, doesn't he? He wants it to stay safe for the people, and yeah. So can I just quickly mention there, just quickly, on the 31st of March, it was they decided to start that grooming inquiry. Dave, you all know this already, but on the 13th of April they started it. The government did, just to say.
Is this the one that was going on 2 months ago? That was cancelled by Labour because they wouldn't.
No, it's not Rupert Lowe. No, yeah, it's something to do with it is the government itself. And yes, it's one that isn't the ones that stood down, the victims.
Yeah,
it's not them.
What of them.
Yeah. But this one's about same thing, absolutely same thing.
Is it still headed up by what's her name? Not Angela, the other fucker. Oh, I can't.
Jess Phillips.
Jess, that's it. Jess Phillips.
Yeah, she's
fucking twat. She is.
Do you know when she lied blatantly? She lied in Parliament.
In Parliament, yeah.
She did. She came out and she wasn't aware of anything, blah, 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 and the time that she'd been in office. I know she fucking did, because I'd emailed her. She's a liar. Do you know what I mean? Straight up. 100%.
Rob.
Oh, hi, Di. Hi, Di.
Hello, Di. Should have gone for hello, Angela. Hello, does it?
I know. Hi, Di. Yeah, true.
Oh, don't have that eyes nutcase on here, Smiler. Don't, for God, if you get eyes on here, I'm rage quitting. I'm out of here like a rat on fire in a fucking drain pipe.
Yeah, one of them too. It's but yeah, so it's the following the findings by Baroness Casey's national audit that the ethnicity of perpetrators had historically been shielded away from by authorities. So that's what it's going to be focusing on.
So there's nothing in the news about that, Angela. Not that I troll the newspapers or even troll sort of news sites, but I haven't heard anything about this. Is there a different approach on it? What are they doing without witnesses or victims, whichever way you look at that?
Including victims, they're wanting victims to come forward. But like
yeah, but the victims already fucked the government off because the victims were fucking being abused by the government.
I think.
Well, Jess Phillips did everything in her power to try and talk all of these victims out of actually saying the truth. Did you hear some of the things she was doing when she was going backstage?
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Forget about that. Drop that bit. Don't mention that. For God's sake, don't mention that. The court case will go easier if you don't mention that. Fucking hell. How is she representing women, Angela?
Oh, she shouldn't be, should she? At the end of the day, when women haven't been heard the whole lives and girls haven't been heard the whole lives, and then they finally get an opportunity to get the voice heard, and then she's shutting them down, it's outrageous.
It's scandalous.
It is.
Shocking.
Scandalous. Yeah.
All the victims turned their back on it. And then Rupert Lowe funded it, and then Rupert Lowe was doing his investigation. Well, Casey Report already did an investigation, spent 5 years doing a fucking investigation. And we'll just push that to one side. Fuck that, because that just fucks up Labour altogether. That fucks up all the councils and everything. That fucks everybody up that was anything to do with it.
No, that was Tories though. The Tories were in when that first report came out, and there was 31.
Yeah, but she's independent. She's independent, and so
but it was done in 2019, 2018, 2019. It was the Tories that never did anything about them 31 things. Everyone.
If Keir Starmer gets fucking outed, who they having in? What's he called? The fucking Manchester policeman.
Andy Burnham.
Andy Burnham. Well, Andy Burnham had something to do with it all as well, didn't he? Well, he's Labour.
Yeah,
so Andy Burnham had.
You're missing it all, because the point is the case report was done when Tories were in. 31 recommendations were there. 31 recommendations were not done.
Not one single recommendation was taken
when
up.
The Tories were in, not Labour. When Tories were in,
Angie's come with facts. She's going to fucking tell you, Smiler. Be quiet.
I don't even. She's teaching me to suck. She's teaching me to suck eggs.
Andy Burnham was in charge of a number of police forces at the time. Maybe one which covered that whole area. I'm not too sure how it worked up there. But he was sort of instrumental in telling the police forces to pull back, hold back, and sort of lose data and information and evidence.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just saying though, that's like not what this is about, is it? The case report wasn't about that. There was 31 recommendations.
God forbid that we fucking knock Andy Burnham, because Andy Burnham was Labour during a Conservative.
No, I couldn't give a fuck about Andy Burnham. That's all to do with the fucking recommendations.
He's going to be your next fucking leader when Keir Starmer gets outed.
No, but I'm not a Labour supporter. So at the end of the day, that's
you used to be, though. You were at the time, Angela. Come on, full disclosure.
I'm sure you come up and said I vote Labour.
It's important to stress your alliance at the time.
At the time, I've always voted Tory. Always, my whole life.
You have not.
I can guarantee you 100%. I swear my cat's ashes right next to me, yeah? I voted Tory my whole life. How very dare you even insinuate that I voted Labour?
I'm not so sure that you were always a Tory voter.
I've always been a Tory voter, my whole life.
I'll just add credence to this, because anybody that's into hunting, right, and anybody is a subscriber of the Hunt, is told by the Hunt, to vote Conservative, because Conservatives are going to overturn the fucking hunting ban. Conservatives are going to protect the hunters. and protect the kennels, man.
Do you remember
It was- I was
Farage
already-
was saying that as well?
No,
Yeah.
but no, I didn't. I've not voted Tory because of that. Though, I voted because it's like, you know, people have like a mirror above their fireplace when they grow up. Yeah, it might as well have been Margaret Thatcher above mine. Do you know what I mean? That's literally how much like my family were Tory growing up. It was that's how it was, and so it's just ended up being where I voted Tory. But I do believe in that. I do believe in the sense of like where the way that they are, the way they financially run the country. I do. I don't believe that you should borrow more, and then I don't believe in that. I do think we should pinch our purses, kind of thing.
I can sort your alliance out immediately by asking you one question. Do you believe that Labour do a better job of managing this country financially than the Conservatives?
No, they don't. No, not at all.
Okay.
They don't.
All right. You just implied that the Conservatives have a terrible way of running the country financially.
No. I know. I said that they do run it better. Sorry, my bad. I meant that the way that they want to reduce the overall debt, don't they? But what they do is by reducing the debt, they want to pay less interest on the debt, don't they? So it's the overall country's debt, don't they? So therefore, if they reduce the debt owed, then they reduce the interest that's owed on it, and then gradually the way they see it is
there seems to be no impetus to reduce any debt at the moment. The debt is
Not
growing,
now.
but the Conservatives invest in industry, whereas
Yes.
Labour try and fail most times to invest in people. And one of those approaches is flawed, fundamentally flawed.
I know that, like, obviously, with but, you know, obviously what my brother does, like, they do invest a lot in, like you say, industry, in projects, a lot.
We got 2 people. We did have 3 people behind.
If it's that eyes, fucker smiler, I'm out of here.
We
If
got
it's
somebody
eyes,
called.
I'm out of here.
Eyes ain't here. We got somebody called Program Provides. Well, Program Provides. You're muted. Type in the chat, and we got Piscator P.
That's
PP. That's PP's all right.
Oh, PP's my friend.
PP's all right.
Yeah, PP's cool. I've known PP for I don't know how long now. It's in the very beginning, virtually. I do think. Sorry.
PP.
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 Hello, mate. Smiler.
Oh,
Big some Vega.
Hello,
lady. Oh, you good? Very interesting conversation. Very interesting.
Could you re-educate us, please, PP?
I can't do that, Vincent. I'm afraid. I'm looking for enlightenment.
I said he's backstage. Program Provides says they got a fire alarm. Okay.
Oh, blimey.
I ain't got a fire alarm. Bloody hell. I ain't. I turned it upside down because it scares me dog.
Cynthia Terry, type in the chat so we know who you are. You're muted.
Cynthia Terry.
So, yeah, we're in a bit of a political state, aren't we? And how I see it, Conservatives and Labour, I think they're very too much of the same in these recent day and age. The policies are the same.
No worry, Minky.
Direction is the same.
Yeah. Although I think I don't know. I think the Conservatives now have gone a bit too.
I like Kemi Badenoch. I like Kemi Badenoch. She's powerful, but I don't think she is a Margaret Thatcher who can lead the country from nothing to build.
She's
it into
not even
something.
a Keir Starmer, PP. I think she's just useless. Don't say she's awesome, Angela, just because she's black.
She's awful.
I remember you said 4 or 5 years ago you wish.
I said she's awful. I said
All right, then. Well, I'm still going to carry on. I remember you 4 or 5 years ago saying, I wish I had Obama running this country. Jesus Christ. Well, thank you, lucky stars we haven't. No, I think she's terrible. Nothing to do with her being black. She's terrible. She reads from a good script. And she's able to sort of keep
She's
up.
Very good. She don't read from
Prime
the
Minister's
script. She's
Question
very
Times.
witty. but I don't trust. Colour's got no respective. I think all this race bollocks that everyone's getting keyed into here is something or nothing. But what I don't like is I think a lot of Jewish are getting attacked. Like in North London, what happened there? There's loads more going on. And that ambulance service, what you got to remember, that ambulance service will provide a service for anyone. If the NHS can't get there, and let's have it right, the NHS ambulances, since COVID, or since the virus, whatever it was, what went around, you get an ambulance, it's going to take hours to get to you. Hours. And then you're going to spend 24 hours or... I wouldn't say 24, but at least 12 hours in A&E waiting.
How do you feel,
is that
PP?
A failure on our, is that a failure on our infrastructure or a failure on our investment?
It's a bit of a failure overall. How do you feel about an ambulance service that is prioritised, taxpayer funded? It may say charity, you can fuck that off. Taxpayer charity funded, which is prioritised for a particular race or group of people, PP. Is that equality?
Yeah, but it's not prioritised, is it? And it's not taxpayer. It's, say it's taxpayer by taxpayer funded. That means that a lot of people are buying into a system what works.
So they have a highly efficient system which applies to a relatively small geographical area.
Well, that doesn't mean
prioritising Jewish people.
It's not small. It's not small, Vincent. It's not small.
It's relatively small for 4 ambulances. You
Four
want to
ambulances.
If you look at your parish or area where you live, you probably have 2/3 of an ambulance, which is covering your entire area. You know, people are waiting 8-10 hours for ambulances now. People
with that one.
There you go. Yeah.
We have 4 in my area.
Well, I've got 2/3 of one ambulance.
Well, I'm kind of exaggerating, but you know what I mean. There's boroughs that are having to share resources.
You've got 3 wheels, 1 light.
Catch you later, Minky. Catch you later. Have a good one.
Big up.
So it's prioritised for a particular race of people. Imagine if you had an ambulance service in your area just catering for Muslims, PP. How would you feel about that?
I would think if it was catered for and it was provided for and they provided a service what would outreach to other people, I'd be happy with that. If it was just
the word prioritised
for Muslim people, I wouldn't oppose it. But then they'd have to build their own hospitals and treat their own people and it would. We're getting into a sad state.
They haven't got their own hospitals. Right, they take them to the NHS. Technically.
Where do they get treated and to get treated? And what would be worse? What's the worst option out there? So the one we live in and what we live by, or can we build a better world?
Right, now what I said earlier on, right, if you didn't have the Shomron there in the first place, right, those 2 coppers would have fucked off. They were running scared, yeah? Right, so the Shomron intervened, right? So if you didn't have the Shomron. So now, right, so you got the British police, or whatever you want to call them, right? But now we've got the Shomron police. So are we gonna have now have the Muslim police, the Sikh police, the Indian police?
There ain't no Sikh police.
No, but are we going to have that? Are we going to have that? Because we allow the Shomron. No, in a minute, right? You're going to have IDF soldiers on the streets of London, the same as you had them in fucking Australia.
Well, what's worse? What would be worse? IDF soldiers on the streets of London or Taliban?
Blimey, PP. There doesn't have to be an option for either.
No, they don't. But
there shouldn't be an option.
I don't like this umbrella. And the
There
other
shouldn't
one
be an
is
option. It's
inclusion.
like that kid. It's like that kidnapping. Right, that
Can't you
kidnapping. I played
understand
the
what's
video.
going on here
I played the video on here a couple of weeks ago, where a Orthodox Jew kidnapped a fucking child, ran into a synagogue with the child. Yeah, the police turned up, the Shomron turned up, and the police woman walked away, handing it over to the Shomron to deal with.
Well,
And
I've
then
never
they were
seen that. I've never seen that, right? And I would have expected, although mainstream media is against a lot of things, what I say, they would have picked up on that, because how I see things at the moment, they are very anti.
No, the police hand it over to the Shomron to deal with, and they deal with it in house.
Who are the Shomron? What are these? The Jewish police?
Jewish police.
The Jewish police.
police.
Was it the Jewish police that arrested that guy and kicking him in the head, or was that our police?
No, that was 2 coppers, and then the others that were helping was
Listen,
Shomron.
let me tell you something. When you break the law, right, as an ex-criminal, when you break the law and you start threatening, that's what you expect. The old little kick. If they don't start kicking you in the head and kicking the fuck out of you, because you're going to do it to them, right? How I'm seeing the police force in this country now, if I'd have been young, I'd be a fucking absolute billionaire now.
Yeah, same here.
How this country
Same
is
here.
running now.
I'd dedicate my life to crime, PP.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would. Such an easy route.
You don't even have to stand trial. There ain't no trial. You can beat the trial before you even get arrested.
Being a man who's experienced the law in this country in ways that you've described, what happens when you put an outside influence between yourself and the actual law of this country? What happens, that outside influence? What power could it have?
If you put an outside influence...
If you had an outside influence that could maybe sway which way it went...
Law is law. Law is black and white. There is no colour. It's black and white. So there shouldn't be no compromises.
Well, this is the issue.
Of that black and white.
When you have
black and white, I don't mean
when you have a
race this way.
This is the issue.
Black and white
is when
not
you
colour.
Don't do all that, PP, because it is. But when you have an outside influence that is able to say to one of its brethren, "Run along now. We'll say no more about this." If they're a particular race or subgroup or religion, then is that a good or a bad thing, PP?
I don't really fully get what you're saying here.
Well, what about if you get caught with your fucking in the back end of a dog, and the Jewish police come along and say, "Forget it."
There's no compromise with law, and everyone should.
Well, there is if there's outside influence, PP. That's the point. That's the point.
Outside influence. Yeah, and the outside influence. All right. What we've got to do now is rewind 20 years. What is the difference between 20 years ago and 20 years today? Right, so go back 20 years and we go forward now 20 years. What's the difference in law? What do you say the difference is?
Tell us.
I'll tell you. What it was back then, law was law. Now, there's too many compromises in law. So now, right, that's just a little brief synopsis of, right, compromise in law. So how will we project now? We're going to project forward now 10 years, not 20 years, 10 years. Where do you project this country going in 10 years?
Lawless.
No, I wouldn't say lawless. I wouldn't say lawless.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
But where are we heading?
Well, if you're Jewish,
the
the future's looking fucking rosy. You know, you could do anything. And in these areas in London, like Golders Green, where the Jewish police patrol, the normal police tend to leave it to them. They turn up at a burglary or a robbery or an attack, or some woman got beaten up, and they have the power to say, "Listen, Mr. fucking Epstein, don't do it again, we're off." Whereas the police have a duty to follow through what is the law.
AB got followed by 9 someone.
9 is the manipulator. So by this, I'm getting an implication that Epstein was played by Mossad. That's what we're simulating here. And Trump.
No idea,
Right.
really.
All right, no
It's
idea.
more than
But
possible. If you want to
you
go
think-
conspiracy,
all right.
it's more than possible. Epstein
All right,
was the
Vincent,
victim.
let's
Epstein was
eradicate-
the patsy. You know,
all right,
let's not
we'll eradicate life
assume.
as general, right? It ain't going to affect you, no matter where it goes in politics.
How do
right?
you know?
I don't think it will. I don't think it's going to affect me very much. But I'm worried about my kids. How is what worked? Why is what worked for years don't work no more?
You're worried about your kids, but you're backing and calling people anti-Semites.
Well,
yeah?
you are anti-Semitic. You are
I'm not.
anti-Semitic.
You prove to me. You prove to me that they're Semitic. Yeah, because the Arabs are Semitic. The Palestinians are Semitic.
Well, they ain't. They ain't. They're really their country.
The Khazarians. The Khazarians and the Ashkenazis are not Semitic. The Haredis are not Semites.
We call it a virus. Is there a virus what's spreading an ideology? What
they're
can
not.
change?
They're not Semitic. They're not Semitic people.
Can we, PP, can we do this one at a time, please? I can't hear.
They're not Semitic people. End of. Ashkenazis on. Khazarians on.
What about the Yazidi people? The Yazidi and the Uyghur Muslim. What happened to them in China? This is what I mean. People were backing everything happened, but people don't look after their own. They're not. They're grabbing an apple. Right? They want a chunk out of that apple. Right? But people need to earn that apple to get a chunk out of that. What we're doing now, we're going into uncharted territories, right, and pushing ourselves toward the government was Fabian based, right, which is sociology, like socialist, right, something right, which when I was fucking growing up, communism, socialism, there's a difference between the two, not a lot, it's just the way you word it. And now the power of words is coming into it. Look at the complexity of words, what people are using to cause confusion and upset. Things should be black and white. It don't need to be this complex. You know what I mean? And it ain't hard to see.
How can it be black and
direction.
white when there's so many different people with so many different requirements, people?
Yeah, but I don't.
When you
look
fill
at
this
people,
country full of fucking
people have
multicultural.
no colour in relevant. I grew up in South London.
You don't think there's anything different between a black man and a white man?
I'm a white man. I'm white, aren't I? But I'm white. But white's not a colour. Black's not a colour.
Yeah, of course it is. You've just said earlier. You've said 3-4 times now. There's no difference between black and white people. We're all the same.
There ain't. They're people, human beings. There's no difference.
You don't think there's any distinct differences between?
No.
Have you ever seen an African country, PP? How they operate, how they deal with politics, how they deal with family life, how they deal with social circles and civic centres, how they run things.
Right? Yeah, but some people, it's okay. Look at South Africa, right? That country was very powerful, very upheld. It had apartheid. The apartheid I didn't agree with, but the apartheid wasn't as bad as what people made out. It's what other people made it. Now look at it. Where is it now, South Africa?
Blimey, you contradiction you are, people. Nothing, no difference between black and white people, but apartheid was positive.
It wasn't positive. No, it wasn't positive. It was negative. But then, if you've got people who are living somewhere and they've got no infrastructure, it's like if you got on a boat and you went out like these people who visit these people and they live in these like tribal lands, they've never had the experience of westernisation. Is westernisation a good thing?
Well, no.
I don't know because I've been to a lot of these countries and it seems like a lot of their people at 78 years old and climb perpendicular up a fucking coconut tree.
It's a great argument that modernity is a disease.
40 years old.
But unfortunately, we are in modernity, you know, so we have to solve problems from that ledge.
So that's the crop. How do we solve that then, Vincent?
Well, we stop importing third world PP because it brings a lot of problems.
Right.
I know Angela's now cringing, clutching her pearls, but you know, quite simply, there are distinct differences between you and a Frenchman, let alone you and an African or you and a Southeast Asian.
There's a lot of distinct between me and a Frenchman, right?
They want to say what they want to live differently.
But do you think it's more a hierarchy effect of what's going on over here with all these societies, Fabian societies, other societies, socialism?
Fabians have never been a great influence on politics. They've had a particular agenda that they've pushed for the last 150 years, but they've not really got very far. They've not got very far with that.
Well, they won't. Socialism's never worked, has it? Socialism don't work.
No, but they keep pushing socialist agendas.
Why
you know, they can talk about gays and trans and how, you know, diversity built Britain and all that, but it means nothing if you just ignore it. So the real problems the real problems are, for me, in society, is not that they're pushing gays, they're pushing trans and shit like that. The real problems are not that council tax is going up, is that violent crime is going up hugely. We're now the rape capital of Europe. Proudly the rape capital of Europe. You know, you've got feral youths literally sort of rioting across many areas of the UK, and as multiculturalism grows, that problem will grow. You know, they're the problems. They're the real problems that affect.
That is the problem, yeah.
Us.
It's uncontainable to be fair. Don't get me wrong. I know conflict happens all around the world, and conflict happens here, conflict there. But the ideology program.
Here's my basic question for you, PP. Here's my basic question for you. It's a shocker. If there's no difference between you and me and a couple of African men, how come removing the African men removes a lot of the problems?
I'm not.
Be honest with me, PP.
No.
Be honest with me. How come removing them solves a lot of problems?
Well, it don't. It's the ideology.
Well, you're blind, my friend. You're blind to it. Honestly, PP. With respect, you ain't seeing it.
So what you saying? Go on. What you saying to me?
Well, multiculturalism has brought along its own problems. Angela, you're more than welcome to kick in on this.
Right, listen. Even with Muslim culture, right, South London's been very cosmopolitan for years. So, yeah, Muslims, Sikhs, everyone living together.
In harmony, perfect harmony.
Harmony, I don't know, because I didn't study politics, but there was never nothing like this on this scale.
No.
I agree.
You mean the violent crime and the rape numbers and the murders and stuff like that?
So where's that all coming from? It's coming from...
I can't put my finger on it, PP. Can you?
It's ideology.
It's not nothing to do with any of that, do you know what? It's just people that have more...
what are we going to do, Mark? Vincent, what can we do here? Can we mask up and say, well, it ain't just that. Everyone indulges in that. No, they don't. And there are people who do indulge in that have always been... Right.
Let me ask you a question. Answer this one then, PP. Answer this one. Try and answer this one for me. Sorry, I am being a bit playful, but it's Thursday night. Give me a go. If you had some long lost relatives from Australia came over and good day, PP, we're going to come and stay with you for the weekend, and on the first day they wrecked your house, emptied your fucking fridge, and were nothing but insolent to you, what would you do?
Well, they wouldn't be my relatives.
What would you do?
They wouldn't be my relatives.
What would you do to them? They're going to stay for 4 days.
Well,
and on the first day, they're a nightmare.
Well, they wouldn't be staying at my house for a start.
You kick them out. Kick their asses out. Okay.
Of course you would.
You've answered my question exactly how I needed you to do it.
I know the crux of the question now, right? The problem is not underlying the people who enter in our country. The problem is with the politics, right? What's allowing this? So I get where you're coming from with that. You get me?
Well, of course. I mean, you have to look at the people who have allowed mass migration to this country.
So we can never
when the effects of mass migration to any country from any source of people, even good people, PP, even good people. Now, I recognise there's good black people, there's good brown people, there's good yellow people, of course, but they're on the minimum, they're on the rarity. So even when the people that you import are good, there is major problems. So add a factor, and that is that they are violent, low impulse control, prone to GRAPE, then you don't.
But you don't. But then they enter illegal. But then they're taking the whole concept of the legal. How can you be charged? Right, this is what I can't understand with the law now. Right, law used to be black and white, but if someone's entered the country illegally, how can anyone who's challenging that?
Well, you have the structure in place to fuck them off. So I'll ask you for the third and final time, PP, is there a distinct difference between a white man and a black man?
No, there's not.
Blimey, you're sticking to your guns. Righto.
So PP, right, you're crying about these two Jews that were stabbed yesterday, right? So you live in South London, yeah?
Yes, I do, yeah, South West London, yeah. Not South-East. South-East I'm from. I want to reiterate that. Not South-West. South-West is where I've lumbered at the moment.
Right. So if you take an umbrella of Greenwich, Abbey Wood. Yeah, you know Abbey Wood.
I know Abbey Wood, South-East too. Of course I do. Yes,
you know
Plumstead,
yeah. So what about Keelan then? Keelan Bacassa, yeah? They got chopped up on the bus in Abbey Wood, yeah? He died, 14-year-old lad, died, yeah? Why didn't Rishi Sunak give the people of Abbey Wood 58 million?
Yeah.
Why didn't he turn up, yeah? And
why didn't he pay tribute in a TV statement?
Well, he should have done. I don't agree with any of it. He should have done. He should have done that. And this is what I don't get. This is the politics. This is with the thing of politics. If you look at India, people from India, like Rishi Sunak, he's Indian. And then you've got Pakistan, which is in India, but wasn't part of India. It's an expansion.
Well, that 14-year-old
Africa, same as like what's going on in North Africa and all over the place. It's like a virus.
That 14-year-old lad was stabbed 27 times on the bus with machetes.
Who done it to him?
Two 16-year-old children.
And what were they? White, black, Jewish?
Immigrants.
Immigrants.
Immigrant, yeah, but not
all three of them were immigrants.
Now. It's distinguished because what we're doing now, we're putting there's a lot of black people who put a lot into the UK and building it. A lot of Indian people who've put a lot into the UK, paid their taxes and worked and lived the system. I agree with people aiming for a better quality of life, but to get a better quality of life, you need to put into something to obtain something. You can't just.
We did that for thousands of years, PP. We did that. We built an empire. We built the strongest nation on earth. We had the strongest people on earth. The problem is now it's been disassembled over the last 100 years by politics. We did that already. We've done the groundwork.
Let me tell you something, right?
We don't have to import 10 million black people and then create a strong society, PP. We had it already.
We had it, yeah. And we've always given people fairness. And we've always given everyone, even people who come over here, everyone was treated fairness. They had fair equality of life in here now. And now we're not even getting shown a fair quality of life. How things are at the moment with the influx of people coming in. And the word, what gets me is we're illegal. Right, and the reason it does me is because when I broke the law, I got put in prison. People break the law now when it's getting overlooked, and then they break the law again. It's like, if I go back now to me being 15 years old, as a kid, if I street rob someone, that means taking a personal object off it. Say, if someone come to me and said, give me that phone, although phones wouldn't be there, or snatch my wallet out of my hand, they would get 3 years in prison for that if they got.
Well, I don't know if you're aware, the news has been a little bit more generous with us recently.
It's getting very good. I've got to say, it's getting very good.
In 3 recent cases,
it's getting a little bit better.
It's told us about illegal immigrants that have gone on to break the law in this country, involving children or females, young females, and it's shared with us that one of them was a murderer on the run from Egypt. Another one was a convicted murderer who had been released from prison in his own country.
The run away from Egypt, is that the one that
It's mad. It's
Keir Starmer let in the country?
That's the one.
Well,
And
will,
so the news is sharing this information more. I don't know why that is. Is it just to wind us up, PP? Is it to say to us, you're a bunch of cunts, we're bringing in these people, you can't do anything about it?
I think the news and the people and the infrastructure, the way we're living now and the way it's going, it's unsustainable. It's been like this for years. I remember in the late 90s, trains crashing, and I'm thinking, fucking hell. I remember one train crashing when I was a kid. It come off a motorway or something, but I didn't look in that. I was only young, and then all of a sudden in the 90s we had train crash, buses blown up, and then they had to put it out that there's some kind of terrorism going on. Still, even to this day, they never said about them trains. I nearly got on one of them trains. It was only because my brother couldn't run too fast to get to the platform at Paddington. When it pulled out, I was going to see my mate in West London, and it was going out by West London, I mean out by Heathrow Airport, and he couldn't make it, bro. And I said to you, cunt, and I was trying to hold the train up, but he pulled away. I had to shut the door and let it go. And when it all went blank, and all they said was, they didn't say nothing. It's my mate who run me and said, fuck me, that train, it's come off the rail. They said it crashed. To this day, no responsibility. Then 2 years after that, buses getting blown. And it's terrorism. What I want to ask now is, are we being held to ransom in this country? Because Birmingham, what happened in Birmingham with what we're not, is it all a load of bullshit? Which I don't think it is. But I've got to say, when you drive around a lot of these places and meet certain people, don't seem that type of person, but a wolf in sheep's clothing. Then you've got to look at the objective for that, the wolf in sheep's clothing. I'm not on about the Fabian Society, but I'm talking about people in general. So it's a bad way, and it's a bad concept of things, what's going on.
Smiler?
Yes, hello.
Answer the man's question.
It wasn't a question, that was a...
You led with a question.
It wasn't a question. But how do we progress? What would make the world a better place?
I think positively.
That'll help.
By positive. What is positive?
Acts of Settlement 1701.
We should do a hands around the UK, Angela.
We should.
Acts of Settlement 1701 that no foreigner holds any office, be it in Parliament or Council, be it anywhere, right? I mean,
well, that's now. Constitutional rights.
Well, they overwrote that in the last year, PP. You can get off a fucking boat. You can get off a boat and you can become a member of Parliament within 6 weeks or 8 weeks.
Why are they allowing this? It's not we're being blackmailed.
Who was bigging up Kemi? Who was bigging up Kemi earlier?
I like Kemi. Kemi is a Nigerian. What's happening in Nigeria? I like Kemi Badenoch. I think Kemi Badenoch has got a bit of gall, but then you can't trust the politicians.
She shouldn't even be in Parliament. She shouldn't even be in Parliament.
She's all right. What's the other geezer's name?
She's done crime. She's committed crime. She hacked into a Conservative member.
Her and her party.
Yeah, but she's a Nigerian Christian. She is a Nigerian Christian. Now, not that that's got anything to do with anything, but we are a Christian country. And I'm not atheist or whatever that word you used. I can't remember what it was.
She's half Muslim.
Smiler, but I am a Christian.
If she's a Christian,
I believe in God.
If she's a Christian, why does she say Muslim prayers on a Friday?
Kemi Badenoch is a Muslim.
I just played it, but you talked over it.
Sorry, play again, sorry.
Jump down.
So I want you to understand how a Muslim can trust her and her party with that sort of a sentiment.
So let me first of all start by explaining my background. My grandmother was a Muslim. Okay, I was born in a country that was 50% Muslim. I said Muslim prayers on Friday because that's what happened there when I was at school. I have good friends who are Muslim.
Oh, come on, Smiler. That's speeded up. I don't know about that.
How a Muslim
Where
can
was that
trust
from?
her and her party with that sort of a sentiment.
Smiler.
Let me first of all start.
What?
Where was this from? Come on.
Interview on LBC.
And that was LBC. Why is she talking fast? Speed it up. So she was. So there you go. There you go then. I'm bigging her up. I like her policies, her wittiness, but they're all the fucking same. The last decent Conservative Prime Minister was Margaret Thatcher. Now, people slag her off, but she got dealt from the Labour government a bad hand. She had nothing, right? But she went to war against Argentina, right? Didn't sit on her laurels with fuck all, absolutely fuck all. We couldn't even send a fucking
Why did she go to war? Why did she go to war? And she didn't go to war against Argentina. She went to war against Israel.
It wasn't against Israel. Fucking hell, come on,
It was a proxy war. Go and check your fucking history.
History. So go on, enlighten me. I'm here for education. Enlighten me without doctoring.
Who was arming the RGs?
Who was well, the French were. They were trying to provide them.
Israel was arming them.
Listen, we was buying all their fucking exit missiles. We were sending troops over to fucking France, infiltrating them and buying their snide exit and selling on snide exit missiles. We were buying them off the French to stop them getting their hands on because they sunk one of our battleships. The fucking French. That's how snidey all this fucking lot is. Right, the French done that. No one else. They were selling weapons, the French. I
know, but that's what I questioned earlier because a mum flew over and paid for a private hospital. She had a birth in a private hospital, and that's how Kemi Bakenot was naturalised.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, her mum flew over, but then again, I think now she's not. I don't think she's rude, but if they are, then. Again, this is the thing with Muslims. They can deceive you, right? As a god that tells you to deceive people. See, Christianity don't do that.
Takia, isn't it?
But yeah, something like that. Yeah, that's the word.
Takia.
Yeah, takia. Yeah. And it is, as much as what I don't care about, the conflicts in the history of the world, I don't think we're ever gonna get some kind of grasp into understanding how it really runs with the society was built. But what I will say is, with things that ain't broke, we can't fix it. Right? Don't bother fixing it. The things what is
well, things that ain't broke, you don't have to fix.
If I had no money, why do people have so many children if they can't sustain a lifestyle to bring them children up in some sort of quality of life or some kind of family life?
Are you denying people to have large families?
I would say that's definitely an option, yes.
Well, I would rather people are allowed to have large families and all the white folk out there have large families. That's what I would prefer.
That's good, but unfortunately, in certain circumstances, there's certain demographic that can't afford to do that because it's unsustainable for them to do that.
How come poor low IQ? Hang on, PP. How come poor low IQ underachieving Indians are able to knock out 8 or 9 children, but some higher IQ, more than capable white guy can't? What's going on there?
There you go. Well, I think you've answered that.
Well, I haven't answered it. It was a question.
Well,
you said they can't afford it, but the Muslims seem to do all right.
Well, it's not about affording. It's about affordability of their
It's
time.
about being arsed. The two fucking lazy PP. The two het up on cocaine and weed and booze and gambling and watching fucking reality TV and trying to get the fucking genitals locked off so they can call themselves Daisy. You know, that's why.
Yeah, I was going to be a bit more diplomatic than that on that answer, but
Can't do diplomatic, PP, I'm afraid.
It's a hard one, and I respect your views on everything, Vincent. I really do. And would I call you a racist? No, I wouldn't. You're not a racist.
Oh, I'm not
think you're a
racist,
realist.
not
I think
by
you're
any
real.
account. I'm a realist.
Yes.
But our council estates, or our housing estates, let's not judge, are full of people who are craving for the next fucking bag of weed, the next bit of cocaine, the next quick shag with some woman who gives it out for free, the next bottle of beer, and the next horse race. You know, what's going on there, PP?
It goes back to the 80s, doesn't it? Remember that song, Too Much Too Young?
Too much too young.
Too much too young. Yeah. To get a council flat, and that was the start. You get pregnant to get a council flat, and your life's over. But that there, it set a standard to a lot of people, British people, black, white, wherever you're from. They slowed down on all that, right? And this is where the problem's gone. It's like people are just breeding with no concept on how they're going to bring the children up, or.
Well, that's the best way to do it. Sorry, Ange.
People are complaining
We're
that
too
it's caring.
caring. Are we too caring over here? Or I think we need to not harden up. Well,
Too caring, too selfish. Go on, Angie, you talk, love.
Selfish? Selfish? There ain't no selfish about it. What's selfish?
People are selfish. Sorry, Angie,
Yeah,
I keep putting in on you.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say, I'm complaining about the birth rate and stuff in town. We need more people in the country at the same time.
Well, no, importing third world immigrants doesn't solve the problem, Angela. It kind of ignites a whole new issue, as we've found. I mean, it makes no sense to me. I know you see it differently.
No, I don't.
Surely, creating from our own little pot would be better.
Sense from you, Vincent, so it makes sense to me then.
Oh, blimey, people, where did I lose you?
Let's make some sense of this then. Well, you've not smoked no sense. You're putting out a rhetoric about
very cutting remark,
nothing. You're just using pretty words like BB. You sound like someone who's like programmed in or tuned in to be a journalist or something like that, who's very liberal. Which liberalism, but don't get me wrong, I think being liberal is very good as a quality.
You think I'm a liberal?
Crikey.
You think I'm a liberal?
I think you are deep down. I do, yeah.
Blimey. You know what a liberal is?
Yeah. I do, yeah. Someone who's thinks the world's for nothing. That's liberalism. Want everything and nothing.
Oh.
Is that the signal you're getting from me? Is that the only thing you've got from this little exchange we've had?
Well, no, you've got some intelligence. You've got a lot of intelligence there, but no substance. Is words, but no substance. Okay, so enlighten me. Come on.
No, I'm going to turn it over to Angela, because I'm going to go and make myself a cup of tea and probably reflect on my lack of substance. I think they're Thai food. I got a new little shipment in today. Yeah, Thai food, or there's another one I get. Oh, who's the other one? Don't know. Yorkshire tea's too strong.
What do you think about the European Union?
I know that, Blunt.
Right, European
I know that.
Union.
All right, Jamie.
Go on, PP.
So, European Union. What do you think about the European Union?
I'm glad that we have in sort of name left the EU. I don't think we've eventually. I don't think we've achieved all that we were meant to have in the sense of leaving the EU. I wouldn't want any affiliation with the EU, and I don't think we should respect any of their directives or laws. I
on the
spend a
same
lot of time in Europe. I spend a
Yeah.
lot of time in the EU, PP.
Yeah,
My
I've
son
heard-
lives
I've
there.
heard you saying
So
that, yes.
so sort of I do see
So
how
do I.
how sort of influential and how beneficial the EU
So,
can be. It's a
this
pretty
is what-
picture at the start.
all right.
It's a bag of shit at the end. This is
Yeah,
the
I know.
unfortunate thing with the
right,
EU.
well, but let's get to the crux bit, right? Financially, right? It financially hit me leaving the EU, right? But I don't care about that. I'd rather leave it
From
and
a
take the
business point
financial.
of view.
But everyone else, yeah, from a business point of view, as yourself, you do business, you'll understand that, right? But every single person, even if whether a business or not, has been crushed by the EU. And I think Thatcher done us a right favour by keeping us out of it with the pound, keeping our pound. The same
Yeah, of
as
course.
the Polish with the zloty, keeping their zloty.
Yeah.
And anyone who thinks that I'm wrong here, years ago you could go to France, 2 French francs used to equate to about £1. £1 you could get at least a couple of pints in
A franc
France.
was about
fucking-
10 pence.
Yeah. So there you go. Italy with the lira was even better. Yeah, you had your pesetas, your guilders, your other thing. So it was very beneficial, and it kept it. Now everything's on equal terms, and the only people who's benefited from it is the EU Union, which are unelected bureaucrats who seem to dictate to us in a very mega scale on how we should live, which we don't need dictating to how we should live. Because if we'd listen to Europe or France especially, then we wouldn't be living how we live now, would we?
Well, the EU never really had a great influence on the citizen level. You know, if you wanted a really powerful Hoover, you could get one. If you wanted a really powerful hairdresser, as Angela needs, you know, she can get one. You didn't have to buy in kilos.
That's too much.
So, in terms of for the individual, as mere mortals on the ground here, PP, the EU wasn't such a massive thing. Even the fact that they asked hundreds of thousands of millions of pounds off us, you know, every single month, that never really had an effect on us either.
No, it did have an effect on us.
You can still afford to go.
Do you know we pay to sustain that euro? Every fucking pound we spend, a certain amount of tax come out of that pound to the EU.
Yeah.
Every
still
pound.
goes now.
So
we still pay tribute to them now.
So there you go. So it affects every single one of us. So it does affect us.
Angela is a bit of a what's the word? An
EU
expert. EU advocate. I'm going to let her talk. Let her talk. Listen to her, PP. She's good.
I do think that the EU was beneficial. I do, absolutely, because it allowed us to trade, obviously, without tariffs. That's a given. It gave us a safety standard, and it was set up by us. I think it's just ridiculous that we've gone backwards. I think the only place we could have gone was forward. And then I think people go on about, we need to do VSHR. Why would you? It's like, in respect, yeah, I get what people say about, it's because of the boats and stuff like that. But would you really burn your house down because you've got a spider in it? You wouldn't, would you?
I know you spoke a little bit fast for me there, but what I said was, again, what was the use of the EU? How did it benefit anyone? It didn't benefit you in any way, shape or form, did it really?
Get him, Andrew.
Of course it did. Children's clothes, no VAT. On products like everything organic, or not organic, everything that was grown out of the ground, there was no VAT. Nothing. Farmers.
So what you're saying, that they gave us a better quality of food or a better quality of organic products, or what?
No, I'm saying things like your wheat, your bran, everything like that.
Your wheat, your bran. See, that used to be something what used to be priority on your stock markets. When you used to look at your stock market, it'd be wheat, farming.
If it
it's
wasn't
not
for
that
that,
gold in it. It's all gold in it. But again, it didn't benefit no one. So what about when you go abroad, when you want to go on holiday with your family? How does it affect you then?
Well, now you have to get a visa to go into every country. You have to go through the
Well,
whole.
you don't need a visa. You won't need a visa. It
No, you
depends how
do.
long you stay in there. How long
No,
you
no,
stay
you
in
do.
what countries? Where?
No, you do. All of European Union now. You need to also go through the whole different immigration system where you have to
Yeah,
have
you
things.
gotta go. You
I've
gotta
just
have
come back from
ETAS.
France. Hold up, I've just come back from
ETAS.
France 1 fucking week ago. 2 weeks ago, I come back from. I didn't have none of that.
Where did you come back from?
2 weeks ago.
A visa is required. Where do you go in Europe
I
There's
now?
didn't have a
ETAS.
visa. I just booked the ferry. I just booked the
EITAS.
ferry and went over there. I'll tell you what it did do to me. It cost me a fucking fortune.
So you didn't have fingerprint. You didn't have fingerprint scan and photograph.
No. I have my
Well, you
British
must have gone-
passport, which is
you put
British
in
now,
money
not EU,
after
because I
weeks then.
scrapped my EU passport. It weren't even out of date, but I scrapped that and got my British one back. So no,
That's
I
probably
had no
brought in when you
fingerprints.
come back. That's probably brought in then when you come back then, because it's been brought in now that you definitely need a visa to get to any country.
Papers, please. That's what I said to him at the customs. Papers, please. Oh, I love that saying. He's good. It's like the old
Well,
Stasi,
that's
isn't
the
it?
way it's
I
got
big up the
now,
Stasi.
isn't it? No, but that's how it's got now. That is the way it is. That's how it is now. So you're gonna have to have visas to get into every country, and you're gonna have to have so much money and stuff like that. So everything that we need to get into this country, everything that people need to get to this country now, we're gonna have to get to their country. But when we used to have the free trade agreement, but things like
I don't want
children's
no
clothes.
free trade. Listen, a world without borders is a disgusting world. And let me tell you something, right? The people who want to push for a world without borders, this is a very high liberal magazine. What I'm talking about here, very anti-Semitic and all this is this world without borders magazine, right? It suggests a whole world without anyone can go where they like and travel where they like, if they can afford it, which they may do to start with, but it'd be unsustainable. So it'd be a total and utter control what their people are obtaining of people. Right. So
No, because it's just I really feel people are losing the fact that everything we had that was part of the EU. We had the say the trials, the medical trials, things like that. That's no more.
What do you mean medical trials? What medical trials did we have from the EU?
Cancer trials.
Do you know? Listen, let me tell you something.
Not,
right?
PP, you're not. If you've not, okay, go on, carry on.
Right. Medical trials. We're talking about medical trials. If we look at when we came out the EU, just after we came out, we had all that bollocks, didn't we, with the kung flu thing, lockdown and everything else and all that. And when you look at our NHS over here today, they're fucking useless. And look, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of good people who work for high-end people, but a lot of them are all fucked off to Dubai. They're working out there for so much more money. And someone says, you go to an A&E hospital now, you're going to sit there for about 24 hours before you even get through. That's if you've got cancer. All right? You sit there 24 hours before you even get through their fucking triology fucking program. All right, we always had to wait, but never that long. And it ain't changed since we came out. Is that a failure on infrastructure? That our infrastructure is not up to scale to deal with the influx of people coming in? What's going wrong? What's going wrong now?
What's going wrong is the fact that we cannot. The people that used to work for the NHS no longer can get a job there because they don't have the finances to come over here. But with the NHS being one of the biggest employers in the world, and I think it's something like a fifth of them are from the EU countries, and them jobs are filled by people that are coming over here as immigrants, legal,
Yeah,
illegal.
I know. This is the thing. I think diversity cuts into a lot of things where people can get a job, not by education or qualification or how good they are at doing something, by how they look and their outlook on life and their worldviews. I think now people being skilled at something has not much of a relevance as opposed to a diverse outlook on certain aspects of things. Like we've seen a lot of banks folding, haven't we, recently, and things like that. What do you think about that, Vincent? Vincent, let's get Vincent back into the equation.
He's muted. I think he's gone to make
He's
a drink.
muted. Well, yeah, he ain't got the intelligence for this. He might skim round a little bit of it.
No, he's gone to make a
Come on,
drink.
Vincent.
But I do think, I think there's so much that we have lost, like the access to the.
What have we lost? I'll tell you what we lost. We lost our identity. We lost our identity, and you've lost your financially. You've lost a lot. Do you work? Have you got a business? No, I don't want to know about your business, but do you work? And do you pay into the system?
Farming, set aside, yeah.
Oh, you do so similar to me.
Yeah, exactly. You know that then. You know how much farmers have lost. You know how much the government has let us down. You do, exactly. So that is because of Brexit, isn't it? You know for a fact that we were promised so much.
It's not because of Brexit. It's not because of Brexit.
You know for a fact.
So we're going to tax the farmers.
No. Come on, seriously. You know for a fact that we were promised so much. If through the NFU at the time,
we were not.
The national.
We were not. The farmers were told that the fanciful ride was over.
No, we were told that the government.
There was no promises. There was no promises.
No. To national.
The farmers extorted the EU. Sort of what's the word? Funding for years and years.
Rural payments
from DEFRA, Department of Environment, Farm and Rural Affairs. My girlfriend at that time.
One at a time.
I know, it's going mad, isn't it? Anyway, PP, what banks have failed over the last 10 years?
Oh, come on, you've had lots of banks. You've been a bank.
Oh, piss off. You said we've had loads of banks failed, haven't we, Vincent? Name one. Name one bank that's failed.
Come on, Vincent, you're business.
Not a one, PP.
Lehman Brothers.
Oh, that's not a bank. That's a trading house. That's
it's an investment.
Yeah.
What do you think a bank? The bank can't just take a pound note or something and go, I'll hold your pound note. And
of course it can.
But we don't want nothing.
Of course it can, because it's very responsible with it, PP. Right. What are you going to do? Give it to the black fella that lives next door?
You're a liberal.
Spend it, Booze Busters.
You are a liberal.
Get out. You don't even know what liberal means, man. Come on.
Well, you're not exactly a fucking capitalist, are you?
I tell you what, if you listen to me correctly, you'd be heading for the word Nazi, not liberal.
No, I wouldn't say you're a Nazi. I'd say you got. I wouldn't say you're a racist. You got very strong British tendencies.
I'm Irish. I'm not even British, PP. I'm one of the ones that are going when Rupert Lowe gets in charge.
Not going home. I mean,
Rupert Lowe will never listen. Rupert Lowe
is deported to Ireland, Angela.
Right. What he says is right. He's very good, and he's to the point, and he's just saying how it should be. He would never get in power because he's too far right. And I wouldn't say he is that far right. I say he's a realist. He's a realist. He's someone who's real and seeing the projection as one of the richest countries in the world, right? And if people now think that they're going to take... Imagine if all the Jewish pulled out Britain, which they're contemplating now.
Would save a fucking packet. Blood-sucking fucking leeches.
Oh, you wait in 2.5 years' time. In 2.5 years' time, when you start seeing photographs of him wearing a kippah and kissing the wall, you know he's coming into power.
You know, sir, I went to see the Jewish cemetery in Krakow in Poland, and I wore a kippah. The same as kissing the wall. I didn't want to get into kissing the wall and all that. But that wall, that's
who supplied the kippah to you?
Some geezer in the thing. I had to pay 50p for it.
Did you pay
for it? I can't remember.
What was the significance
of course,
that
I didn't
for you?
pay for it. I didn't pay for it. I even went where they put all the chairs out in that square. And it's something historical to World War II. If you know, you know. I don't know. I can't remember it now. But
yeah, I don't know Krakow. I don't know Krakow.
Krakow. Well, you don't know Krakow, where fucking Auschwitz was, and the
My son lives about 11 miles away, PP. I might know it a little bit, but I don't know. It's not a city I go to.
I know one thing. I sat there looking at the river.
I prefer Wrocław and various other cities. Katowice.
Yeah, very good country.
Smaller and
a very
nicer.
good country. And guys, listen, anyone who's going on in Europe, go to Poland. It's under the zloty. So we use a zloty. A pound equates to, I don't know, 10 zloty, say, right? But
Well,
with 10
20
zloty,
zloty,
you get
20
yourself a minute.
zloty, 20 zloty is a fiver.
Smiler went and married a Polish bird, but it's gone very expensive. I was there last year, and fuck me, the prices are expensive now. When you go out for dinner, they've really embraced
Same
the
as,
EU
same
way.
as Thailand. What you got to do is look where the Polish go.
Yeah,
Right.
of course, but
You know
prices
that, you're
have gone up
travelling
all
man.
over.
I've got to go
Yeah,
with
it's
2 seconds.
gone really
Bill.
expensive there. Unless you want a haircut or a hand job, then it's still a bit cheaper still, Angela.
Excuse me?
Me, I missed that bit. I need to go real fast. I'm going to come back and say, come on, that Vincent.
You haven't claimed bad stuff, that.
Sorry, Angela, I was away for a few minutes. Did you defend the EU well? Did you do it proud?
I tried to, but it's hard when people are just disbelievers, and it's
Yeah.
We've lost so much.
Well, we haven't.
Well, no, because we're still tied. They haven't done it. They haven't got Brexit done yet.
I know Brexit was done in 2019. It was started in 2016, and it was signed in January 2019.
Trade in 2026.
And 19 in October, September. No, 2020. Sorry, when we're in lockdown, and that's why we're in lockdown. And Boris managed to just distract us with the lockdowns. Just saying, and signed it all up by January.
It was legally done on paper, 31st January 2020. Yeah.
Thank you. Just
right.
saying. Yeah.
That was we've exited, right? Then 47 years. Yeah. There's all the strategies. There's everything. There's So since July 2020, since July 2024, UK government has been pursuing a reset to deepen ties and reduce trade barriers without rejoining the single market. 2026 Trade and Cooperation Agreement (TCA) is scheduled to begin around May 2026. Right? DEFRA still haven't employed enough people to work in DEFRA. That's why the farmers aren't getting their rural payments. Yeah, because the British government.
That's not right. Keir's been doing this. Keir's been doing this whole new reintegration with Europe recently because he thinks if we get better deals, fairer tariffs and stuff like that, it would be easier for them to have better markets with them. That's the only thing, but that's through him. Like I said, December 2020. Whatever it was, 4 or 5.
When they put out when they set up Israel, right?
Big up Donald Trump. I love that guy, Donald Trump. I think he's a good leader. We need to.
We ain't talking about Donald Trump. We ain't even talking about when they set up Israel, right? They had the government all ready to go, right? When they did Brexit, they had fuck all in place, nothing to do. They didn't have no DEFRA. They didn't have no DEFRA staff. They didn't have no fishing. They had nothing in place, nobody employed, nothing ready to go when they did the exit. Nothing was there in place.
Well, because they didn't want it. We didn't get no exit, did we? There weren't no exit. We should tell them to fuck off. See that European court? You told them to fuck off or not. Not even the Europeans. The people in the European listen to it. We seem to be paying attention to what we can and can't do. This is what gets me, right? If you've been to France, you go through France, you will see fields in France, right? Before you get to Calais, right? Absolutely bombed out with tents where it's like a village full of tents. So they're living there in tents. But we got to put them in hotels over in this country. I don't get how we ain't part of the European Union, but we're abiding by putting these people. It ain't a conspiracy. I don't blame the people entering this country. It's not their fault. They're capitalising on something that's available to them, which is, if I was in them circumstances, rightly so, I would do something to change my life around. But they're not really using it for a long time.
Why wouldn't you do it in your own country? Why wouldn't you do it in your own country for the benefit of your own family, the people you love, the people you respect, your friends, and the wider circle, and also to benefit your country as a whole. Why wouldn't you do that, PP? Isn't that greater logic?
Of course it is. Of course it is.
What's the point in you going over to your neighbour's house to decorate it?
Not unless I get paid a few quid.
Exactly.
I wouldn't be doing that. That's it, right. You've got no objective to do that.
So, Smiler, the DEFRA have no real plans to replace the EU funding. There's a very small pot of money, 110 million pound that
funding? We don't get funding, do we?
They
Do we get
proposed
funding
for 23 to 25, which didn't happen, and then they have the capital grants sort of initiative, which is going to be so fucking based on hard work by the farmers, it won't happen. So DEFRA aren't really going forward with their own funding after the EU.
No, because the EU used to pay for the set aside, and that was to try and like help with the wildlife and stuff like that, and so much on it. So and then the government did say when we were leaving, they said, "Don't worry, farmers, we'll sort it. We'll pay you just what they were paying you." That's what they told the.
I don't think that promise was made, Angela.
That promise
I don't remember that at the time. Because I knew somebody who worked for DEFRA Worcester, I kind of had an interest in it, and I don't remember. Go on, Angela. Okay. I don't remember any initiative by DEFRA to try and replace the EU funding.
No, it was the government.
Well, same thing. DEFRA is government.
Okay.
By funding, was that the EU funding us? Because I don't think they funded us in any way, shape, or form.
No, we were giving them 2 billion, and they were giving us back 600 million to fund the EU initiatives.
Yeah, I think we just give them. Yeah.
And then paying farmers to fucking trim their hedges and bore out their lines just so that their farms would be more sustainable. But they were doing that for hundreds of years anyway. They were doing that to keep the land good.
It's a mad one, isn't it? Like land, if you look at land ownership in the UK, who owns all the land in the UK? Apart from a few agencies now. Like, who owns the land in the UK?
Yeah, it's me, yeah.
The Crown.
We do not have an agricultural policy. In what sense, though, November Man? From obligated by government, obligated by what?
We don't know, yeah.
The thing is, though, PV, is that you don't blame them for coming over, but they're coming over. It's a key word here, illegally. It's like someone coming in your house and burgling it.
Of course it is. It's illegal. If they're there to capitalise, it's not there. I don't blame them. They're here to get something. What's inciting people to come here? Would someone say, fuck off to Somalia or fuck off to Afghanistan? There's loads out there.
Well, there is if you want to go out there and smoke poppies. They don't prosecute.
Why are they coming here? Why are they coming here? Because the UK's a fucking soft touch. You've got 330 billion being paid out in fucking benefits for lazy cunts sitting on their fucking asses and not going to fucking work.
Do you know the scary thing? Right.
No, hang on. Shut up. I'll fucking finish. I'll finish, right? So you've got 333 billion being paid out on benefits, yeah? You've got 300 billion coming in from taxes, yeah? So you've got a 30 billion pound deficit. At the moment, the only thing that's propping up that deficit is the 20 million they're earning a fucking day on fuel duty.
And then you got the, overseas, what's it called when you're funding overseas? Foreign, I forgot the word is.
Foreign aid.
Foreign aid, that's it.
Foreign aid. So, yeah, but we pay into foreign aid. We send China money under the guise. It's not foreign aid no more. We called it something else. We don't call it foreign aid because it's going to China, so they rename that.
Do you oppose foreign aid, PP?
2.8 billion to Al Qaeda.
Do you oppose foreign aid, PP?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
So foreign aid generally is a business transaction, and I can assure you, for every penny that we send in foreign aid, we benefit. This country benefits. We get it back tenfold, 20-fold. In some countries, 30-fold. Well, by access to resources, access to whatever we need access to.
Right.
Influence. Now why do you argue that foreign aid is a bad thing, but shipping over millions of rape machines is not. Well, give me your logic, PP. Help me, please.
What do you mean? Well, you think I agree with them coming over here?
Well, yeah, you have done every time I've asked. You're telling me there's no
I don't
difference.
agree with it, but I can't blame them. Right? They're capitalising on something what's available to them. If that weren't available to them, they ain't got no incentive to come over here. So I don't agree with them coming over here. But then we're going to go on to resources. What resources are we shut off from when we got our own in this country? Do you know this country in World War II drilled its own petrol from Nottingham? It's in the War Museum.
You can't drill petrol.
We drilled
You
petrol.
can't
We
drill
drilled our own
petrol.
oil.
Petrol is refined. It's a refined product.
Of course it is.
It's a very complicated process.
Petrol's a byproduct of diesel.
He's a
creating diesel is.
Oh my God! Are you
when you create diesel, when you create diesel, you get petrol as a byproduct.
Do you know a diesel engine can run on engine oil? Right? You've heard of a runaway
run
diesel?
on chip fat.
You've heard of a two-stroke diesel engine? Do you want me to tell you how
Of course it will.
diesel
It
engine
won't
works?
do it very well, and it won't do it for very long.
Don't tell me about refining fucking oils and what fucking combust and what don't. Right? We
Go on, people,
refined
stand up for
our own
yourself.
oil. Right? Our own oil we refined from Nottingham during World War II. We got all these places in North Sea. Why aren't we drilling them? Oh, because we can't. It's bad for the environment. But Norway is drilling our own waters, not just ours. We've got loads of fucking reserves here. Now, we should be self-sustainable and sustaining ourselves, not reliant. And I've got to say, I respect the fucking USA because they do a lot of things. There's a lot of very good engineers in this country.
Drill, baby, drill.
Drill, baby, drill. So this is the problem we've got. You can invest in a business, you know, the business up in China, Pakistan, where a job what costs you £1,000 in the UK, you get done for 50 quid in there, and they do a bloody good job. When you look at some of them in Pakistan, how they work.
Shut up, right? Because UK, right? We've only got what they class as sweet oil, the same as America. So we need to buy heavy oil so that we can refine the sweet oil, right? So that's why we import oil. Right?
No, we don't. We can. Oh my God! Of course,
that's
only available at limited outlets.
Right, let me give you an example here, right?
You're thicker than fuck, you are. You're thicker than fuck.
I'm not as thick as you, mate. I'm not as thick as you.
We've only got sweet oil.
Can I welcome Gypsy Dave to the panel, please?
Yeah.
Sweet oil. Fucking hell. This is from a few people's perspective here. Let's talk about an engine here, right? A diesel. See a vegetable oil. Now, years ago, you could go in a fucking one of them wholesale places, buy 20 litres of vegetable oil for about £5 and pour that straight into your diesel car. As long as it ain't got an electronic diesel pump. If it's got a mechanical diesel pump, your car will pump, process, thin it, and fire that in your combustion chambers, right? So you could buy them for £5. We got lockdown and all that lockdown. If you notice now how much vegetable oil's gone up per litre, it's dearer than diesel. So diesel oil and vegetable oil, there's no real difference between the two. Oil's an oil, and they can fire in any combustion. And when you buy
I was
diesel,
making
it's got
PP.
B7. What does B7 mean? B7 is that Bio 7 and E5 ethanol 5 water based.
I've been making black diesel for fucking years because I owned a fucking garage for 35 years, and all my waste oil was turned into fucking black diesel.
I've been running my Bentley on olive oil for years.
Well, olive oil, we'll run it. Rapeseed, you know, rapeseed oil was grown. Look at the hectares of land, right? The hectares of land in the UK. What grow rapeseed, which can produce. All you got to do is crush it. You will get an oil out of that, which will combust in the diesel cylinders. You know, the ships will float across the ocean. What do you think fuel do they run on?
What do they run?
What do they run on, Vincent? You must know what they run on.
I didn't hear the question. Give us the question again, PP.
The big ships that sail across the ocean. What fuel do they run on?
Heavy.
What's heavy? Define it.
Have you ever seen the size of their engines?
Heavy
Yeah,
is like
it
tar.
is. It's a marine diesel. It's a
It's not
particular
a
type
marine
of diesel.
Like, he got it right. Smiler, it's a tar. You know, tarmac. You remember them blocks?
Right, it's preheated before it goes into the engine.
But it's tarmac.
Right,
They go
because
in solid
Falmouth Oil Services, right, years ago when I owned a fishing boat, when I was a fisherman, right, I used to go to FOS to get my fuel, right? They fucked up. Instead of pumping red diesel, they pumped fucking black tar, right? And I sat there broken down, waiting to be towed back to my fucking mooring so that we could get it all out the tanks.
Yeah.
And then I charged FOS for the fucking repairs.
Good. I'm glad you did, right? Because in fairness, your engine would have run on that black tar, right? But what it is, they throw in, you know, them big blocks, them circular blocks, you used to get them for roofing. They used to put it in a big bucket, melt it down and mop. They don't do it no more because it's bad for the environment. Well, then black tarmac, right, tarmac, bitumen, whatever you want to call it, they throw that in fucking tonnage, right, in hard form into a fucking ship, right? This is one of your ferries what take you to France. That then has heaters in it, what liquidize that. Then have another heater in it, what thin it, heat it again, thin it, and then it go into that combustion chamber. That's what they run on. They run on tarmac, basically, what lines the road, tarmac. So fuel is, however you want to go it, it's like, now, do you know kerosene, right? If you live rural, right, you get a kerosene, which is a very heavy, dirty, very dirtier than diesel, even. It's
oilier, that's all. It's not dirty, it's just oilier.
It is heavier. It's heavier in contact, right? But you can't, if you put that in your tank, certain diesel cars will run with it. You might have to add a little bit of white spirit to help it fire up or get it hooked on ether, right? If you run it on kerosene. But that's gone from 330 pound it is now, to nearly £1,000 for 500 litres, right? That's if you're buying it. There's a little garage, a local garage, what sell that. Or you can get, it works out about, for 20 litres, about £21 plus your VAT. So you can get like 100 litres for about 130 quid. Right, but if you bought that off of one of these companies, you have to order for a company who will provide that to you because it's floats on the market every time. They want to charge you like 900 quid, but they're selling stuff what we've already got in the country.
So ship fuel is called bunker fuel, if anyone was wanting to know.
So, BP, going back to your point and what Jimmy said about illegal immigrants, in the legal sense, they're not illegal because they're using loopholes to come into the country.
Yeah, well, there is no loopholes, right? What I mean by that is illegal. It makes a mockery out of our law. There shouldn't be no loopholes. The loopholes are it's either illegal or it's not. It's black and white law.
51. Have you not read those two acts?
PP, you've just said there are no loopholes, and then those loopholes shouldn't exist. Which one?
Well,
please.
In law, technically, in law is black and white. There shouldn't be no loopholes in it. But unfortunately, there seems to be loopholes where exist. Same as the loophole with Keir Starmer, how he slipped out, what he took Boris Johnson out of power for. He's made a mockery of that, saying, "Oh, that's
Right, hang on. Right, so the Geneva Convention of 1948, right, was an act that was put in place after World War II for people that were misplaced, displaced, had no papers, right? So what do you think these dinghy divers do when they're crossing the channel? They rip up every single bit of documentation they've got. So when they land there, they've got no documentation. So
I wouldn't even say it's that, Dave. It goes further than that. Tony Blair signed something in. I don't know where to send them back to.
They come and then on top of that, they claim refugee or asylum.
Yeah, Dave. I would say.
So then fix your mic, Dave, because you're breaking up like mad.
Tony Blair, believe it or not, lives in Israel. Lives in Israel now. Of all the players, he lives in Israel. Right, big up Israel. I love Israel. But Tony
Speak
Blair
now,
lives in Israel.
Dave.
But he signed us up for all this, so it begs the question.
Please shut up a minute. Hang on. Right, speak now, Dave. Dave.
Go on.
Show us your present. Give us a sign you're here.
Smoke
Dave?
signal. Anything.
But Jimmy, let's get back to Jimmy then. Wait till Dave gets back. Big up Dave, Chip so. But Jimmy, you're
PP's got a leather us all on this
you?
panel. Go on, get him, PP.
Technically, Dave,
Go on, get me, go
not Dave. Jimmy, you're an illegal migrant, aren't you? In reality, you are.
No, I've got the legal paperwork.
There's a distinct difference, though.
I got it.
Gianni's there on his own dollar, providing for the country, which is the exact opposite of all of those illegal immigrants that you seem to like.
There you go. So why are people pushing for a change in society then?
Because if I was here illegally, I'd be banged up and I'd have to pay fines to get home, or I'd be stayed banged up. But you did ask me.
Jimmy, that's neither right there. Right. So why are we allowing this to happen? Why are we allowing this to happen?
We've seen what happened in Sweden. They're allowing it to happen, people.
Why don't people only outrage now when it's been going on for 6 years?
6 years?
It's been going on. It's been going on longer than that.
It's been going on a lot longer than 6 years, Angela.
It's been going on for 6 years. No, but they've been going on.
1997 they signed that.
Right, let's have one at a time. Let's have one at a time. PP. Right, let other people speak. Yeah, don't go from one to another to another to another. Yeah, let other people address what you've got to say. Yeah.
Right, let me say something then. Right, Dave, I heard what you got to say about displacement of people, but this modern day one comes down to a paper what Tony Blair signed in 1997, which really put a great emphasis on that loophole. Maybe he emphasised that loophole, I don't know, but that's what's done it now.
Can I respond to that? So first of all, what was the act that Tony Blair signed in 1997?
What you need to do is have a look at it. It's well documented, and I'll have a look at the documentation of the paperwork what you're telling me to look at, which I do understand the displacement of people after World War II, which mainly you're talking about the Jewish community, but I think the Jewish, that was their land anyway.
Well, no,
yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Everyone.
According to the BBC. Is that PP?
According to the BBC, do you think the BBC would put that out?
Well, you can't have a spurious claim of land from 3,000 years ago, and just a group of people come along and say this is ours, and they spent the last 1,500 years in the Caucasus or in fucking Poland.
Right.
It's very difficult to gel those two together.
Right. So, whose land was that then?
It was the Canaanites' land. That's whose land it was. And then the Romans, yeah, named it Palestina, Syria. Yeah. Right? It was never Israeli land. Israelis were the wandering Jews. Yeah. They never had a homeland.
Do you know why the Greeks called it Palestina, PP? Because it was in reference to the fact that they thought they were a bunch of cunts. Philistines.
Yeah.
So, my point was, PP, there, is that you may well believe, and I do as well, and Smiler will concede at sometimes, that, no, hold on, PP. PP, just hold on. Dabby breaks. So that area was a Jewish land at some point. That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is the bunch of people there now saying this is our land, we're the Jewish. That's where the dark area comes in.
I don't know how to differentiate.
Because they're not necessarily indigenous to that land.
So what
the originals was the Plymouth Brethren, wasn't it? The Plymouth Brethren, right? And then during World War II, Brethren, right? Plymouth Brethren, right?
And Canaan, do these mean anything to you?
Yeah.
I've told you,
Well, there you
Canaanites,
go.
land of Canaan.
Yeah.
That's what I told you 5 minutes
Judea.
ago.
It's been called all names which connect the Jews to it. That's not in dispute, PP.
Israel,
it's that there's a bunch of people
has
there
never
now.
been, Israel
not the
has
ones
never
that
been
it's
a
actually
country.
referring.
Israel was never a country until 1948. It was first drawn up in 1917. Judea was always a country.
Palestine. When was Palestine? All right. When was Palestine a country?
Never been recognised. There's 4 countries that recognise
never
it now.
Well done.
No.
And same as Israel, it's not been recognised. I think Israel said, like, Palestine's been recognised as a country. And I think it should. You talk about a greater Israel, but why change politics when it was their land? It was even established with where was that tribe?
Right, so best you fuck off. Hang on, PP. Hang on, PP, right?
No.
Hang on, PP, right? Because you, hang on, PP.
Talk about the Ottoman Empire.
PP, no, hang on, right? So the argument now, right? So PP, right? Get out of my fucking country because you ain't British, yeah?
Oh, wow.
You ain't the original Britain. You're an Anglo-Saxon, so fuck off out of this country. You're a Germanic tribe. Get the fuck out of this country.
I'm Iranian.
How'd you like them apples? Yeah, because Anglos,
So what you're saying is, this ain't my country. I'm not entitled to anything in Britain. So
that's what you're saying.
Views. I'm very
no,
right in my liberalistic views, but you two are saying.
No, because that's what happened. That's what happened. That's what happened with English, wasn't it? It was invaded by Anglo-Saxons, Germanic tribes.
They run to Wales and Cornwall, I think. They went west.
Germanic tribes, yeah.
Vikings.
Right, so you aren't the indigenous. So you aren't the indigenous. You aren't the indigenous to this land.
So we jump through all that, right? So then a society's built.
Well, no, it's the same argument, isn't it? It's the same argument.
The same argument.
Your forefathers are fucking immigrants to this country.
History, right? History is something we should still learn and educate. Not history on YouTube or history on fucking Google. Books, right?
Who's doing history? Go and read Shlomo, a Jew. Go and read his book, An Invention of the fucking Jewish People.
Written by a Jew.
Written by a Jew.
Yeah,
and it was the fucking the most bought book in fucking Israel, and it was written by Shlomo Sands.
Yeah, it's a mad one, isn't it?
The invention of the Jewish person.
What was his name? Solomon, Soul Man Must Die. Must Die? Soul Man Must Die? You remember that book? Satanic Verses. Soul Man Rusty. Or Soul Man Rust Die.
Salman Rushdie. There was a $1 million bounty on his head from the
What did he do? What did he do?
Got him in the end, didn't they? They gave him a right mess up in the end.
Vincent, what did he do?
Ended up protecting him, bodyguarding him.
I never read the Satanic Verses. It was definitely not a book that I would be interested in now. But what he did was he spoke against the Islamic faith and he spoke about some of the horrific angles of the Islamic faith.
Iran. It's about Iran, basically.
Yeah, the Congress from Iran put $1 million bounty on his head.
On the 1979.
I think it was against the whole Islamic world.
It was 1979, 1980. It changed hands, yeah. Used to be a very liberal country, very beautiful country. Same as Afghanistan. People walked around where people could be who they want to be, male and female. I don't
PP,
like
why do you support Israel? Can you give us a bit of background on that, please?
Well, it was very liberal. If you wanted to wear if a bird wanted to go out, she wanted to wear 501, she'd pay a lot of money for them, but she could do that. There was no suppression of people.
You do that in any country.
Well, you can't do that now in fucking
So,
Iran, can you?
so a
if you're
bird can
woman?
wear a tight pair of jeans. Is that why you support
Yeah.
Israel?
No, you silly daft bastard. I'm saying, could you go round Iran now, walking around as a woman? Wearing
Well,
a pair of
essentially you
501
can, yes,
jeans
but
and
there
a
are
skinny top?
circumstances in certain areas. In the main cities, you get away with anything.
You're talking about a bigger picture here, right? A bigger picture of control. And
So, answer my question properly then. Why do you support Israel? I
Why do
support
I
Israel as
support
well, but I
Israel?
want to know what your reasoning is.
I like the way I live, and I don't want to change the way I live, and I don't want to change that for my children.
What's
That's
that
why
got
I
to do with
support
supporting Israel?
Because it's something I've believed in for many, many years. It's always served me in good stead. And like I said, I like the way I live, and I enjoy the way I live. Why do you enjoy living with Israel?
No, I don't get how you wanting to remain.
No, you're
things to
nitpicking
remain
now.
the
What you're
same.
doing,
How?
I've given you an
Well,
answer.
you haven't. You given me a bullshit answer, PP.
It's not a bullshit
so
answer.
you say your life won't change if you support Israel. How does that affect her?
Well, it won't. If I disrespected Israel, what? So
Are
I
you
put her out of
Jewish?
his. All right, okay. So I fuck all
PP,
the
are you
Jews off.
Jewish?
No, I'm not. No.
Okay.
Right. I've got Jewish
thought
blood
you
in
said
me.
you had
I'm
Jewish
not.
roots.
I believe in God, and I believe in Jesus Christ. Right.
Amen.
I don't subscribe to any kind of doctrine, what programs me or anything, but I believe in faith, and I've got faith. All right. And that's
And
what I
that
believe.
has to that
So-
road leads to Israel.
It might
Why
lead
not
to Israel.
Christianity?
Well, it is Christianity. What's the difference? Tell me the difference between the
Oh,
two.
blimey, that's a long one.
It is a very long one, yeah, very long. Very genetic, isn't it? There's a lot of generics.
I wouldn't want to ask you that question, PP.
It's very genetic. There's a lot of generics there, so
'Cause you'd
it's very
tell
hard
me.
to distinguish about it. It's like a lot of people, they get misunderstood about, what do they call them, the...
So I
people who
support
believe
Israel
in-
because it would be hypocritical of me to want my country to be a homogenous society where
that means it
where
intermingled.
no,
right?
it's the
So-
exact opposite. PC unintermingled,
PP,
i.e.,
not PC.
get all them fucking Africans and
Homogenised
Muslims
means to
back
serve
building their own
everything's
countries.
mixed
I'll even
equally.
send them with 20 quid each, right? So I want a homogenous society where I know it works. It's a tried and
Very
tested
ominous,
structure.
that
I want to
is.
go back to it and carry on with that and build from that. So it would be hypocritical of me to want any other country to be anything but. But what I wouldn't want is a country like my country behaving like Israel, which is trampling its way across the Middle East, murdering millions of Jews and Christians at an alarming rate year by year, and also influencing parliaments, media, and social media to a level which is quite frankly horrifying.
think
So,
Israel has
do you
that
have
much
any
of an
nice
influence?
words to tell us about Israel to counter my distaste?
Well, I will. I would say, do you really think that Israel carries all that weight to influence any kind of parliaments? Because it
It does
doesn't.
right now, PP.
No, it don't. No, it don't.
Of course it
Well,
does.
it don't encourage ours, does it? It don't encourage ours in any way, shape, or form.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. They target politicians. That's what must have done around
Target?
the world.
Who they targeted? Who have
They
they
must have
targeted?
good information. All the as many
Oh,
people
come
as
on.
they can, and they
We've had
control what they
Donald
do.
Trump shot
Look
at
the,
twice,
CIA
and then people
people
make
that
a
come out.
mockery. We've had Donald Trump shot, Charlie
That's what
Kirk,
they
his
do.
head
That's what
blown
they
off.
do.
Oh, fuck
Right.
that. Don't.
Because, hold on. Right, Charlie Kirk got his head blown off in front of his family. Donald Trump's been shot at twice. I've never seen that in my life of politics on this country. I remember
When was
Charles
the
de Gaulle
second
getting
Israeli
slaughtered.
Jews are very, very scared people deep down. They don't want to go back to what happened
when was the
in
second time he got
They don't want to go.
1939.
The Jewish people
That's
have
why
been
they're so
trampled on for
heavy-handed.
fucking
They
years
shit
and years
themselves.
and years.
Don't tell me.
Right. So the Jewish are the problem then.
So now it's
what
their turn to
right.
trample.
Right. So
Is that
now
what you're
what
saying,
we
or
do
no?
then?
It's their turn. It's their time to trample.
I think they're very.
They're right, they're
Today,
giving in, they'll get
I
taken
think
them over
they
and then
buy
they'll be
into a system.
suffocated. That's why they act like
I
that.
think buying into a system as opposed to pouncing off of a system.
They're a very
Offering
small
ambulance
country,
services, healthcare,
They have to
right?
have
Free of
staff to be able to
charge if the
survive.
NHS can't pick it up. If you live in certain areas of London where the Jews are, but they don't judge people. If someone was a Muslim, they go and pick them up and help them with that ambulance. But they're
Israel
being
could be
taken
squashed
out
in
and
a
burnt.
second if the UN.
Are you sure about that, PP?
Yeah, I'm quite sure about that. Yeah, it's happening in London. I live in London.
How
yeah.
are Christians treated in Israel?
How are Christians? Christians are treated very, very fairly.
That's nice to hear. That's nice to hear.
Israel could be squashed in a second. If,
Oh my God!
If the rest of the
Well,
world wanted it to
technically,
be.
they
only
are
exist because they are
Christian,
allowed
aren't
to exist by the rest of the world. So they have to have
come on,
people. They have to.
Fucking hell,
It's survival
mate.
for
Talk
them.
about anti-Semitic.
No, I'm serious. It's survival for them. They're a small country.
How are Orthodox Jews treated in Palestine, in Israel?
Right, Orthodox Jews. What an Orthodox Jew is. An Orthodox Jew means someone that Israel should become their own country. Like we've just, not Tony Blair, but it was Tony Blair and Miliband and fucking Keir have just given it to Palestine. That is the difference between an Orthodox Jew and a Jew. Is someone who believes that that's their country, which rightly I think it is. History dictates that. You can't argue with the truth.
Palestine was not Israel.
Well, you can. Palestine is not Arab either.
Palestine, but they're in St. George's around now.
You know Jews are Arabs, don't you,
Big up
PP?
the Crusades.
You know Jews are Arabs, don't
Big
you?
up St. George.
You know Jews are Arabs, don't you?
Big up St. George. St. George Palestinian, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. So how long ago was that?
No, what are you doing here, right?
No, how long ago was that?
He was Palestine. When St. George went over to there, it wasn't Palestine. There was no Palestine, right? There was no
St. George's mother was Palestinian. St. George.
Yes, she was
St.
not.
George.
Give over. She was bleeding Turkish. Give over. Don't start.
No,
that. The Mediterranean, even because the Islamists or Muslims hadn't invaded Turkey. He was a European. Stop that, Smiler. Keep on track.
So why did your own Muslim people, the Ottoman tribe, hand over Israel and say, look, that is their country and it should
Well, they're
be
both
right
disputed lands, people. Both disputed
that, all right, then.
lands.
So what about Morocco? Is that a disputed land?
That was ours.
Benghazi? Well, Libya, is that a disputed land?
I was like a different part of history.
Well, yeah, because it used to be African and now it's Mediterranean.
Mediterranean? What's Mediterranean, mate? What's Mediterranean? I wouldn't say it's Mediterranean.
Well, it has a greater
It's on that
Mediterranean
coast.
influence than it does an African influence. That's why they actually build stuff there.
But what is the religion? What religion is that in Morocco going all the way
Well,
across
it's now
the North
Islamic.
Africa?
It's being
Now,
converted. We all know about the.
So
the
we're talking about a virus. It's like
Islamic.
a Mataba virus, isn't it?
No.
A little bit. What do you mean no? So Sharia law is a good thing for you as a woman. If you agree with Sharia law, you would abide by that.
Bit of a
Sharia law
curveball
was
there,
more about-
PP.
Sharia law isn't about like a woman if they choose to wear that kind of dress. That's entirely up to them. If they want to, that's up to them.
Would you wear one?
In places like Palestine, places like that where you've got Christians, they do. Nuns
Well, what
do.
about London? What about
And
London?
what
Would
about
you?
nuns? Hold on a minute. What about nuns?
Nuns, well, nuns are nuns. They're Catholic,
Oh,
aren't they?
they're
No, you know what I mean? They're nuns. They wear,
No,
but
not
they
their
don't.
exception.
Yeah, but you don't go around and beat a nun up because she ain't got a fucking uniform on, do you? Or
Who's
a fucking
beating up a
outfit, or
woman in a
habit,
hijab?
or an habit,
Or
or an
a-
habit?
Who's beating up
There's a lot of
Muslims?
nuns on there because there's plenty of people who's got
Hang on,
habits on there.
PP. Who's beating up Muslims because they're wearing a habit?
No, but women. I'm talking about women.
Yeah.
Right.
But as a woman,
Right.
I
Let's
don't.
get-
You've
let's
got
get
women
people-
though that
let's
go
get
around.
Hang on. So where did the hijab, where did the hijab and the niqab come from?
I don't know. You tell me.
Is it Christianity, Smile?
No, it might
No,
be
it's
Israel. It must be
Jewish.
Israel.
It's Jewish.
Jewish.
It's Jewish.
Well, it was a common woman's attire in obviously the
Pick up a tire.
hellhole sand shithole, you
Pick
know.
up your apparel.
Yeah,
was
but
very
do you know
good
what?
to.
What
And
women
and
wear-
the
you know,
and the
why do they
Chabad
wear a veil?
Lubavitch, the Chabad Lubavitch women still wear the niqab.
I don't know. Maybe she probably would, but I don't think she would now because she's crying about it, isn't she?
Can I
But
just
should
say, hold
she
on
be
a minute,
allowed
yeah?
back
So
in
when a woman
England?
gets
No,
married
she
in this
shouldn't.
country, oh my
No,
fucking
she
God,
fucking
guys.
shouldn't.
PP, hang on a minute, Angela, go on.
When a woman gets married, Christian church, whatever, they wear a veil over their face. Yeah, why is that? Why
Get in here, Urban.
Huh?
Go on, tell me. I don't know, Angela. You tell me why you as a bride who's dressed up beautifully in a very expensive dress, who walks down out, is covered up, but then you unveil yourself to your husband, and then he'll unveil you and kiss
because
you.
it's down
Go on,
to
tell me
beauty,
what
isn't it?
that
On that
means. Tell me
beauty
what
on
that
that
means.
day. It's
Is
beauty on that day,
exposing
isn't it?
the beauty. Is
Absolutely,
exposing
yeah.
the
And you say,
beauty
yeah,
of
exactly.
what he's
For
found
her
in his
husband,
life
for
in a
her husband
beautiful
on
woman.
that day, yeah. To her husband on that day, that's it, yeah. Therefore, do you know what? You get women that go out there dressed up as whatever, don't you? Yeah, or you get women that are more conservative that want to keep what they've got to their husband, and that's it. They don't want to go and show themselves off to be
Yeah,
like.
but what
I don't
about
know.
if they don't wear their hijab, or they don't hijab, whatever it is, hijabs, whatever you need a hijab to pick up
Yeah.
them cunts up, the weight of them.
They don't.
But
They don't all wear
whatever
them.
they walk around with, if they don't wear it, then they could be raped and battered. Then that's not
No,
very
that's
good, is
just
it? Not very
delusional
conservative,
thinking.
that is it?
And how many
In this
Muslims live
country,
in this
PP.
country?
Yeah, in this country, well, in certain aspects of this country, or certain
Okay,
religions.
but in all aspects, their own countries.
Well, do you think that we're heading in that direction with
Well,
Sharia
of course
law?
we are. It was something you denied earlier when you
No,
told
I
me
didn't
that there was
deny it. You
no
see, you
distinct
can't
difference
understand the
between me
concept of things.
and somebody
This
from
is how
Africa or
we all
the Middle East.
misinterpret, please. I resent the persecution of Christianity, which is going on now all over Africa.
Do you go to church? What do you, what do you know what? The only
And
thing we
in
can do
England,
about it in this
yeah.
country, though, yeah, the only thing we can do about it as people in this country is be the change, yeah, we want to. Sitting on panels complaining about all this shit, yeah, is not going to help nothing. The way thing you do about it is get back in your community and start building up that community. Speak to your neighbours, go out there, go to
I
community
say,
centres,
but
start doing stuff.
That's a
You
good
can't do
girl.
stuff
The only way
when
around it
you
is
think
war,
about
unfortunately.
stuff. There's no point
Civil
doing
war.
that and then slating off the other religions when just because
Yeah,
they're
well,
getting on with their lives. What they're doing now
So
is what
who
we've
does
been doing
that?
30
So
years
who
ago.
does that out of all of us on here? Who goes to these? Like we've got one coming up, won't we, in May? But not many people like Tommy because Tommy's a Semitic and he's an horrible bastard. So
words carefully, but
where do we go from here? If everyone who's trying to oppose it is getting
the
slandered.
only way around it is like what they did in Northern Ireland for many years, and that's the hard truth. You have to, pick up your stuff and go ping, ping, ping. And I know people don't want to hear that, but that's the only way forward. The government ain't listening.
We're heading to, well, we are heading to that.
There's no military. It's probably the best time to do it.
Well, we ain't got no military, have we? We ain't
No,
even
we've
sent
got
a battleship out to
people need
Greece.
to get up and start picking up what's around them.
Even though the
and get organised.
Conservatives
That way,
initiated.
we tried talking, we tried protest, we tried voting. They all failed. What's the last option?
It's a hard one, Jimmy. It's a very hard one. And what is the option? You've got the police force now who are making a mockery out of laws. The laws what they told me was a law and convicted me of. Now it's not a law no more.
The thing is, you've got Muslims coming over, and by their law, they can marry three times.
No law no more.
Under common law, you can't. So what do?
Common law is old law. Common law is old law.
Well, every law you got. If you want to, if Muslims want to integrate, and by their law, they can, for example, marry three people, there has to be two-tier laws. Otherwise, it wouldn't be allowed.
Well, this is what I mean. Israel, I wouldn't say Israel is part of that problem. How's that Israel's problem? Israel don't go saying it's okay to marry a 6-year-old and divorce people at 9 years old and put that in their
Israel say 3 years. Israel say 3
lives.
Israel say 3 years. Israel say 3 years for a girl and 9 years for a boy. actually.
No, I think it's more Muslim what says that. That was in the book. That's in the Quran. I can't see that in any kind of Bible.
It's not in the Quran, it's in the Talmud.
Hold
No,
on a
it's
minute.
not, it's
So what
in the
you're telling
Talmud.
me is, so Muhammad never married a 6-year-old and divorced her at 9.
Shagged her at 9.
Shagged her at 9.
No, it doesn't say that in there, does it?
She was bequeathed at state, apparently. It doesn't say that in the Quran, but it says it in the Talmud.
What is that? Is that Saudi Arabian, or is that another Quran, or is that the Quran?
That's
when
the
you read
Jewish
every
holy book,
The
PP.
Jewish holy book. Okay. And where do I find this Jewish holy book?
Right, okay.
Any good bookstores?
I'll get you a video, yeah?
Fucking hell, talk about propaganda.
Can I just say, when we're talking about stuff like this, we talk about young, like, children and stuff.
So what you're saying is, what you're saying to me, so listen to me, what you're saying to me here is, hey, you got it all wrong. The Jews are bastards. They can marry 6-year-olds and divorce them at 9, and they do all this. And the Muslims who are coming over here and these grooming gangs, they don't exist, people. And you're talking to me about the BBC, Vincent Vega.
Who said anything about grooming gangs?
Shortly after puberty, it says here.
Oh, this is.
Do you think
this
I'm
is what you're-
brainwashed?
This is what you're preaching to me. I understand. If you can't understand the concept of what you're talking to me about, then don't bother talking to me.
No.
The Vincent, is that what's going on here?
I just said to you a minute ago about the grooming gang investigation thing, whatever it is, it's happening now.
Well, it ain't the fucking Jews doing it, is it?
I fucking hope not. I've not said a single thing about Jews and nothing. I've got this in
I'm sorry, darling. I'm sorry. Right? No, you haven't. But Vincent,
it's all right. Don't worry.
Vincent, Smiler, it's not the Jews doing it, is it? Right. And don't get me wrong. And I hate the people who are going, well, people get raped in this country. Oh, what then? We condemn all them people who rape women in this country, and we also don't want to import a load more. So that it happens, and then start saying, oh, come on, it's only that, it don't matter, and start fucking digging out and hiding it and doing cover-ups of things. This is Vincent Vega. I'll ask you, are you Muslim, Vincent, or are you what is that word you use, Smiler? What was that word you used? Not,
He's Indian. No,
no, I mean, non-religious.
I'm a very proud Catholic.
A very proud Catholic.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fuck, man, you were talking about, what do you think of that? I Pet Goats. Have you seen that video, I Pet Goats? You must have seen, Smiler, come on. It was done by a video who made, I think he made the film Avatar. And it's a very influential. Oh, look, he's getting up. Listen, I ain't going to read liberal, left.
No, I'll read it to it. You shut. No, this is the Sanhedrin 55p from the Safari Library. You can see it written in Hebrew and you can see it written in English. Yeah, right. As Rav Hamuna raises a dilemma with regard to a Jew who unwittingly engaged in intercourse with an animal. What is the halakha? Is the animal stoned to death? Do we need both a calamity and shame in order to put it to death? And therefore here the animal is not killed, as there is shame, but there is no calamity of execution, or perhaps shame is enough, even if there is no calamity. Right? Rav Yosef.
Where did you find that?
It's in the fucking Talmud, you fucking idiot. It's the Sanhedrin. Right? Rav Yosef says, come and hear a resolution from Mishnah, Nida 44b. A girl who is 3 years and 1 day old, whose father arranged her betrothal, is betrothed with intercourse, as the legal status of intercourse with her is that of the full-fledged intercourse. And in the case where the childless husband of a girl who is 3 years and 1 day old dies, if the brother, the Yavam, engages in intercourse with her, he acquires her. as his
Right.
wife.
How do I
And if
Google?
she
Let me
is
Google
married,
this. Do
go to-
Jews shag dead animals or want to shag animals?
it's in the Sanhedrin and it's in the Talmud. Go and read the Talmud.
Yeah, but it's
That's
an
where
this is
people,
what I mean about I'm not subscribed to the doctrine.
they spend 7 years at a yeshiva learning about the Talmud, right? Now,
when was this book wrote? When was this wrote? This book?
They read it, they do it today, right? Now, what Keir Starmer did. Now, I did a live stream about 12 months ago, right? Now, what Keir Starmer has done, right, is he's made the Jews, stop going to yeshivas and making them study the normal British curriculum, and banning them from going to the yeshiva schools during the day, but it hasn't happened. He wanted to stop them going to the
prison? Have
yeshiva.
you ever been in a British prison, Smiler?
Yeah, I did Brixton. I did Brixton and
No,
Scott.
my rectal muscles are totally intact, PP.
Right, brilliant.
But why are you changing the subject? Why are you changing the subject?
Okay, right.
Frank has told you he's at work.
You wanted proof of it in their Talmud. That's their Talmud. That's what they learn.
Okay, sorry about that. But
Google where the Sanhedrin 55b comes from. Go and read where Niddah 44b comes from.
Yeah, but these are indoctrinating, right? And Keir Starmer's picked up on this indoctrinating. But then he's importing people who believe in the same thing. So where's this leading us now? But like I said earlier about prison, Jewish
right, okay. Another thing, PP.
There's not many Jewish people in prison.
PP, what's davening?
Go on, enlighten me.
When they go to the Wailing Wall and you see them rocking backwards and forwards, when you see them reading their
it's a frequency,
and you see them no, because they're having copulation with the Shekinah, the female god. That's what it's about. The female
Who told
god.
you that? Who told you that?
Who
told you that?
Well, go and look it up. Go and find it. Go and look it up.
I ain't going to go and find it. I don't need to go and find that.
Look up the Shekinah and look at that.
Yeah, but what someone's done is put a perspective of what people's thinking when they're doing that. They put a tab onto that and labelled it.
It's not a perspective.
I think it is.
It's genuine.
I think it is.
It's genuine.
All right then. So,
Like,
all right then. All right.
5 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, the Sanhedrin didn't have, 5 minutes ago, Sanhedrin wasn't.
Yeah, but where did you get this doctrine from? It's out of a book.
From the Talmud. From the Talmud.
Right, so where do I find it in the Talmud? Because that's a Google page you got there.
I've just told you. This isn't a Google page. This is a Safari, a library, you fucking idiot. This isn't Talmud.
He's fucking mad this way. Right, so there you go.
Right, like you can get Bible online. You can also get Talmud online.
Nonsense, but they're not in prison for doing what you allegedly or shagging animals. Shagging animals.
Children. I think the most important part there was children.
So what is going on here? Does it justify, you try to justify one against the other or what?
Right. Here's another one for you. Here's another one for you. 30th of July 2010, 6:40 p.m. The Telegraph. Israel rabbis clamp down on burqa. Israel rabbis are to clamp down on the growing number of devout Jewish women wearing the burqa by declaring the garment an item of sexual deviancy. Right. And there's 3 Jewish women. in
So
Israel.
are you pre or pro fucking burqa? So should women wear burqas in this country?
No, they shouldn't.
Where are you? Where are you?
But why is it right? See, now, Michael will remember. Michael's in the chat right now. At Christmas, right, leading up to Christmas, right? I'm not sure whether Dave was about, right? I went to loads of fucking Muslim countries, Iran being one of them, yeah? Looking at all their Christmas stuff, yeah? Iran actually put fucking the UK to shame at Christmas, right? And everybody was in the chat, and I said, is anybody in London, can they show me pictures of London today and show me the Christmas decorations and everything in London? Because I was playing a video from Iran. Then I went to Pakistan. Where else did I go to? Syria, I think. Was it Syria? I can't remember. I went to 3 or 4 Middle Eastern countries. Another one was Israel, and it was in the Christian section. Yeah? Showing all the different Middle Eastern countries doing Christmas. And Iran actually had fucking London buses and London snow shakers for sale. And the women in Iran don't have to wear a hijab or a burqa. They've done away with that, right? Now, if you go to a holy place, the same as if we Westerners or whatever decide to go to the fucking Wailing Wall, which is only a supporting wall, yeah? If we decide to go there, then we have to put a fucking...
Have you been to Iran? Have you ever been to Iran? Qatar,
Saudi Arabia is more of a threat than Iran.
Have you ever been to these countries? Jimmy, you've been to these countries?
Not Iran, no. Been to Dubai.
Smiler? Yeah, you would have done stopping off going to Thailand, of course you would. I've been to many of them countries. Right.
So the emphasis in these countries generally is not making yourself look like a black fucking postbox. It is just covering your hair. Covering your hair is the respect given to.
Exactly. That's why Jewish women shave their hair off and wear a wig.
Yep.
Because they're not allowed to show their natural hair.
And that's why there's a bit of a fucking trouble causer female in Iran who keeps exposing her hair when she knows she shouldn't. She's been brought up to have that level of respect, and she breaks it every single time. She's being arrested every single time. But generally speaking, Iran is a very westernized country, PP.
No, it's not. It used to be.
Oh, you'll be surprised, my friend.
Have you been there?
Saudi Arabia uncut. Fucking hell.
Have you been there?
That's a different kettle of fish.
Right. So
do I have to show you?
Civilized. It depends what.
Do I have to show you, PP, all the fucking shops in Iran at Christmas? Do I?
Listen, I
have to show you all the Christmas trees.
You're using videos, right? What I'd like to say to everyone, there was £1 million offered to people. This was not to you guys. This is more to the. Sorry, I'm cold. I've had to come outside. More towards the LTGBEF fucking D mob. £1 million to go to Palestine and express their feelings towards Palestine, Palestine as the persona they are in, right? And not one person or one group picked up that £1 million. If you want to pick it up, get on. I think it's something to do with Elon Musk.
Yeah,
so the money's there. The money's good.
Tel Aviv won't let anybody into Palestine.
It's not just about Palestine. What do you mean?
Oh, fucking hell.
The mass are destroying their own people probably just as bad as the Jews are.
Oh my God. So
Tel Aviv wouldn't even let the mainstream media into.
Okay, right. So what you're saying is, what's the left of the evils, right? So we've got two evils here. We've got Jewish and we've got a Muslim regime, right? I'm not saying
Not the
all Muslims are
government,
bad,
the
because
problem.
not all Muslims are bad. Like I say, if you go to a few of these marches, meetings, and people you talk to in everyday living who run restaurants and all that, right?
Yeah, but
Now,
PB, you got to distinct between Hamas and Palestinians as
Hamas,
the
what's the
government
difference? Go on, tell me
organisation.
the difference, Jimmy. Enlighten me now.
Well,
Hamas
Hamas
and
are a fucking
Palestinians.
nightmare. Like you can't even say no to them, or they're
Well,
the
they were
ones that
voted in,
own
weren't
the
they, Hamas?
Palestinians.
Hamas was voted in. Hamas are the ones who put arms in hospitals and hide
Yeah,
themselves
exactly.
in hospitals,
Yep,
opening
yep,
their
yep, yep.
fire.
I agree.
Propaganda. It was actually Israel doing that to themselves.
No,
Israel have got.
it wasn't. It was the
Oh,
same as
fuck
what did you
off,
say about
man.
October the 9th then? October the 9th,
Israel,
October the 10th.
Israel showed all their hospitals with their fucking military
Oh, my
bases
God.
in them.
No matter what I say, you're going to come up with it. Oh, no.
Because
like,
you're
that didn't
listening to
happen. It's all
mainstream
bullshit.
media. You're listening to
Israel
mainstream
blew their
media.
own people up. Israel let
Israel
people in their
did. They
country
had
do
the
it.
Hannibal Directive. They used the Hannibal
Come on.
Directive.
There's a lot of
Are
propaganda.
you
being
honestly
spun.
this thick, PP? You are this
I'm not
thick.
that thick, but
You are.
Irrespectively, it won't change much in my life.
Even
But it might
Yolan
change a lot of
Gallant,
yours, the way you
even
want to change your life.
Yolan Gallant, yeah, which has got an arrest warrant on him from the ICJ, yeah, right. Even Yolan Gallant, yeah, was sacked by Netanyahu because he spoke out on mainstream news and said we put in the Hannibal Directive to stop people being taken, and
Right,
we
so
shot
there we go on to
everything,
then.
right?
Yasser,
And
not Yasser Arafat, fucking hell. We're not Yasser, I've been talking about Yadi Hassel there. Yadi Hassel, this is a terrorist name,
the
wasn't it? Ain't
reason
Yasser
of
Arafat.
the festival that the people got shot by the fucking helicopters, which they called airships, yeah, at the Nova
Yeah,
Festival. I've shown, go back over my lives, I've shown
So they're
the
the
fucking
terrorists.
Hannibal.
So people who pause, like, look at what happened in London. We've had trains derailed, we've had buses blown up. No one will say they're a terrorist threat. Right, so they're not terrorists. We're
Who was
even now,
behind it?
we're
Who was
even
the
now
puppet
putting our
master?
own soldiers on trial for representing or backing up the British in Northern Ireland, right?
Yeah.
When they were under directive from a government. And now this government wants to put them on trial. Can't you see what's happening here? And I've got to say, Smiler, I think you are a Muslim. Well, I really do.
All right.
And I
Have
don't
you
know
heard?
you
Have you heard of
terrorist.
state? Have you heard of steak knife? Have you? Have you heard of
What?
steak knife, PP? Have you heard of steak knife? Operation Steak Knife.
No, I've not. No, I've heard
No,
of Operation Archer Weber.
Go and look up Operation Steak Knife. Now, Steak Knife died earlier this year, yeah, or latter part of last year, right? Now, Operation Steak Knife, yeah, Operation Steak Knife caused more deaths, yeah, in Northern Ireland than any IRA, right? Most of it was done by Steak Knife, yeah. So go and find Steak Knife.
You're justifying our government putting our troops. An operation. I've had operations put on me before by the police. When they put an operation in place, right, that's something to cause a deterrent. So they done what was asked of them, right, by any means, ends to a mean. And now they're putting them people on trial from a direct. So you're justifying that. You're justifying that they put them soldiers on trial.
Excuse the fuck out of me. Excuse the fuck out of me. Because I was the one speaking up for it just the other day, saying
you talk to me that
saying the government, the men in suits or the women in suits put down the order to the generals, then it goes down through the chain of the command, then it goes down to the little mean squaddy on the ground, yeah? The little mean squaddy carries out the fucking order for the fucking man in suit in government, yeah? And it goes all the way down through the chain of command. Now, the man in government isn't standing on trial. The fucking little fucking squaddy that was told to do the fucking job that the man in government wanted the job doing, yeah, is now being dragged over the coals for doing what the government wanted them to do, yeah. And I've condemned it from day one. When matey died, yeah, when matey died in hospital while he was on trial, yeah, it was absolutely fucking disgusting. And Rishi Sunak should have been fucking hung, drawn and quartered there and then for doing it in the first place, right? And Keir Starmer's no fucking different. So don't fucking tell me because I'm an ex-squaddy, you fucking prick.
I'm sorry, listen, you're going to have to go through that again because I missed all that. I heard the prick bit, but I had to put a shirt because I've got to sit outside. So, unlike you...
Did you serve in Ireland, Smiler?
Yeah,
one second.
Oh, there you go. You took them to someone who actually served it.
The chain of command. So the man in government or the woman in government, are you listening? Have you got your ears on?
2 secs. I will have in a second. But I have keep talking. You're all right. The man in command or the women in the suits, yeah. Who are these people in suits?
In government.
Right, there we go.
They send down an order. They want a job done. They pass it down the generals. It comes down through the chain. Will you stop interrupting? It comes down the chain of command and it goes to the little minion, yeah? The little private, the little lance jack, the corporal, the sergeant, yeah? And it comes all the way down the chain of the command. And then you carry out that operation and then fucking 50 years later, you're being dragged over the fucking coals because a man in a fucking suit that stood in government that fucking had some sort of Cobra meeting and decided this is going to happen. So he passes it down through the fucking chain of command. You carry out that order and then you're being dragged over the coals for carrying out an order. Fuck
it's
off.
Disgusting.
You
It's a fucking liberty.
prick.
In fairness, Smiler, though, a lot of that came from the negotiations of Black Friday. That was to appease those extremist Irish folk, and it would never, I don't think it would ever have happened on the scale that it did if it wasn't for, trying to fucking, being an Irishman, still appease the Irish. Or at least the Irish extremists.
That was a wrong move to do, that picture.
Hunger strikes. And releasing them all in the Good Friday Agreement was fucking bang out of order.
And it was a complete waste of time because those Irish extremists turned into the softest fucking liberals you could ever wish for.
Yeah.
Fucking begging for illegal immigration or immigration, whichever way you look at that.
When Britain was hard, Britain used
and now what have you got?
The Irish put us through our paces, so it's very good training ground for people. But you're ex-military, Smiler. Are you ex-military?
Most of what happened was fucking British Secret Service. Yeah, it wasn't fuck all to do with.
Listen,
most of it was British doing it to fucking British.
Yeah, they were.
And British doing it to fucking Irish. Most of it wasn't even the fucking IRA, you fucking idiot.
There's a lot of antagonism between both sides. Of course there was. It was an end, not an end to a means.
But Guinness turned out to be an informant for the fucking British government. There was the
You're ex-military yourself. Are you ex-military, Smiling? Am I right saying that? You're ex-military?
Yeah.
Good man. That's good man. So where did you go? What excursion did you go on behind enemy lines?
I don't talk about it.
Oh, you was in the SAS then?
No.
Or Andy McNabb. Would you let Andy McNabb, or would you let Andy McNabb take you out on a fucking ordnance survey course?
No.
He faked the book, didn't he?
Boy, listen, he was a tough old bastard. I like him.
Yeah, he faked that story in that book.
Big up Hank Middleton. He's been round the block a few times. And like he said, Who sung that at school, them hymns? He mentioned it the other day when he done that speech. When a knight won his spurs, right? What a song. What a song. We all sang it, no one understood it, but you make sense of it now. Same as the decline of Iran when it got thrown over. Don't get me wrong, we helped put that in place, and we helped displacement and all sorts of fucking things, right, to go with that. But I can't remember what's going to go with that now. But back in 1979, I remember watching World in Action with me dad, right? And I remember the fucking big new person who taken over saying, or not one of his people, or lieutenants, brigadiers, fucking Jerrys, whatever they are, right, saying, we can take Europe without raising the sword. I thought, fucking hell, what does that mean? And I never knew what that meant, but I understand what it stuck in my head because I didn't know what it meant. But it wasn't nothing I put any kind of focus in back then. I was growing up, I was young. The way the world was, I thought I got dealt a bad card, which in reality I may have done, may not have done. You stack the odds in your favour, it is what it is. Right, but now I understand what they were meant by that. And it's mad, isn't it? Because they've done it. They've achieved it. They've taken the West without raising the sword.
And do you think Islam came all of its own volition, PP? Or do you think there was a certain group of people who orchestrated the whole thing?
Of course there's a certain group of people who orchestrated it, but it ain't the
Who are
bloody
they?
Jews.
Who are they?
Not the Jews.
Oh, okay.
So the
Who was it
Jews,
then?
we blame the Jews.
Who
for...
was it then? Was it some
I don't know.
ragtag bunch of Christians?
Might have been the Ottoman tribe, right? The Ottoman tribe put the Jews back in Jerusalem. Maybe they had an ulterior motive. I don't know. Enlighten me.
Jews have been put back about 109 times.
100 and what, since 1945 or 1946?
Since 400 AD.
Oh, right. So we're really right. So now we're digging back. So in reality, in that time, whose was that land then?
It's very hard to correctly say who is indigenous to that land, PP, because a lot of time has passed. And when you, or if you were to blood test all of the Jews living there now claiming that land, you would probably find very few people are actually connected on that bloodline.
Well, that's speculation.
If any.
Again, that'd be speculation.
Well, it is speculation. Of course it's speculation. But the fact that they lived in Georgia, Poland and the Caucasus for the 1500 years before is kind of a clue, PP.
Bit of a wandering Jew, isn't it? It's like, so if they lived in Poland and many other countries, what's to say that many people from them countries are not Jewish?
Well, they claim
David
to be Jewish.
David Ben Gurion, the first Prime Minister of Israel, right?
Ben Gurion. I remember him.
Right, he actually wrote a book, and when he wrote the book, he actually said that the Palestinians have got the DNA of that country.
That's probably
not the Israelis, not the fucking Polish, yeah.
All right,
Ben
who were the
Gurion
Palestinian people then? What did he mean by that?
The people that lived in Palestine.
Which were?
The Palestinians.
What, like the Red Indians who lived in America? Like people like.
Well, Palestine was Palestine, yeah, under the Ottoman Empire, under the Roman Empire.
Under the Ottoman, let's go with the Ottoman because they were before the Roman. The Roman overtook the Ottoman. Right? Again, with the Ottoman Empire, look how it spread and the vastness. But this is what I don't like. We're being condoned for what we achieved, and yet we give people around this world and made so many countries habitable.
Wasn't the Ottoman Empire still around in the early 1900s?
Yeah, it was Angela. I was wondering where he was getting it from.
Like, was the British one it kind of thing that kind of, or not necessarily just the British one it
I
joined
think
the
they're
First World War?
Turkish, the Ottoman. I think they originate from Turkey, the Ottoman Empire. They absolutely hate the Cypriots. They conquered, was it Cyprus? Was it Cyprus? So yeah, they're from way back, the Ottoman Empire. They're still around today, the Ottoman Empire. I think they still got roots today.
The Roman Emperor, the Roman Empire was 27 BC.
Right.
Sorry.
Before Christ.
Yeah, but they remained until they went and murdered Jesus on behalf of the Jews. So
that was 27,000 years later. They must have done that. They're about 27,000 BC.
Right.
Then
And the Ottoman Empire came 1299 AD.
Yeah, I'm not about it all. So it begs the question: are you pro-Islam or against Islam? Islam's not a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against Islam. I know some very good Muslims who are understand a good way of life, and they live a good way of life, and they understand. They preach their own religion in their own country. You go in their restaurants, their wives come out with no face veils on. They serve you, they talk to you, they're very hospitality. They're very good friends, very good friends. So it's not about anti-Muslim. Don't misunderstand me. I'm about anti-terrorism being brought into this country with ideological views. And a lot of people who are Muslims are very scared of this as well. So it's not just a thing where you can call it Islamophobia, like a word. Where the fuck did that come from? Islamophobia. This is what people don't understand about psychology, right? You could call someone, right? I could say to someone, go on, fuck off, you white bastard. And they could say to me, oh, you're a black cunt, fuck off. Because they call me a black cunt, they could get arrested for that, but I can't get arrested for calling them a white bastard. Even though I'm not black, I'm just switching it around here, so there's no racist implications in what I say here. So, right? So what does that tell you about racism? It tells me that, oh, come on, you can't call that person a black person, right? He calls you a white person, but there's no offence in that. Right? I don't even think black people take offence, because I've got many black people who don't take offence. And now racism has been brought into this equation now to be put in this mixture of people, which it seems like you support. Vincent Vega, I'm a bit disappointed in you.
You got more yap. You got more yap than cow got cunt, haven't you?
Yeah. How have I disappointed you, PP? Can you put your finger on one thing?
I'm not reciting some.
Or are you just going to blather and tell me that
I'm going by my own worldly experience? My own worldly experience. That's what I'm going by.
I think me and Smiler are going to listen back to this live stream constantly to try and educate ourselves.
It's got to be, isn't it, Mickey? It got to be fucking on the powder, surely. You know, he only stops to chew. He only stops to fucking chew his jaw.
I am now, but I don't need any
Islam is not a fucking religion, you fucking idiot.
No, I know
Islam is an Islamic law. Yeah, it's their law.
Smiler, please let eyes on. Please, let's just mix this up a bit.
Yeah. Islamic law. Right.
Yes.
What is Islamic law? What is Islamic law then? Is that against
Let eyes on before PP absolutely decimates us, Smiler.
Well done, Smiler. Now we're going to talk about Islamic law. So it's not a religion, it's not an ideology, it's a fucking law.
Islam is an Islamic law, yeah.
Right. So what is
set out by some fucking fake prophet Muhammad.
Muhammad? Is he the geezer who shagged a 6-year-old and then married her and divorced her at 9 years old?
Allegedly, yeah.
Allegedly. It's in the fucking... Come on.
It's not in the Quran.
Are you Islamophobic, PP?
I'm not Islam, no. I'm not Islamophobe. Oh, come on. Now you're talking about the BBC. And
You told us
doctrine
10 minutes
and
ago,
like-
you know, lots
No,
of
I ain't.
lovely
I'm a
Muslims
realist.
whose wives
I'm a
come out without
realist.
face coverings and say hello to you.
Yes,
And serve
they're
you
ignorant.
food.
Yes,
Which
yes.
sounds a
And
little
they're
bit
good people.
elitist,
And they're
but
scared. They're scared of extremism, right? Extremism. So, and now he's just put the hammer right on the top of that now, as Smiler, by telling me it's not a religion, it's a law.
links their eyes.
So it's a law.
Hello?
I would stop on your head.
Hello?
I would stop on your head.
Very good. Thank you for contributing to this very sensitive subject.
That's quite enlightening. It's fucking, what is the time now? I'm getting hammered here. Right, absolutely hammered. And I've only just met this new bird. I got fucking thrown out by my old wife. I just met a new bird. I'm going to get thrown out of here tomorrow. I'm going to buy a new house. Well, I ain't got to buy that because I'll throw her out. But I don't really want to be doing that. But it's fucking 10 to 3 in the morning. So I've got to say, that was a breath of fresh air, that geezer there in the back. It was quite funny. So Islam is not a religion, it's a law. So
it's not really a law. It incorporates aspects of its own law system or legal system. It's a way of life.
It's a way.
There you go, eyes. I've put it in if that helps you.
I put it in once.
Yeah, I can
is
see
a way
it.
of life, right?
Yes, because he's called me Brock Vega.
Right.
Buddhism is a way of life, right?
Say again?
Buddhism is a way of life. Muslim is not a way of life. You just told me it's a law. I need to understand. Is it a way of life, Islam, or is it a law?
Muslim and Islam. That's what he said.
No, don't nitpick. I don't understand your doctrine, so I don't want to go down them roads and start nitpicking. But we're going to get on to
Do you know what doctrine means, PP? Do you understand what doctrine means?
No, I understand words what you talk about, Vincent.
Tell us what
understand the word.
doctrine means in its simplest form.
Yeah,
In its simplest form. In its simplest form. It
Yeah.
would be Smiler.
Oh, blimey. Well, doctrine means that
Doctrine
in
means
some
in a
way
hole. Putting things in a hole.
the
Putting it in a
message that is being given is inaccurate or subversive.
Subversive.
Yeah.
Now that's
But if Angela tells you something which is factual, that's not doctrine.
This is the thing with the English language and abbreviations and different.
Blimey, we're going to get a lesson on English language now.
No, come on, you're the master. You're the fucking.
Well, I'm struggling here, PP. You've got me on the ropes,
I bet
man.
you are. Of course I have.
You've got me on the ropes.
Of course I have. So I want to know law, right? Law. Islam is a law, right? You just stated that.
No, I didn't. I said Islam is a way of life. It incorporates aspects
Islam
which...
indoctrines people into extremism, right? There ain't all extremists, but many of them will be on that way.
But it also incorporates how to dress, how to feed, how to treat your neighbour, how to behave.
So does Christianity. So does Christianity.
It does, but we've lost Christianity, PP.
No,
This
we
is
ain't
the
lost
crucial
Christianity.
kicker.
No, we have not lost Christianity. You've lost Christianity.
When was the last time you went to church, PP?
Probably about 3 or 4 days ago.
Did you stay for the service? Did you pray?
I lit a candle
Did you
and prayed.
seek any penance
I
or
don't need
forgiveness?
guidance. I'm not here for guidance. I'm here for faith.
Well, there you
not
go then.
guidance.
You haven't got religion, have you?
Well, of course I have. Of course I have. I understand guidance. It's the faith. Without faith,
So what's your favourite Bible passage?
My favourite Bible passage. If a man slaps you in the face, then slap him back.
That's not what it means.
Reiterated that a little bit.
That's not what it means. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth in the Bible. It isn't on
He only said it because he remembered it from my live the other day.
Okay, no, I only found out the other day that's not actually what it means. I was quite surprised.
Oh, well, come on in, enlighten us.
I don't know. I just can't get back and find it. Hang on a minute. I'm just going through it. Bear with me.
Okay, no, big up, all right? But that is my favourite passage from it.
It doesn't work in court. Is that you, Eyes?
It don't work in court. No, it don't work in court.
Certainly is.
What are we under? We can go on to
Eyes, we've failed. We need you. You are our last line of defence. Go get him.
There's a lot of money and time into it.
Wait a minute. Listen, piss, cater, pee, right? Let's make us remind you very fucking carefully.
Who the fuck is this
Religion doesn't exist. Listen.
What a faggot.
Religion does not exist, right? Jesus Christ does not recognize religion. He rebukes it, right? Listen, I didn't care if you're fucking laughing, you fucking cunt, right? He rebukes it. He does not recognize religion. He does not recognize religion. You're just being a fucking cock end, man.
No, I'm not. What are you trying to talk to me? A drunken Welsh
Yeah, I'm telling you how it
who ain't
is.
got a fucking Danny about anything.
Airs and graces with me. I tell it how it is. You're being
You
a
tell it
fucking...
how is it? Tell me how it is.
Listen. You're being a fucking cunt.
I'm
Jesus
being a cunt.
does
Is
not
that with a
recognize
U or an A?
religion.
Is that you or an
Doesn't
A?
exist. You rebuked it.
Shut up, you naughty bum. You're a disgrace to the North-East, you are.
Yeah,
Right,
you're a
anyway,
fucking disgrace.
let's reiterate this. Why have we got some daft bastard on here?
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll have you shot dead. I'll get some people later and I'll have you gunned down. Yeah, only kidding.
Say again, Angela.
Nothing.
Say again.
Definitely.
Big up
Hey.
the North-East.
So good. Eyes,
Yeah.
behave.
But come on, it's worth a debate, isn't it? But if you can't debate with people and you have to go to very low, diabolical,
Well, I've just told you
that's a sign of loss, isn't it? That is a very good sign of loss.
I've just told you what the truth is, Piscator P.
Pissgate. Do you know what pissgate? Enlighten me. What does pissgate mean? Pissgate. Where would that come from? That word. Piss, piss, Pisces. What does that mean?
Anyway, thanks for letting us up, Smiler. I'm gone.
Go on, you go on there. Get another beer. Get some of that new key. Get that new key brown out down your neck. It's good for you, son. Get it down your Gregory, boy. Right, and go and educate yourself. Is that all you got, Smiler? Fucking hell. But he is funny. Oh, listen, he's funny. He's a breath of fresh air. In all honesty, tonight, he's a breath of fresh air. Right, but what I'm ascertaining from all this conversation is Islam is a good thing and it should be indoctrinated into the UK. That's what I'm getting from this panel.
Indoctrinated.
How would you strategize the indoctrinating?
I don't know. You tell me. Coming over in illegal boats and landing on the shore and putting them in hotels. That's a good way of indoctrinating people and putting them in areas and building new houses and leaving people on the streets starving, hungry, begging for money, and new people who come here. And the word illegal, like you called out earlier, can get it all for fuck all. That's indoctrinating.
Are you not aware of the possibility that those starving, hungry people on the streets could get off the jobless fucking arses and go and work and feed themselves and house themselves?
Yeah, but maybe we wouldn't. Some underlying
maybe we wouldn't have the impetus to import a workforce then.
Now, Vincent,
don't use big words, Vincent. He won't be able to pronounce them.
Oh, I can pronounce the big words. Don't worry about your big words and your fucking English. Right,
he's trying to indoctrinate me, Smiler.
You just enlightened me there onto everything there. Well done, Vincent, with that. So, what would you say about them people being on the streets, especially ex-military people living on the streets with fuck all that some
alcoholics, drug addicts, violent, usually on the street because the families can't even stick them.
By choice, because they can't handle living in a house.
Do you think they're all innocent people that just ended up on the street?
Illegally, and then stabbing people and creating their own sexual innuendos.
Now who's the racist?
Not the Jewish. right? We're going by not BBC facts, but these are facts not in the mainstream media, but these are facts brought to you by people who ain't in the mainstream media, what's really fucking going on, right? Not middle-class fucking puffs who are living somewhere in fucking Wiltshire and fucking Penryn, you know what I mean?
Have you got? I don't live in
South
Penryn.
Leicestershire, I describe it
Where
as.
do you get I live in Penryn from?
You told me you did, right? I've got mates in Penryn who you said you knew, and you said, yeah, God bless. The tattoo guy I was on about, Bob, has just passed away, so I will say, God bless Bob from Falmouth, the tattoo man who lived in Penryn.
I wouldn't argue with the puff bit, but the middle class is not really described.
I haven't lived in Penryn for 30 years.
Yeah, it's mad how tiny, he was a big guy, like passed away. You got Dave that's down there, 10 minus these people, like absolutely losing. Dave used to take anything and everything. He's still alive, but I ain't seen them for over 30 years. But big up Penryn and that. Smile, I
haven't lived in Shagtown for fucking 30 years.
Well, Penryn weren't a Shagtown, Falmouth was. Fucking hell, mate.
No, Penryn's nickname is Shagtown. Right? Because of the shags, the birds, the cormorants, yeah? Shagtown, that was what it was called.
Yeah. That was it, mate. I've got to say, from London, I used to go down there because I used to go down there seeing my mate's uncle and all that. And I loved it down there. I really did think I'd end up in Cornwall, Falmouth, but I ended up in fucking Leeds. I don't know what went wrong there. I don't know if I took the wrong junction off the fucking motorway or something, but big up Leeds. I love Leeds. And let me tell you something, I never changed nothing about it, mate. But big up Leeds. I love that town, city.
How long have you been homophobic, Poopy?
Homophobic? What are you saying? I'm gay now. Many years.
No. You said me and Smiler were a pair of puffs.
Well, you sound a little bit puffy. You do. You said I'm not. You just said you didn't. You said I'm not going to argue about being a puff. So I thought, oh my god, I
was on about Smiler.
I didn't mean it offensive, but if you are, you are. And big up love, mate. Love can be found in all corners.
Thank you for your acceptance, PP.
You're all right. You're all right.
It's been difficult throughout my whole life.
Is it? How did you come out of closet? Was you bold?
Well, I haven't. Or? It's a secret that I've had to hold close to my heart for many, many years. But, you know, a wizened old gentleman like yourself is just extracting the real me. That's what it is.
Well done. So, what we've ascertained tonight is Israel is good and Vincent Vega is a puff. Well,
you're the only one that's saying
one or more of those statements is true.
You're the only one that's saying Islam is good. Nobody else says Islam's good.
No, you told me.
You're the only one that Islam is good.
You told me Islam is a law.
Yeah, and it's on the screen, the Islamic law.
No, you told me Islam is a law.
It's a law.
Well, Sharia translates to law. So, Sharia, how do you want to
in itself, but
understand
it is a law. But what would you rather live? Where would you rather live? In Iran or Israel? Where would you rather live?
I think I'd live in Iran.
I would live in Iran.
Really? You would live in Iran? What about Qatar? Would you live in Qatar?
No, I've never really fancied it.
I got Qatar. I got Qatar on my chest.
Qatar is the biggest investment they've ever had out there in many years. So Qatar's beautiful. They didn't like me very much out there, but it is what it is. What about?
No, it's not at the moment because Iran have bombed the shit out of it at the moment, so it ain't looking too good at the moment.
Bomb around. But I think we should have got involved with that. We should have flattened them, mate. Well, I don't believe in any control over any people. Well, I don't believe in that control, and that should be the Persian people's land. Well, that's who lived there, the Persians. And give it back to the Persians.
What do you honestly think Donald Trump did the right thing? Do you think Donald Trump did the right thing?
Bomb around. Go on.
Do you think that Donald Trump did the right thing going in there, yeah?
Fucking right I do. Why
So
should
do you
they
think-
dictate? Why should they dictate an old people? And Matt, listen, what people's got to understand here, right, is nuclear capabilities.
There weren't any because he
There
dealt with
ain't
them last
any.
year.
There ain't none. There ain't none.
No, because he did that last year allegedly, didn't he?
Allegedly, like Tony Blair did to Iraq. Now that was an illegal war. What he done to fucking Saddam Hussein.
Well, there was record and there is records and there was records that he did up until
No, there wasn't.
1998.
No, there wasn't. Dr. David Kelly hung himself. No, he didn't hang himself. He was a doctor of medicine. This doctor, very good friend of Tony Blair, a doctor of medicine who got forced into saying things that wasn't true, and then went over the woods and killed himself in the woods in a way which was very inhumane. Especially for someone who's a doctor of medicine, he could have OD'd himself.
But you're speaking about the after effect, aren't you, there? What I'm talking about is actually the build-up where up until 1998, 97, 98, Iran did have weapons of mass destruction.
Where are they now then?
Well, there you go then. Where are they?
They expired. They've expired.
No, that's
there
the
you
point.
go.
When
So what you've got to say is, right, the quality of life, listen, let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something. No, let me finish.
No, let me finish then.
I apologise.
Right, so that is when they stopped working with the UN at that time.
Who stopped working with the UN?
Iraq.
Iraq?
Yeah.
Yeah, they never had weapons. They didn't have weapons of mass destruction.
They had weapons of mass destruction. Oh my God, I'll fucking, do you know what? I'll fucking bring it now.
No, they didn't. Saddam Hussein bowed over to every law we threw at him, and we kept throwing them and throwing. Tony Blair and Bush done that to him, and threw him, and he abided, and they fucking killed him. Right? He had no weapons of mass destruction.
He had something with the United Nations since the first Gulf War, yeah?
Yep.
And that was to do with weapons of mass destruction back then, and he had to sign a treaty.
Allegedly. Yep.
No, it's true.
It's not true. They didn't
I'm bringing it up now. Wait.
So where did we find it? We found nothing to do or any evidence. And
that's
the doctor,
exactly.
Kelly, killed himself. Right, a man, a family man, got murdered, should I say. He got murdered, right, rather than him spill the beans, right? Tony Blair fucked up there. He should be in. Where's Tony Blair now? He lives in Israel, doesn't he?
No,
right, Angela. Angela.
Wow.
Angela, right? See, what people don't realise there is a weapon of mass destruction doesn't have to be a nuclear capable bomb, right? A weapon of mass destruction can also
be a biological. What you mean, like the
biological weapon,
was released in
right?
2020? Of course, it can.
Right.
I understand
Which is between 1980 and 1991, Iran had weapons of mass destruction. Right? Iraq side, yeah. And they used it against the Kurds, yeah. And it was called the Halabaji massacre of 1988.
Well,
yeah,
that's wrong.
Which
Well,
they
that's
killed. Which they killed up to 5,000 people, yeah, with biological weapons.
Well, listen, in World War I and World War II, my granddad suffered through many a times getting gas poison. He got malaria. He was fucking shell-shook and deaf in both fucking ears.
My daughter's dad died in Iraq. My daughter's dad died in Iraq, yeah? So don't say it was an illegal war.
That was 1989. They used it then. They didn't have none when we went in there. They never had none when we went in. It's like you lot back this Labour government. Is it the free handouts? Let me tell you something. These free handouts will not last forever. They will not last forever. Our income tax now does not even cover the benefit bill. Right, we're in fucking socialist territories. And when it means socialist, these cunts won't give up none of their wealth. They will take whatever wealth anyone else has got and share it amongst people. And there ain't a lot of wealth to share amongst people because everyone's fucking up in this country.
Well, do you know that if you did the you know what? If you did the investigation, then I could sit here and I could believe everything I'm told. I could believe everything that Smiley says. I could believe everything that's being put on GB News. I could believe it all.
Tell me about Dr. David Kelly then. What happened to Dr. David Kelly?
No, hang on a minute, because you're going, that's what I'm saying, you're going to after the fact. and you're
I'm
not listening
going
to what
after the
happened before.
fact. I'm talking about we went in there
What
to
happened to my
discover
daughter's
nuclear
dad then?
fucking weapons and weapons
What
of mass
happened to my daughter's?
destruction.
What happened to my daughter's dad?
Biological weapons. There weren't none. There weren't none. It was lies.
No.
Dr. David Kelly paid the price for backing up his mate, and his mate turned on him.
My daughter's dad paid the price, BB. He died
God
in
bless
Iraq.
him.
You know
God
what?
bless
He
him.
did not
God bless
die
him.
fighting an illegal war because he had, before then, he had weapons of mass destruction up until 1998, where he stopped cooperating with the United Nations.
I am Nixie love.
So he should have used them against the United Nations, shouldn't he? Not against the Kurdish people, because that's more Turkish, Ottoman Empire and the Kurds. That goes back years and years and years. So we're going back years now. Now we're getting Iraq, which is, there is a generic there, I will give you that. But it's very historical, isn't it? Very historical. But then, from 1989, they had weapons of mass destruction. But we went in there, not long after. 1990, we went in, 1990, 1991, and 1995. And then we had Dr. David Kelly, who killed himself. Why did he die? Why did he die? A doctor of medicine took himself in the woods with a good family, a good life, and just topped himself in an inhumane way. Very much a statement. It's like a fucking criminal execution.
It is, Matt. He's being very loud, Matt. He's being very loud.
Who's being loud?
Dave.
Oh, I can sense it.
Where is Dave? I can't hear him.
Spikiness now in the chat. He's there next to you.
Oh, Dave, yeah, he's quiet and he's muted up. But it's a mad old thing. But all I believe in a way of life what works. And I think that what we're doing now, we're changing something. Could it be a phoenix out the fire coming from what's going to happen? Because what's happening now is unsustainable. It is long-term unsustainable.
So do you know actually how many people have been returned in the last 12 months?
The land being... Who owns the land in England? I asked that earlier. Who owns all the land in England?
I told you the Crown.
The Clan? Who's the Clan?
The Crown.
The Crown, yeah, the Crown, which is... That's the Church of England, which is under the guise, which is... I wouldn't even call him King Charles, but... Yeah, the Crown. What about Denmark? Denmark have got a lot. Denmark. Or don't you know about that?
The Crown is nothing to do with the Church of England, PP.
The Crown. The Crown is our... All right, then. The Crown is our royal family, right?
Yeah.
Our royal family is the head of the Church of England.
Next
Right, because the Church of fucking England...
let's turn you up.
Henry the fucking VIII, so of course it is. Of course it fucking is.
It's a bit of a tenuous link you've got there, PP. I'm going to
It's
have
not
to
a
say
tenuous link,
no.
it's a very genetic link, but I'm not putting any complexities into the equation.
No, yeah, I
It's summing it
can
up in a very
back you
direct
up there.
way.
You are adding no complexities, PP.
Well, no, you're adding complexities to words that don't need it, Vincent, which tells me you're very much BBC in what you
So,
do.
yeah, I am completely intoxicated by the BBC, as you said earlier.
Intoxicated.
So,
Desecrated,
what's your
I say, or
solution then?
defecated.
You've made a lot of filibustering now. What's your solution to the problem, PP?
I don't know.
How do we
how to
fix it?
facilitate
How do we fix it?
I don't know. How would we do that?
Come on, the clues are there. Get rid of all the Africans. Get rid of all the Muslims. Get rid of all the Middle Easterns. Get rid of all of them. Keep a few Australians to work in the bars. That'll do it. Job done.
Like we all tonight, sitting on a computer channel, arguing amongst ourselves, sitting indoors, living on handouts, although I don't do that. Right, but I ain't got nothing to do.
Well, you speak for yourself, because I don't live on handouts.
Sitting indoors doing fuck all and thinking, yeah, this is brilliant, this is.
Yeah,
right.
but you wanted the government to help them lazy bastards earlier. You were crying about the homeless. They're poor people on the streets. Why don't we help them? Because they're bone fucking idle, PP. Because they are non fucking contributing members of society. That's why, PP.
Yeah, or maybe I did, I don't know. Maybe I was lost myself with a lure. I don't know. Right, but I think the Jews, big up the Jews. I love the Jews, mate.
Big up the Jews.
Big up Israel. Big up Israel. And Israel should have its own country.
Every home should have one.
And big up the Jews. Big up the 4B2s.
Yep.
Right. So you want to go into uncharted territory now with a liberalistic view that everything's going to be very, very fine. We ain't a conservative. I'm being very conservative.
No,
saying
that's
that
right. I'm as liberal can be.
I like liberal. Liberal is good in humanitarian terms.
Define liberal for us,
Common sense. Common sense.
In its purest form, define liberal for us, please.
Define liberal. It is sharing things amongst people.
Sharing is caring.
Non-judgmental.
Yeah.
Right? But then you can't share what you ain't got. You can't borrow and keep borrowing. Would you, like, I live at your house then. I'm a smackhead. I live at your house.
You can fuck off if you think you're coming to my house, PP.
I want £100 a day off you, Vincent, and you're going to go, all right, I'm very liberal, I'll give you £100 a day. How long could you sustain that for?
You're spending more than £100 a day on
Forever. Have you not seen Vega Towers?
No room at the inn.
It pays more now for it. Pays more now for staff. He pays more now for staff.
Oh right. Is it another YouTube like philosopher, like a fucking not philosophy, another YouTube fucking bit of bullshit?
Get it
bullshit? Is it another bit of that? The Vincent Vega coming in. Show me Vincent Vega Towers.
Yep.
Who walks among Trump. So what are you going to do, Vincent, when they take all that money off you and share it amongst all the
How are they going to
people?
take money off people?
Well, they might digitalise everything.
Is this your dark hope that those who have worked all of their lives will be punished and all the money will be shared out amongst the work-shy fucking bums of society?
Well,
is this a dark wish of yours, people?
Yeah, I think it's projection.
Well, it doesn't work like that. You know that, don't you, PP?
Well, okay, being someone who's worked all their life, and I've got to somewhere where I've got now through working all my life and investing in things, I wouldn't say that is the true case.
Okay, so if you're such a successful, wealthy businessman, why are you threatening me with having all of my hard work taken away from me?
Because you ain't got none.
I'm predicting you haven't.
Good man, good man. Well, I've been...
It doesn't matter. I don't sit here telling people how successful I don't think I'm very successful at all. I think if I'd tried, I could have done very well. But I didn't. I'm bone idle. But it did work my whole life, PP. And how is the government, the establishment, or some kind of ragtag group of people with flaming torches going to remove wealth from those who worked hard for it their entire life? How's that going to happen, people? It's never happened in history. You know that, don't you?
It's never happened to you. Of course it hasn't. Well, it has in certain aspects of things.
Oh, in very small cases, and that has been reversed very, very quickly.
It changed the currency of things from a gold base.
Why don't you, rather than encouraging people to go and steal what they want, why don't you encourage them to work for what they have? You know those homeless people that you were crying about earlier? Why don't you go and tell them to get a fucking job? Stop drinking. Stop trying to bum the fucking family dog when everyone's out. Why don't you suggest that to them?
Alcohol's banned from a lot of the people in the country. Don't drink. I don't know about weed, if they can smoke weed or not. I don't know. I don't know a lot about it.
I don't understand people who cry about homeless people, PP.
I don't cry about homeless people. I don't want to see
homeless earlier. You gave the right sob story about homeless people.
Well, I did, because people from this country who fought for this country are living on the fucking street. And if you ain't got that round anywhere you live, then you need to get out more and talk to them.
Why don't they fight for themselves
then?
An
understanding of it and what went wrong. Before we can fix anyone else's problems, we need to fix our own at home. Right,
with
but
money,
we ain't got a problem at home.
Just throw in money at problems, solve them,
PP. We're creating a problem. We are creating
just throw in money at problems, solve them, PP.
That's what?
Just throw in money at problems, solve them.
I'll say money in the right infrastructure will solve a problem, yeah. If you put that money to good use, it can work. What, you don't think
Of
that could
course.
work? It could
We have
solve
so
the
many
problem.
proven examples, don't we? Look at the
Well,
welfare
like
fucking
what?
bill. Look at the benefits system.
Well, look at
You
it.
know?
Look at it. You lot came off it.
Is it failing or is it succeeding?
It's failing. It's
It's
absolutely
failing. Well, that's 33 fucking billion we throw at that PP before you even get me onto social housing and all the mental health counselling that they fucking need.
You're the only person on this panel, PP, that is on fucking benefits, you fucking dickhead.
Changes tack every
me,
2
I'm on
fucking
benefits.
seconds, Smiler.
I'm on benefits, mate. Fucking hell. Big up
Well,
benefits.
you're saying that we're all on benefits when every single one of us is fucking working.
I'm not working, but I don't
Every
need to.
single one of you.
Yeah, but you don't have to work. You're a fucking rich bitch.
None of you lot. Let me put it in perspective. Right? None of you lot, all you lot are shy to let anyone know who you really are. Right? Which tells me that you're a no-mark because you're scared to let people know who you are in case people troll you. But you should be proud of who you are. And those who subside to people who might troll, I ain't letting no one know who I am.
PP, let me remind you, you are afforded the same luxury. You are a mystery to us here.
A mystery? A mystery?
Everybody knows what I do for a living.
What do you do for a living? What do you do for a living, Smiler?
I do merch.
Tin miner? Mechanic?
I do merch, yeah, and also I do merch and I do diagnostics on vehicles.
Right, George,
Yeah.
let's talk
I
about vehicles.
retired.
I love
I
vehicles.
retired.
Right, now
I
we're talking
retired.
about something I know about. So by that, you're mechanically minded.
Might be. I had a garage for 35 years.
Well done, well done. What do you think of that? What do you think about that Jake brake being banned in America? Why did they ban that and all?
Don't know. You tell me.
You're a mechanic. All right. What do you think about the two-stroke diesel engine? Like what? Detroit?
Can I welcome Nixie to the panel, please?
Yeah, hello, Nixie.
I've got a two-stroke. I'm sorry.
Nixie, you're muted.
Hello.
How you doing, Nixie?
I'm all right. Big up, PP.
Turn my fiance up a little bit, please, Smiler.
I've turned her up full blast.
Oh, big up the love. Big some Vegas fan loving Nixie. Big up,
Gypsy Dave, is he still awake?
Dad's got a purpose. He has got a purpose. He's always a positive.
Order. I'm here to bring some order. Okay. Right, guys. What we need to do is we need to get to a place where we can agree on certain things rather than argue ad homs. There's got to be, we all agree that the country's fucked.
Yeah.
The country's fucked. We've got to stop with the ad homs, though. We've got to stop,
This man here, he thinks he can fix it all.
Yeah, big up PP, though. I like PP. Do you know the funny story? This is how me and PP met. We met this way, but Smiler.
We did, yes. Right. But the country can't be fixed this way. This is a misinterpretation of things. The country's fucked, mate. Absolutely fucked. I think the whole West is fucked. And why? That's the question. Why is it fucked?
Because of all the Africans and the Muslims. Told you,
No,
Ted.
hang on,
Told you.
Vega.
5
Vega,
minutes into this
Vega.
conversation,
That would be
PP.
Vega, that would be you.
I'm
Or are you
willingly
not identified
going.
as black anymore?
I'm willingly going back to Africa.
I think I've said it in the first 5 minutes of this live.
I have a diamond mine that needs my attention.
I'm just navigating.
Oh, well, now, I love you even more.
It's so tight, I can't park nowhere because I've got no
Girl's best
fucking
friend.
land. So I'm bouncing off my cars. Oh no,
But
I've only
isn't it
got
funny,
one car.
PP? This is how we met, weren't it?
It
You're
is,
like,
Dixie. Sorry, I'm having a wee and I'm outside. But yeah, it
Beautiful.
was Dixie.
yeah, it was.
beautiful.
But
I tell you what a beautiful
we
night.
can have a
Oh, look
laugh
at them
about it,
stars.
can't we? We can have a
Of
laugh.
course we can.
I go, you Tommy. I'd always pop back because I wasn't over on the dark side then, and I'd pop over and see you and leave a message. But yeah, we've got to try and get to a place where we can do it. And listen, we need to unite on fucking shit because we ain't got much time left. Do you know what I mean?
You can't, Nixie, you can't educate pork. And, you know,
come on,
I've
Smile,
done
we
more.
can't. Listen, we've got to get away from calling
Nixie's
people
left an
names.
innuendo is the question.
We've got to
why
get
ain't
away
we got
from
much
the name
time left?
calling.
Why?
We've got to get away from
You
that.
can't educate pork.
Look,
This
when
guy,
I start going live, right, I'm going to get people inside, trust me.
Nixie, he don't even know what the Talmud is, but loves Israel, loves the Jews, don't know what the Talmud is, don't know what the Sanhedrin is, don't know what the Nidder is.
So then we need to do it like
Let me
bit by
tell
bit
you, I
then.
know
Let's do it
exactly
bit
what
by
they
bit.
are, but I don't want to sit here and educate you on it because you already know what they are. 'Cause you
PP, I'm
sat
going
there
to
and
start.
read it.
Okay, right, you'll come to my lives, won't you? Right, on my yellow channel, you sub.
I will. I think I'm subbed. You've got bloody pink, yellow, blue. I don't know if I'm subbed. And notifications are something I don't really get.
Come on, there's
I only
no
got
need
this
for that,
tonight 'cause
though,
Lammy
is
told
there?
me.
There ain't need for that. Let's get away from that bullshit. There's no
Right.
need for that. That's what I want to try and get away from. Like, just because if we disagree to name call, do you know what I mean? We've got to try and get away from that. Let's try and... We need to try and get...
Concept on building a better Britain, but no one can answer a direction. Everyone's got so much to say about something, but no one's got any input into how could we make it better. Vincent Vega, how can we make it better?
Well, we don't need to make it better. It used to be better. We just need to
Yeah,
return
but it's
to those
unsustainable.
values.
It's
Of course it's not.
unsustainable.
When all those Africans are gone, all the stabbings, all the stabbings and all the violent crime is all but sort of wiped out.
You, Vega.
So
I'm
Vincent
going,
Vega is
I'm
a
going,
black-
don't
is a
worry.
black geezer.
And then we get rid of all the
Listen,
muzzies,
you get with
and
Mike
there's your
Clout.
other problem sorted.
I got my mate.
No
Clout,
more
he's a
housing
black guy.
crisis.
You'll
You'll be half the time in the fucking dole office. You will, PP, every 2 weeks.
Oh,
But the line will be half the size.
I give up. I'm
I need
jumping
a
off.
thick note.
Guys,
Pick up the
I'm going to
thick
jump
note.
off. But listen, look out. This is really, I'm going to get my yellow channel sorted and we're going to start going live there. And,
You've upset my future wife now, PP.
oh no, I love PP. Listen, nothing but love. I love you all.
Casanova. You're a Casanova, mate. You'll
Yes,
be able to win her over.
Justice. Big up. Yay. Guys.
Justin. How can a man be called Justin? That must be... Pick up the name Justin.
Justice rising. Right, guys, I'm going to jump off.
Just
Right.
inside. Big up love. Big up love.
Wait, big up PP all day long. Do you know what, right? Can I just say to you, PP was the first one, when I came to the dark side, he was defending me over that fucking Begland, and I will always appreciate that. Thank you. Big up.
Yeah, always, girl. All right.
Yeah.
And big up Nixie.
Eh?
Sorry, I feel like.
Oh,
Big up
yeah,
Nixie.
sorry.
All right, yeah,
Big up.
you're
No, yeah,
covered,
thank
though.
you. Yeah. Like, but I'm going to go. But before we go, we just need to try and like unite. Like, we all agree that the country's in shit. There's an agenda going on. We can all agree that. Yeah.
Yes.
They've opened the borders. There's, they're playing some tomfoolery going on. We can all agree on that. We can all agree we don't like the way it's going. We can all agree we need to fucking unite on the things we do agree on. Do you know what I mean? And then, yeah. Go from there, because otherwise, you know what? It's just like, I think I started coming to the political side. 2018. Those same channels are still talking about the same damn thing. Yeah, round and round in circles. Ain't getting us nowhere. We've got a few years left, or we are fucked unless we unite. That's the only weapon that we have against those scumbags. But big up all of you, and I see somebody's learnt a new word today. I hope my tonality's all right. By the way, that is actually a word. Check it up in the OED. So I'm not talking to you guys, just talking to some idiot in the chat.
Yeah, Justice.
Big up Justice and Unsub and all the good ones. Yeah, take it easy, guys. Yeah, nice to meet you, Angela. Bye.
Take care, bye.
Nixie, God bless, darling. Big up Nixie.
See you, Nixie.
So, I'll tell you
Morning,
what I've got
John
now,
boy.
Smile. I've got a problem going on. I've got an engine I've built, and I've set it, right, with a 0.2, all right, of valve clearance. Now, if I set the lash of that valve with the engine not started, they're going to hit that piston. But I've only got a clearance of that piston by fucking fractions of a millimetre or an inch. We go to inch, like I'm doing 0,
You've got
0.
the engine specs, PP.
How would I do that? What do you mean, what my engine
Well, you
specs?
need to source the engine specs.
The
And then
source
you can
engine
use
spec, what?
shims if you're struggling. I'm going to answer Smiler's questions for him.
Shim, what am I going to shim? What, you mean the thrust
You're going to
bearing?
shim whatever you need a little bit of shim on.
No, lash. What is
Shim
lash?
on, motherfucker.
Come on, lash. I want to talk about valve lash. I don't want to get them overlapping. You always get a bit of overlap, but we've got to talk about tolerance.
What engine is it?
It's a 5.7.
What manufacturer? What engine is it?
Small block General Motors.
And you've not got the specs on it, and you're trying to completely rebuild it.
Well, of course I've got the specs, but
can't do it by IPP. I'm going to pass this over to my mechanic, my expert on this subject, Smiler.
Go on, Smiler. Help me out with this. Help me out with these tolerances. All right? I can't set that valve lash with the engine cold. If I set it with the engine cold, when they heat up, the valves are going to hit the pistons. How can I get round that?
Because there's a fucking cold setting and a hot setting.
And if you had the specs, you'd know that.
What do you mean the specs? What
the
specs do you
specification
want?
for the engine.
cold setting and the hard spec. All right.
There's a cold setting. There's a cold setting for every engine, and there's a hot setting for every engine.
Well,
what adjustment are on top of the valves?
Well, lash. What is lash? How do I adjust the lash? What is lash? What do I mean by that?
I would assume lash is the tolerance.
You would know. It has got a bit of a tolerance, but not. It ain't really.
So how did you know to space it to 1.2 in the first place? Where did you get that info from?
To precision. It's called precision engineering.
Yeah.
Let me get another drink. Let me go out to my car. Right?
But each port will have a different level of precision.
There's no port. I'm talking about the valves.
Yeah.
But the valve, they're going to come down with a camshaft. There's an overhead cam.
Of course. Do you think you take one setting and do the whole run?
Well, what is the difference? All right, then, what is the difference between an overhead cam and valves on the top of the cylinder, but push rods coming from the bottom of the engine?
I'm going to pass you over to my mechanic.
Crankshaft.
Right, anyway,
crankshaft controlled, right? But you know, your valve lash is easy to fucking set, yeah. Unless you got hydraulic.
Hydraulic lifters, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, you'd only have lifters in the bottom cam. You have followers in the top overhead cam, proper overhead cam. You won't have lifters, but you would know that, wouldn't you?
Yeah. So are they on bucket? Are they on bucket? Are they on bucket? Or are they buckets or bolt and screw?
Yeah,
not
that's the one,
unscrew.
mate. Big up.
So they're not unscrew.
Big up, fucking precision.
Yeah, so you just set them at cold tolerance.
Yeah, but I can't set them at a cold tolerance because the engines swell. If I set them at a cold tolerance with that much clearance, right, when it gets hot.
Well, you only want to set them at cold tolerance. Then run the engine up.
No, you don't.
Run the engine up.
Allow the lash. There is no lash. Right, let the valves lash. Right, let them open up. Let them open just by a fracture, and you won't hit the cylinders. If someone set the valves, you can't set them. Yeah.
Dafter in the chat is predicting that if it's hydraulic, then you shouldn't have to set your gaps in the first place. The hydraulics will deal with that.
Well, hydraulics will, yeah.
It's your lifters. That's your lifters.
The old compound valve engine.
It's a very odd concept. But anyway, big up engineering. I'm not going to get no answer to it. I have to work it out myself.
Well, we're giving you kind of answers, but we're trying to get more information from you to possibly get on the right track. Why haven't you got the spec sheet for the engine?
Well, the engine, I've got a spec sheet for the engine.
What engine is it? What engine is it?
It's a Chevy, a small block Chevy, 5.7 litre.
Okay, now what, from a World War II tank?
It took me a Vauxhall Manara. A Vauxhall Manara.
Me, man.
A Vauxhall
A
Manara.
5.7 Chevrolet engine.
Yeah.
Is it a bus engine? What is it? What's it from?
Small block.
Small block, yeah.
Small block V8.
What, 5.7?
Yeah.
Fucking hell. That's an old engine then, it has to be.
Very old. Oh, it's very old. Do you know, it's even got plywood, you know, where you'd understand this, where your induction comes in between your cylinders in the valley, right? It's even got plywood. That's how old it is to do the induction.
Plywood. Wow.
Yes.
That might be an aftermarket.
Well, it isn't that old, because if it was before the 1990s, then it would have hydraulic lifters in it.
Well,
anything
ain't got hydraulic lifters in them.
anything prior to 1990, that's including the 350 Vortec engine. Right, we stopped playing around with small blocks, and we used to put the fucking Daimler engine in.
Daimler, what's that? Is that the big block?
Yeah, Daimler V8.
That's a 40, 50-year-old.
But you're talking cast iron. We're talking aluminium. I used to build 30. I used to build 32Bs.
Well done. Because now I need some help. So I've got something which is a 5.7 litre. What would that equate to in cubic centimetres?
350.
I just told it.
Don't ask me how I know.
I just told him it's 350.
Did you? I didn't hear that.
350cc engine.
Well, that's what it would be standard. That's what it would be standard unless you bored it out.
Yeah.
Or unless you polished and ported it.
Okay. So I've got a 350.
If it's a small block, yes.
I've got a 350 engine. Right. So I've got a 350cc engine out of 5.7. So what would equate to, say, a 1.8 litre, right? What would that be in cubic centimetres? Cubic inches, sorry. Come on, get into it.
Beautiful litre.
Cubic inches. Come on, you can convert that. Fucking, where's the education gone?
I'm going to pass you over to my mechanic, Smiler.
As much as it's delightful,
is 100 cubic centimetres. Is 100 cubic centimetres is 1.8. Right, so a 1.8 litre. Where do they get the 1.8 litre from?
From the 1/800 cubic inches. So whatever capacity of the engine is.
Oh my God.
It is. You are right there, Vincent. Yeah. You are right in certain aspects of things.
Well, in all aspects. A 2-litre engine is a 2.0. It's not
it'd
hard.
be 2 litres to fill the 4 cylinders.
I think I worked that would be about 110.
But if you stroke, now this would be one for you guys. You know about big blocks, small blocks.
Are you a mechanic, PP? Are you mechanically minded or are you mechanically trained?
Trained. I do cars. That's what I do for a living.
Yeah, so much respect for a mechanic. Something I can never grasp, cars. I drive them a lot, but not fixing them.
Plug them in and say, yeah, your head gasket's gone, yeah, your fucking coal pack's gone, and I'll tell you off this 100 quid. No, I don't really. I don't. I try and help people. Man. It's good. No good money. Not charge. You know, you can earn good money, not charging money.
What engine is the 5.7 going back into? What car, rather, is the 5.7 going into?
What car is it? It's going into a Land Rover.
500.
Into a Land Rover.
It's a diesel engine. It's a diesel engine. Come on, Ted, come boy.
Why don't you just put an RM4 in it? Or even better,
third of the complicity.
Well, that's a Mercedes. That's a Mercedes engine I'm in for.
Or even put a Cummins. Or even put a Cummins in it. Why don't you just put a Cummins in it?
Now we're getting on to Cummins. Now Cummins was the man who invented the Jake brake. Right, now the Jake brake, for anyone who knows mechanics.
Just take a Cummins out of a Leyland DAF. That's what most people do.
Yeah, well, Cummins, they build engines for it, same as Perkins.
Got a
Perkins is a
Leyland
very
Daft.
good
He wants
engine.
a Leyland Daft.
Yeah, Andrew's got a
Very good
Leyland
engines,
Daft.
Cummins. Do you know what Cummins fucked up on, though? They put, you know, you lifters, what we talked about earlier, or your push rods, they had the push rods. And they put the push rods, the cup from the push rods, before they used to be like a little bowl where they'd retain oil, and they turned it the other way around. So when your cams hit that push rod, there was no oil there. So you're starting up every day on a dry start. And years down, not even years, not even, I'd say 30 pounds a mile, you're getting banging, like the top engines like knocking. Way around that. Very, very stupidity. This is what I mean about mechanics, even in engineering. Everything today is built to fail. Nothing is going to last a very long time. That's why I've got an old engine built by a Japanese manufacturer. It's in the same car. I've had it for years. It's coming up to like 300,000 K now, and it still drives and pulls like a fucking train. And I'd never change that engine. But don't get me wrong, got plenty of modern day cars here. Skoda, Fiesta, Volkswagen Polo, Golf, and every one of them, they're all new motors. They've all had problems. Every one of them's had problems.
Oh, my daughter's car.
Sorry if I'm told I'm sitting
out,
outside, I can't go in the house no more. I'm getting slung out, it's late.
And then just down in there, it's been lovely talking, but this topic is just not my kind of topic. Because
no, it's not yours. Where are you from anyway, darling? I love that accent. Where's that accent from?
Derbyshire.
Derby, oh, big up Derby. I don't know, I used to go to the Peak District.
That's where we are.
I've done a lot of time on the Peak District. Yes, beautiful place.
Like in between like Derby and Ashbourne, that's where we are.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's all right. Okay, it's a lot of fun. And yeah. However, if anyone wants a Leyland Daft for scrap, then let me know. Or they can do it up wherever they want. More than welcome to horse box. Holds free. It's got what do you call it? Opposite shift. What's it called? Automatic gears. It's got hot and cold shower for people. Day living. No, it's got night living and everything. It's quite good. It's all good. It's got electrics and everything. And yeah, so let me know. Hit me up.
Listen, that's an asset. I wouldn't sell that. I'd keep that.
Is it still running, Angela?
Pardon?
Is it still running?
Yes.
Surely that must have some value to the horse market. Surely.
No, well, it would, I suppose. Yeah, it would. But
is it certificated?
Yes. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be because it's under 7. Well, it's 7.5 ton, but it's not. That's laden. Do you know what I mean? Is that right, laden? Yeah. And so it can still. It gets MOT'd at just the general garage that does MOTs rather than.
Does it? Oh, so it's a van.
No, it's an actual lorry. It's a daft lorry.
3.5 ton.
No, 7.5 ton.
Is it? You don't have to go to Vosa.
No, I think what she means, I think she's got a 7-ton box, like a box lorry sort of thing. 7.5 ton. It is. Oh, it's like the Bedford TK. Who remembers the old Bedford TKs?
No, it's
they
not.
were 3 ton.
It's Bedford. It's not, no, it's not Bedford. It's a DAF. What do you call it?
A Leyland Daft, yeah, Leyland Daft, but Leyland Bedford, they're the same sort of thing. But I'm just going by experience. Like Bedford TK, I used to have one then when this was a scaffold. Well, I didn't. The geezer I worked for had one, an old TK, and you use it for scaffold. They could carry 3 ton. That was 3 ton of weight on their back. I don't know, a 7.5 tonner. See, I can drive a 7.5 tonner with my licence because I passed my test whatever date that was when they could do that.
Pre-World War II that was, PP.
Fucking World War One. Fucking hell.
You old bastard.
I was called for a witness with Franz Ferdinand got shot.
Surely that's got to have value, Angela. You shouldn't be giving that away.
No, honestly, it's more. You don't get as much anymore as what you would have done years ago. It's not brand new or nothing. Do you know what I mean? So it's quite an old hobby.
Listen, advertise it to farmers. See farmers, right? They buying old tractors. Old tractors, what you'd think was a bit of scrap, they're paying thousands for. Getting them back, stripping it. I love rebuilding them. I'd rebuild them engines all day long. I don't even charge much money for doing it because it's like a bit of a hobby. So, and I learn a lot by doing it because it's old engineering, very old engineering. There's no computers, there's no fucking OB2 ports to push into. There's no diagnostics or nothing. So
you can still use you can still use OB1 and you can still flash the dash for lights.
What is OB1? I don't even know what OB1. I remember.
Well, OB1 was before OB2 and you have to flash the lights on the dash.
Yeah, that was like the BMW 36. You used to have the little thing, you used to plug it in the top and just flick the light over it, turn your service lights on. OB1, OB2 is good. OB2 still used now, isn't it? They use Cobus, is it Cobus? Canvas. They use a 0.5.
You need to get hold of travelling Tim, Angela. He'd drive the bollocks around Spain in that for the next year or so.
Yeah.
It's a good idea, yeah. It just needs, do you know what? It just needs to go. It's just taking up space and it's just wasting away.
How much do you want for it? How much do you want for it?
No, I just want it taken away.
Yeah, it's hard to talk on here. I'll come and collect that and get that, no problem.
Okay, cool.
But I think you've got a bit more value in that than just to give that away. I really do.
It was like refurbished for some lord in Nottingham or something like that, and so it was like all done out and everything. But it's just, it's just not. It's just sitting there doing nothing. We've got another one now which is newer, and so it's just, yeah.
It's worth a lot. That'd be worth money, right?
Have you got a public email address, Angela?
Have I got what?
Have you got an email address on your YouTube channel?
I don't know.
Has PP got an email address on his YouTube channel?
I've got an email address, not on my. I think I've got one on my YouTube channel. Yeah, because it's all authenticated my YouTube channel. So I will have.
I'll have a look, and then I'll just leave you a comment on your channel, and then get that way.
Yeah, that's no problem. But I think what you need to do is get someone who really value what you got there, because I think you've got something there what you think's worth nothing, and there'll be a lot in that what you don't know is there. There is some value in that, I'd say, definitely.
I guarantee you, it's just taking up time and places, and it needs to be gone. And we've got fucking lambs having lambs, or baby lambs having lambs. Fucking hell, it's just it's just been in the way for about just too long. We keep on getting it MOT'd and taking over, and still keep getting all that done, but it's just not doing anything at all. And so
don't look a gift of horse in the mouth, PP. If it's being given away, then
of course.
Get yourself
no,
up there.
It's not, but I don't want to take something from someone or say, it's for nothing and go and take that and it's worth a few quid. I'd like to assess it and evaluate it and what it actually is.
I've already been given like the go ahead to say that I can do it, like by an adult. Do you know what I mean? Like by the people, not the people. That sounds terrible, doesn't it? But yeah, anyway, so it's okay, it's all good. Like, I'm allowed to. That sounds even worse, doesn't it? But yeah.
Would it drive, Angela, or does it need transporting?
No, it can drive.
Blimey.
Wow. Yeah. He's got a lot of money. I wouldn't say
it was only MOT'd. It was only MOT'd a couple of years ago, wasn't it?
No, that's the MOT'd every year.
Yeah, I wouldn't say go and give that away. Even scrap value, you could get someone who. I wouldn't say scrap it, because what you're throwing away there, you're throwing away really good engineering, and there's a lot of people who pay a lot of money for that engine. And
it's not worth that in a sense of because of the parts, because it's an older model. Trying to get a hold of the parts, if anything goes wrong with it.
Nothing go wrong with it, but that's the thing. Nothing will go wrong with it, and the parts are easy to get, or easy to manufacture or engineer.
The reason why it went off the road to begin with originally was because there was a leak at the is it the drive? Do you ever get that box thing by the steering wheel?
Yep, your steering box. That's your steering box. That's your.
That's the one, yeah. There was a leak at the top of there.
Yeah, you can just rebuild them, just take them apart and rebuild them.
Never got it all fixed and everything, but that's why I ended up going off the road to begin with. But to try and get a hold of one of them, I know you can rebuild them now, But
You've
to
had
try
a
and get
whole
hold
new
of the actual
steering
bomb.
rack put into that. Is it power steering or is it
Yeah, power
No,
steering.
That's,
No, it's been all done, Smiler. So it's got power steering, and it's also got what do you call it? Automatic gears, not a gear
oh, it's
stick.
an auto. Bloody
Yeah.
hell.
And it's got
Listen,
things on the roof.
that will have money involved with that. That gearbox will be worth a few quid, let me tell you. All right. I'll tell you that right from the top of my head. That gearbox will be worth a few quid, because don't think a gearbox can't fit onto anything. It's only the bell housing what they readjust to make the gearbox fit. The gearbox is quite small. When you put the bell
PP,
housing
don't
on-
pick it up, flog it, and split the money between me, you, and Smiler. Get it
Well, you
done.
don't adjust your bell. You don't adjust your bell housing. You just put an adapter plate on.
It's very easy to do that, and it is. But I don't like doing it. I don't want to take advantage of people. Not unless I've got a shotgun in me.
No, it's all good, honestly.
I'm joking.
Yeah, it's all good, honest. Honestly, it's all good.
Listen, you will get money for that. I would like to have a look at that. I really would.
I just want to get rid of
Mate,
it.
you're talking yourself out of a shag here, PP. Go and pick up the bleeding van. Go on.
I
didn't mean
do a
you,
stag.
Angela.
I'm 60 years old, married, pump full of testosterone and trembolone.
Get out, you're getting kicked
I
out
take
tomorrow.
copious amounts of drugs. I've got fucking dogs, cats, fucking lionesses and lions and fuck knows what. I'm like a walking fucking zoo. I tell you what I feel like sometimes. Like fucking Noah. Do you know what I mean? I need a boat. That's what I need. A boat. A big boat. A big fucking boat.
We're going
Big
to
up
need a bigger
Noah.
boat.
Yes, and a bigger boat. You always need a bigger boat. Same as a car. But that is a good bit of kit. And Derby, I nearly said that was local to you there, Smiler, but fucking hell, it's not. It ain't too
What?
far from me, where I am.
Fucking, I'm down the other end
email
of the fucking
addresses.
country.
I'll tell you what, Smiler, Jay has got my number. If you can call Jay, and I hope Jay realises that it's YouTube and nothing on YouTube really matters to me. Like I said, I was very shocked by how he acted, and I reacted to his reaction. I only done it laughing, thinking it was funny. I don't want him to fucking get his channel. His channel's gone and I don't want that. He ain't a bad person, Jay.
Well,
What's Jay done? I've heard this now 2-3 times. What has he
He's
done?
what?
Jay's channel was on the way out anyway.
What did he do?
He had a good channel to start with, Jay, and I actually that's when I engaged with Jay, because I thought he ain't a bad guy. He's live, he's walking about and talking.
He's a
and
cat
having a laugh.
nonce.
He's a what cat nonce?
He's a cat nonce.
Yeah.
We don't say no. I wouldn't say Jay's into pussy.
I still don't know. I still don't know how I got dragged into it all.
I don't know.
When I wasn't even on fucking line.
This is all it was. It was a comment I put on a post. I don't know who the post was about. It was something where Jay said, I phoned, it was Radio Babs. He said, I phoned Smile, and I went, Jay, it's YouTube, mate. 99.9% of conversations on there absolutely mean fuck all. Really, don't tell me you phone Smile, laughing, like thinking, what the fuck?
When Jay rang me, apparently it was because Blabs fucking nonced Jimmy off, yeah, and said that I basically said that Jimmy was a nonce, which I've never said, because Jimmy, I speak to fucking Jimmy most days, right?
Yes.
So then Jay rang me and said, Are you listening or are you hearing? I said, no, Jay, I haven't even been on fucking line. I haven't been on line for 2 weeks. Why? What's going on? He said, well, have you ever called fucking Jimmy a nonce? I said, don't be fucking stupid. I speak to Jimmy every day. Right? So then he went, all right, that's all I needed to know. Well, then apparently he typed into the fucking chat, because I went over and clipped it. He typed into the chat, right, that I've never called it. Then he started having an argument with you. Then he jumped up on the panel, and then Babs confirmed that I've never called Jimmy a nonce.
Yeah, I did hear
So
all that.
I don't know how I got dragged into the 4 videos that you then decided, and the community post.
Videos. What happened there with the 4 videos was remember I jumped to your panel, I jumped on to talk to you.
Yeah.
But the conversation didn't happen. It went a bit pear-shaped. So
Well, no, you wanted me to go. You wanted me to go full anti-Semitic, and I wasn't going full anti-Semitic.
No, I didn't want you to go. I didn't. I jumped on to try and have a conversation about.
You jumped up and you see your fucking opening line was that you were a Jew.
History. That's what I wanted to talk about. History, not rhetoric. Heretics, religious heretics of anything. We never got anyway, irrespective of anything what was going on there, right? We never got down to that conversation. So it went on to something else, and I thought, well, fuck all this, it's going pear-shaped. So I left rather than get engaged in an argument.
Were they trying to indoctrinate you again, PP?
Of course they were.
No, he was trying to lead me down the garden path, Vincent, because you know I can give.
Being myself, bloody hard.
I can give the full fucking history of Israel. I don't need the fucking.
Yeah, but it's from one perspective. This is what I mean. Understand both perspectives. If you've done that, then I respect that, Smiler. Me, I'm doing that and alleviating anything from any equation. I can't alleviate anything from any equation of what's going on here. What's going on here, I can't blame Israel for it. Right? It's an easy way out. It's a very good cop-out to blame Israel, but what's going on in the world today and the way the politics are changing, like Nixie said, we shouldn't be opposing each other. We need to unify each other and all get together and support how we want to fucking see where Britain's heading in this direction, because the way it's going now is going down a road where it's unsustainable. And unsustainability would be looking into something like a Fabian society, which is very based on socialist fucking views, built over 100 years ago, if I get it right, a Fabian over 100 years ago, something like that, which don't work nowhere. Capitalist is a good thing. It gives people opportunities. And even people with wealth, without wealth, everyone's got a quality of life, right? And I respect that and I like that. And I think everyone should have a quality of life. If people are unable to work, right, and they are disabled with underlying causes, I think that is a good thing. But what I don't like is so many people using that and getting on board with it when what they're doing, they're throwing their lives away, especially at a young age, getting involved with the dole, staying on the dole at a young age when there's so much money out there, what they could earn, and then letting other people earn it while they're sitting indoors playing on the computer. I think that's fucking neglecting our own people, right? I really do. I'm not saying it's a hard line to get them out of it, but more needs to be done.
But is the older generation playing for all of that?
Is it what? Sorry, darling.
Do you not think that it's us as the older generation to blame for that? We can't blame people coming into the country for that.
No, we can't. This is what I said earlier. We can't. If something's here, what they can manipulate, it ain't about it. How do they know that it's here to manipulate? Done Sweden. It's a plan. It is a master plan. There is a master plan. Of course there is. I don't even think that. I think within some of these people are getting sold a dream in their own country to be told that they can come here, they'll have a job, they'll have somewhere to live, they'll have this, that, and the other. And so they come, they sell everything, the possessions, the family sell all the possessions, everything. I'm not saying all of them, obviously. Yeah, and then they end up coming over to be believing it, and then they end up getting it left at like Calais, like what the fuck? They're going to keep trying to. If someone's trying to escape, a war-torn country where their life's in danger, then we should be helping the refugees from that country. But we're not doing that. Look what's going on in Europe now. In who's Russia at war with? I can't remember their name now.
All right. So you say that, PP, right? So at the moment, Israel's displaced 1 million Lebanese. Yeah.
No, they haven't. No, they
yes, they have.
Ain't.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have.
They displaced 1 million refugees.
No, they've displaced 1 million. No, they've displaced. No, they lived. they live in the land of Lebanon. And
Saudi Arabia and the United
I'm going to mute you. I'm
Emirates.
going to mute you in a minute, right? Israel have been bombing all the way up through past the fucking Blue Belt, right up past the Latini River, because they want all that land for the Greater Israel. Yeah, and then they want to move the buffer zone, which is the blue zone, which they've already gone over the blue zone, bombing it, and they've turned Lebanon into Gaza. Yeah, and they've displaced 1 million. They've displaced 1 million people. Yeah, those 1 million people are now in a war-torn country. So you want to open the gates to a million people now that are refugees?
I'd rather open the gates to 1 million people who do need help, who are genuine, like families. Right?
Well, they do need help because Israel is illegally bombing Lebanon and trying to move the blue line up past the Latini River because it's a land grab.
A land grab, nothing to do with Hezbollah or anything to do with
that. No, it's a land grab. It's just an out-and-out land grab.
Well, what you got to do is protect your borders.
They've always had the blue zone.
For years. But
they've always had the blue zone.
Say, fuck them people then, right? Bollocks to the refugees, fuck them, right? But people who enter our country legally, I've got no respect for them people entering our country illegally. The people who are coming from wartime countries, genuine families, I would welcome them with open arms. Families, of course I would.
All of them, PP.
Right?
Every single one of them.
Most of them I would, but
most of them.
In perspective, I'll put it all in perspective.
Like the 100,000 Iraqis, like the 100,000 Iraqis or Afghanis, yeah, that a sergeant accidentally doxed all their information, so Great Britain decided to open the floodgates to them.
Yeah, that's all propaganda. See, that's all bollocks. This is what I don't get. Why we're doing things like that. Right? There ain't nothing accidentally. At a high level, nothing is accidental. Right, that I can tell you is a fact. Right, so that was done on purpose. The end goal, this is what I'm saying. What is their end goal?
No, where are you going, Angela?
Genuine people, right? Like I say, everyone is entitled to a quality of life and a start in life. And people,
they had their own land, they had their own property, and Israel's just decided to spend fucking.
Well, why did they do that? Was it
6 weeks? 6 weeks. No, nothing to do with Hezbollah.
No, nothing to do with Hezbollah. Well, they train in Lebanon, don't they?
But what's it got to do with Hezbollah?
Well,
Hezbollah only started. They only started fighting back when they were being bombed.
Let me just say so, right? Israel is like somewhere like fucking about as big as London, right? They got fucking bomb shelters all over that place. That siren rings that people have to run, their citizens run and getting bomb shelters running. They've got an infrastructure in place and they're living amongst getting fucking blown to pieces. And the reason they're blown to pieces is because people don't like Jewish people. Why don't they like Jewish people? You tell me. Why don't they like
Because the Jewish people keep playing the victims.
All right,
That's
then.
why.
Okay. We'll take that on board. Jewish people.
They started Netanyahu is going to jail. Netanyahu going to jail. Right?
Netanyahu, right? Let me just tell you something, right? So
he's going to jail, and what he needs is a war on every single front. Yeah, the same as Clinton.
He's not going to jail.
He'll be going to jail.
You don't understand what's going on. Where you see all these people against him, pro, it's just there. It's just a smokescreen. It ain't a smokescreen. The people do oppose him, though. But he puts out, but he ain't going to go to jail. He's not going to go to jail. Well, I can't remember what I wanted to ask Vincent Vega then, but I had a very good point to ask him then, and I slipped my mind. That's just what happens when you
get it out.
I can't. I've forgotten it now. It was something to do with the Lebanon as to why.
Well, let me tell you, when I heard that Israel had done that, I was delighted. I opened up the West Wing here at Vega Towers, and made 3 bedrooms available, and then about an hour later I found out it's not lesbians, it's Lebanons. They can fuck off.
Big up the lesbians. We all love a lesbian. Fucking hell. It's mad, isn't it? Absolute mad. But how can we politically change it? And how could we make this world better? This is what we've got to ask ourselves. As a I know I'll do it.
That sounds a little bit sort of liberal. You know,
It's not very liberal.
I think each individual should concentrate on making their world better.
Well, yes,
you know, as we used to,
and that's being
you know,
liberal-minded.
and that's a sort of joint effort, really.
Yeah, it's all here for people, and the influx of crime, the cover-ups that's going on, and it's not things what people are making up. This is really happening, really happening, and it's not what we were about. It's not what my grandparents, and if people was my own age, they'd understand this. If there was people not opposing it because they wasn't racist, but they fought against a regime which was very similar to the patterns what's being led here now, but it needs to be putting out in a little bit, well, they're doing it in very small pieces, this jigsaw, what they're putting out. But the puzzle, I guarantee, I know where it's going to end, this puzzle. It's going to end in fucking socialists. That's where it's going to end. Very socialist.
You do realise eventually we're going to move away from a socialist society, PP, not go towards one. A socialist society relies on, or at least it promotes people who just rely on government for their lifestyles.
Yeah, what's happening
so we're
now?
going to move away from that. We're not going towards communism, let me assure you.
Right, so what? Communism, socialism, they're very a little bit similar. There's a differential between the two. Reliant on government, and communism's basically the government own everything, but you can do your own thing. But basically, it all falls. It's under that same umbrella, the same umbrella. Whereas capitalist, it's a freedom, and we've got a safety net for here. For people who can't fit in, I had years of not fitting in, mate. Years and years and years. So, no, I wouldn't say autism, but ADHD. And when I was young, you didn't understand none of that. Like now, panic attacks. You look at people who suffer panic, anxiety things, and all this. It's something we never had none of that.
How does knowing you have ADHD help you now?
It doesn't. Absolutely, it don't help me nothing. I ain't got no medication.
So how was it
for
detrimental to your cause when you were younger?
How was it? It was detrimental. That's a very good question, that is, Vincent. On understanding, authority, putting things in place, what people were telling me, and I understood things differently, like math.
How many people do you think do like authority?
Not many, but there's an outreach. So the outreach of authority is when people, they might get shot or stabbed or fucking run over. So the outreach of what we've got going on is very, very good. And that is something we need to protect.
What do you mean by the outreach?
Well, the outreach, like the umbrella of government. You've got your local councils, what come around, they empty your bins, everything's run. It's a regime, right?
It's a luxury, PP. Go and empty your own fucking bins.
Well, it isn't. Well, where do you empty them?
You pay for it as well, but it's a luxury.
Your own bins, where do I empty them?
You take them down to the recycling centre.
So then we don't need no council, right? So
no, you do need council because we rely on that as a service, and as I said, it's a societal luxury.
So you put your bins, but this is the infrastructure. It's a case of...
It's not a regime.
Well, it's not a regime, it's an infrastructure. But it is a regime.
It's an order.
It runs by the clock.
It's ordered society.
Order. All right, order. That's a very different.
You ever lived in a country that don't empty your bins, PP?
Birmingham.
Well, yeah, there is that. Shithole.
Pick up Birmingham. I love Birmingham. I was there the other week at a party and it is good there. Well, warning by my mates correcting me saying, you weren't using Dudley. Dudley. Big up Dudley, the back country.
Do you smile when you're paying your council tax, PP?
No, I don't. And I've got a fucking, because I've got another house and they've hit me for a council tax and a gas bill.
Yeah, you don't get away with that fucker anymore, do you?
Sorry, I've got to blow about 300 quid on that, and the gas bill is about 700 or 800 quid. I ain't even used none. I said I ain't even been there, so what the
Fucking
fuck am I
slum
paying?
landlords like you should be taxed even more.
Well, it is a tax, but this is the thing. If they take that away from people, right, then they're going to take more. What I'm saying is, I don't agree with that. It's wrong. Having a standing charge is wrong, right? But they're taxing every single bit of penny out of us they can. It's getting worse, and it will get worse.
Of course.
Right? Very
you work
worse.
harder, PP.
I can't. I fucking can't now. I ain't even got no work. The farmers now have got me weed spraying business, which is okay. It's got a lot coming up. It's coming into season now, so I've got a lot of work to pick up on, but I want to go fishing. But I've worked all my fucking life. I've got to say,
diversify.
It paid dividends, but I will say armed robbery was a lot better. The fucking money was brilliant. The hours were fucking
The hours are great.
I love the hours, right? But the fucking
And it fed you stocking fetish as well.
Yeah. There was that. But I couldn't use a stocking. My nose was too big. I looked like Jimmy. But yeah, it's a mad old society, but I think we're all on the same page, but with different views, which is a very good thing, like Nixie said. But at the end of the day, we're all here, but I wouldn't oppose Israel on opposing a change of geographics. I wouldn't change no geographics on the world. I think the world's got its own problem and needs to sort itself out.
So I asked you earlier why you support Israel, but it's something that you're quite sort of invested in. So why are you so invested in Israel? Why can't you just concentrate on the things that you need to correct in this country?
Correct in this country? How can I do that? How do you do that, Vincent? Tell me how do I go about it?
You're only a man, but everyone else is only just a man as well, PP.
Yeah, I know.
You're not waiting for Superman to come along, are you?
Right, it ain't who you are, it's who you know. And getting into trying to interfere with that infrastructure there is like near nigh an impossibility. I'm not for Israel. Everyone's got a good point and a bad point. Everyone and every single thing, every belief has. Right. I can't remember what I was going to go with.
What do you think of Jesus then?
Jesus?
Yeah.
I think he died for us. That's what I think he did.
What do Israel think of Jesus?
I don't know. Oh, can I ask them?
Well, they think he's burning in boiling excrement, don't they? And that his mother was a whore.
Well, big up, because they're very linked to Christianity, so and Bethlehem's very close to their heart, isn't it?
What, to the Jews? Right.
Well, yeah, Bethlehem ain't far from them, is it?
And that's what IDF did to...
No. IDF didn't do that, right? If you're
Yeah,
going to
they
put...
did. Yeah, they did.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, they did.
How can you hide people, right?
IDF did that. IDF did that to a statue of Jesus on a
They're
cross.
war crimes, what no one wants to shout about. And I don't get why people are so intimidated about shouting about war crimes.
Outside war crime, that's all. There's a cross there. There's a Jesus on it. We're going to fucking drag it down and we're going to chop his head off.
Well, Israel does that, do they?
That's what Israel are doing. That's IDF soldier. They're doing it.
And that's what they're doing, is it? So they don't go doing that in Golders Green. If I put a cross up with Jesus on it in Golders Green, or if I was Catholic and I wore the crucifix on my... They wouldn't say nothing to me. They wouldn't oppose me. Right? And if I
Well,
was
go and
fucking
try
got
it.
stabbed on
Go
the
and
street,
try it.
their ambulance service would come and pick me up, and they wouldn't fucking look at me and discriminate against me about who I am, what my religion is. They look
Go
at
and
me as
try
a
it.
human being. Do you know what I mean? It's a mad one, Smiler. I understand your opposing views on things. It's an absolute mad one. You can't be wrong for being right, and you can't be right for being wrong in certain aspects. It's well beyond our pay grade, how
Well,
things
it's
are
not.
well run.
It's
That's
not,
well run.
PP. But you won't hear a bad word. I don't.
I know.
I mean, even the fucking the legendary Vega is sort of convincible and changeable, you know. But you,
I don't think
PP,
you've got much change
you,
in you,
PP, you
Vincent.
made a marble.
Right,
Marble.
there's a map of Israel. Yeah.
Yeah, big up Israel.
Right,
Beautiful.
there's the blue line. Yeah.
Big up
So
the
that's the blue
bigger
line,
Israel.
right?
Yep.
And then you got Shabba Farms in it, yeah, which is disputed, right?
What about the
Well,
kibbutz? Where's the kibbutz? Where's
there
the
you've
kibbutz?
there you've got the Latini River, yeah.
Yeah.
There's Tyre, right?
Yeah.
So today at there,
I need some new tyres as well.
today at Zibna there, right? They bombed that today, right?
Yeah.
And they killed I don't know how many people. It was
Why
actually a
did they do
cemetery.
it? Why did they do that?
Actually a cemetery, right? Because
what
they're
happened?
clearing because they want to move this blue line and they want to move it above the Litani River because they want to take the Litani River away from Lebanon, the same as they took away Golan Heights there on the right hand side, yeah, from Syria, yeah.
So why
And they want to go above the Latini River, yeah, across here, yeah. So they move this line here up to here, yeah.
So they want to
So
expand it. They want to expand to a greater Israel.
all these villages here, are all being desecrated.
So everyone, they get criticised for doing something like that. But then we look at, what is Pakistan? How did Pakistan come about?
Me, Smiler?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, in the northern provinces of India, Islam was spreading, and Islam contradicted Hinduism and vice versa. They didn't get on very well, so therefore they requested to have their own land. It took quite a few years. What year was it? 47?
We aided and abetted that.
So they created Pakistan, and they've argued ever since.
So why can't Israel expand then?
Well, they can. They can, and they have done for many, many years. But
do you think it'd be better?
There seems to be. Hang on, PP. That's the question. I'm not going to rush it just so that I can fucking get it out before you start.
No, it's not when I start. I forget what I'm talking about.
So if I can put this in, one sentence for you, it's not what Israel are doing; it's how they are doing it. They're breaking every convention, every law, every sort of Hague Convention that was ever written, and acting incredibly barbaric.
Barbaric. Didn't the US blow up a load of their own citizens?
Of course. Well, let's talk about every other country that has acted barbaric, but we happen to be talking about Israel, PP. Fuck's sake, man.
Yeah, they're all at it. So why are we always?
Oh well, there we go. It's all right then. Hang on, let me just ring up Netanyahu. Hey, Ben. Yeah. Just crack on. PP said it's going on all over. Yeah, go on, crack on. Yeah, go on, bomb them. Yeah, all right, cheers, man. Yeah, spoken to Bibi for you.
One nurse, he don't know who was responsible for 9/11, and he definitely don't know what the Balfour Declaration is.
Oh, come on. All that 9/11. What do you think happened there? I'll tell you what happened there. Fucking planes were flown into them Twin Towers. I don't care about people's angles or what they say and what they say happened here and who done the insurance policies. This is the rhetoric. And then you got the World Health Organization. We only spoke about them. The World Health Organization. Well, I think we should get on to these people now. My dog's snoring. Can you hear her?
Why can't you just recognise that there is an issue with Israel,
And
PP?
there ain't an issue. There's no issue.
Blimey.
There
Are
is
they
no
perfect
issue.
in your eyes?
Right.
Where did,
How does
where did,
Israel
where did
affect
Zionism,
you,
where did
Vincent
Zionism
and
come from? Where did
Right.
Zionism come from?
Where does what?
I'm the most
Zionism come
anti, what's the word? The most pro-Israel person on this fucking panel by a long shot. And even I'm saying to you, PP, can you not recognise when a country misbehaves? Come
Where did,
on.
Zionism come from, PP?
Zionism. What is Zionism? Zionism is a belief in their own country.
Where did it come from?
Israel.
But no, where did it come from?
The Jews.
No, where did it come from?
I don't fucking. Will you tell me then? Tell me.
The Dreyfus affair.
The Dreyfus? Who the fuck are the Dreyfus? Oh my God. Now we're going to the paperwork about Tony Blair.
The Dreyfus affair was a Jew, that was selling information to the Germans in 1894. Then who came along after Dreyfus affair? Who came along after that?
Right, so we all switch on Israel, right? We all.
You wanted history the other day.
History,
no?
I do want history, but you're going again on doctrine. On one side.
I ain't going on doctrine. I ain't going. Who's Chain Weissman?
I don't fucking know. You tell me.
He was the man that fucking.
And who told you that?
Instrumental in the Balfour.
Who told you that?
Because it's history. Who's David Ben-Gurion?
Who's David Bulgarian? Oh, big up Bulgaria. I love that country.
Who's David Ben-Gurion?
Ben-Gurion? That's fucking, what's his name? The fucking president, isn't it? Prime Minister, or whatever he is.
What they called the founding father of Israel.
Yeah. Well, there you go then. But big up Israel.
Who's Theodor Herzl? Who's Theodor
We
Herzl?
oppose Israel. So say if we oppose Israel, Israel fails, the Jews are all dispersed.
Who's Theodor Herzl?
Hold up, let me finish. To move it to Israel, I think he's hunky-dory in the Middle East. Is it hunky-dory in the Middle East?
No.
Well, the only one causing problem is Israel.
Not from a long shot.
Well, that's not true, Smiler. Come on, don't.
Well, they started wars on 8 fronts.
Well, they were fucking mashing the bollocks out of each other long before the Jews.
Not a good thing, but a deterrent.
Yeah, they can fight themselves. They can fight themselves all they like, you know. But once you start getting the fucking nuclear power into it and fucking start bombing everybody because they want a land grab. It's a bit fucking different, isn't it?
Nuclear fucking capable for years. They've never used it. Even in the 6-Day War, they didn't use it. And let's have it right. The 6-Day War was about they had people living in a land at that precise moment in time. I think it was the 70s or 80s. They believed that any fucking person is an infidel who lives on this land. If they ain't fucking of Islam, they're an infidel, and that's why they attacked him. But the Jews reacted first with intelligence. Big up Mossad and various other corporations.
No, it wasn't Mossad. It was Ergan. It was the Ergan and Haganah.
Oh, go on, big up Haganah then and the Ergan. Big up them then who enlightened Israel, and Israel took a strike out and put a stop.
And it was the same Haganah and Ergan. It was the same Haganah and Ergan that fucking bombed up the fucking hotel, yeah? The King David Hotel. It was the same ones that fucking strung British soldiers in trees and fucking put grenades in them so that when they went to cut them down, the fucking grenades exploded. Yeah. So
right, Smiler, cheers for having me on. I've got to go to bed. I've got stuff to do tomorrow. Let me just say, PP, I have never seen Smiler be so fucking decimated on a panel. I suggest you continue and finish him off. It's not going to be long.
I know, Vincent, it's terrible, isn't it?
And to all those in the chat, I bid you farewell.
It's a very long perspective on what you said there, but Vincent Vega, bless mate, it's a long perspective on what he said there, Smiler. It's an argument of war, but let's eradicate then. We eradicate, take Israel out the equation. Boss, we got rid of it. Where will that leave us? This is what I want to get to, the end game. I don't care about the in-betweens. I want to know where we're, the direction. Everyone seems to be pointing at a greater Israel and a great Israel's this. So where are we heading? Shane Vincent ain't here to answer this with you.
What do you mean, where are we heading?
Well, as a country, England, the UK, where we say, right, we eradicate Israel, right? We get rid of it. Fuck Israel, get rid of it. How would that benefit us in any way, shape, or form?
It wouldn't benefit us at all, would it?
It wouldn't. Well,
it doesn't benefit us now.
No. But does it benefit us having Israel in place where Israel is?
No.
Yes, it does.
Why does it?
Or just say nuclear capabilities switch hands to opposing parties. Do you think they'd use them in a low yield way?
Well, there's no such thing as a nuclear bomb anyway.
Well, there is. Of course there is.
What's a nuclear bomb?
Well, it's a weapon. It split atoms, but you need an egg inside that atom, what needs to be renewed. And the ones we got in this country, them eggs have not been renewed for many, many years, the same as the US. So, whether they work or not, I don't know. But what they do, they're like, basically, creating a sun.
The last three tests, ours haven't worked at all. They've gone up and plopped down.
I've not checked the last three. All I know about was Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and that was disgusting what happened now.
Well, Nagasaki and Hiroshima was about killing Christians.
It even frightened those who dropped it and thinking, oh my God, what have we done? Right? That is a weapon. But imagine we use
that was about killing Christians again. That was about killing Christians again. Nagasaki.
No, it wasn't about killing Christians.
Yeah, it was.
Japanese.
200,000 Christians. And a Jew pulled the trigger to drop the bomb.
Pulled the trigger. I thought it come from Nazi Germany, the technology to create nuclear weapons. Weren't that under the paperclip? Paperclip done that, didn't they? Got all the scientists and put together the atom spin. But what I want to go with this, I think. Sorry?
I said, go and check. Go and check.
Paperclip, I said. Paperclip.
Well, paperclip was after World War II.
Of course it was, right? Of course it was. But they rounded up a lot of them scientists from Germany. Germany was very advanced, weren't they, in their tech. So was Japan. Look at Japan. They couldn't beat the Japanese. They were very technologically advanced. They nuked them. And nuclear technology came from, same as their jet engines, Germany. You're Googling now. Come on, Smiley. You don't need to Google and educate yourself in history. Don't use Google.
No, I'm getting you the name, right? So the Jewish crew member of the Enola Gay, the aircraft that dropped the first atomic bomb on Hiroshima, was called Jacob Besser. Yeah? He was called Jacob Besser.
Yeah, was it? I thought it was Enola Gay was the bomber Enola Gay, when it was at the plane.
Yeah, that was the bomber. That was the
and it was disgusting what they learned and obtained and the power of that weapon. Right? It wasn't conventional warfare where you can look at each other in the eye and fucking, you're talking about eradication. Now, everyone learned a lesson from that. nuclear capabilities, I think, should never existed. Right, people should never have gone that far. But that's
Well, that
the
was
battles. Yeah, but let
atomic.
me finish. That is the battles what we had to fight against the regime what was trying to suppress us as a society. We fought against that, and the Americans, they entered the war late. They used that weapon against the Japanese. Couldn't beat the Japanese on that little island, so they nuked them, which was wrong, very, very wrong. Right, but it was an eye opener. Right, a very much of an eye opener, and it was a lesson. And people now, if you ain't got that as an deterrent, and people obtain that weapon, like let's have it fair. Let's be fair now against the fucking the Western people. I'm not putting any kind of category or colour of any kind. The Western people, they use them
Nagasaki. Just to get back on, right? Nagasaki, right? Nagasaki was dropped on the Urakami Valley, home to the Urakami Cathedral, which was the largest Catholic church.
Well, Vincent Vega is a Catholic. He needs to get up here and talk about that then. I don't know.
214,000 people died.
But then why would the Catholic Church or the Japanese then fighting against the fucking Nazi regime, which had no religion?
Say that again?
Why was the Japanese, who's got no link to Christianity or Roman Catholic values, even fighting for that sort of war? Why would they have a church there? Well, they bombed. Why would they bomb that? They're Buddhist, aren't they?
Well, why did the Japanese get involved?
Why did the Japanese get involved? Why
Well,
did
they
the Americans get involved? Why did anyone? This is the question. See, this is where we're going to. We're going round these circles now. Right, going round and round these circles. But they got involved. I don't know why they got involved. They were very good, though. The Mitsubishi Zeros were fucking very good. A bit of warfare, like the Germans. Look at the Germans, the engineering.
Did the atomic bomb, did that stop the war?
Well, it did. It stopped it with Japan, yeah.
Well, then it worked, then, didn't it? Because they were trying to kamikaze pilot, half of the American army at the time.
Divine Wind. Big up Divine Wind.
If they hadn't done that, then the war would have carried on going. But the thing is nuclear power is not just used for weapons. It's a very good thing when it comes to providing electricity and
of course it is. Of course it
powering
is.
homes and all that.
Yeah, it is. It's the aftermath of it, the recycling of the what's left out of the used fuel cells. They last forever. The fuel not last forever, but they last for many, many years.
Yeah.
But they do have an expiry date. It's where they go. It's the same with these battery cars. So all this about all this global warming bollocks, it's all a load of bollocks. And then spraying the sky, saying we're going to spray the skies. You still see the sky, but it's fucking geoengineering. But it stops solar forcing, which is solar forces where the Earth itself evacuates or extravates all its shit from it out to space. They stop the solar forcing of all that. So it might not be a good analogy of that, what I just said there, but it's something like that.
Trump was, he said the negotiation was he's only going to stop if they refuse to have nuclear weapons, Iran. But I don't think they had them anyway.
They haven't got them, but they got capabilities and plutonium. Once you got some, it's you got some or nothing. But then
no, they got uranium. They got
Tony Blair. He's friends with.
They got uranium. They got uranium up to 60. They got uranium up to 60%.
Yeah. There has to be.
Supplied by the North Koreans.
Apparently last June, apparently like the last bigger and better like you've never seen before. Our B-52s went in and we bombed Ishvan and we stopped them having a nuclear weapon. Bigger than ever seen before. They now got no nuclear weapons. That's what he boasted about and boasted about and boasted about.
The same with Iraq.
Yeah.
The reason why they pulled out chemical weapons, we got this out, is because Bush sold them to Iraq.
What? So never put your eggs in one basket, which he understood that. But he was trying to teach Iran. But whether they have or whether they ain't learned. But Iran does not like Western. They make that quite fucking clear in it.
Well,
I
I think the
remember
West
in
don't like Iran either.
1979, my dad watching my dad
Nixie, there's only one person.
They use their own infrastructure.
Nixie, there's only one person putting out the evidence, yeah? This other person's putting out no evidence. It's only hearsay. It's only what
that's the same
BBC.
with everything.
It's only
That's the
what the
same with everything,
BBC.
Smiler. You
I'm
can read
providing
one heretic.
fact-based
You can
evidence.
read heretics from anywhere you want to. You got to look at both sides of the coin. I'm not saying it. Come on, Winnie. Ted, come on. Fuck me, the birds are singing. I'll let you go fishing, mate. Come on, Ted. Come on. Come on.
Look, PP, can you do me a favour? A big favour. Can you just show one short of you catching a fish?
What's your opinion on some people?
I'm shit, you know what I mean? I can't catch a fish. Fucking hell, bruv. I will get one. I promise that I will catch one eventually.
Well, make sure you get some photos and barbecue
if
it.
I get photos, people will say that's
You'll have to explain. You'll have to explain what that question's about, Zara.
You better off not catching nothing. You know what I mean?
You can't go down the market and buy one and take a picture. That's what I used to do.
I did try to do that with a mackerel, but I think how can I make a mackerel look like a fucking carp? I can't. Unfortunately, what I should do is say I'm a course angler or something, and I'm angling sea or anywhere, and then that way I could get away with that. I say, yeah, I fished the North Sea. I only had like hundreds of yards of fucking North Sea water.
Oh, you get the one with the market, you put the fish on the end of the hook, and then you throw it in the sea, and then you start the film as you're putting it back in.
Yeah, but have you seen the fucking price of cod at the moment? To buy a cod fillet, that's the cost. Fucking hell.
Or get monetised first then.
And that is the thing with fishing, mate. If you lie about it, the only person you lie about is you're lying to yourself. Anyway, fuck me, I sat in the car all night. I'm going to get hammered tomorrow by my family, but I'm going to jump off now. But Smiler, God bless, and shalom, shalom. Right?
I make some good gloops.
What gloops?
Gloops. You're a carp fisherman in the glugs. Know what I mean?
Glugs, yeah, I like some glugs, yeah. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Smile, listen, if you are, genuinely, I'll speak to you offline. And like I said with Jason, I was a bit disappointed with
I got 30 litres gluggling behind me now with corn steak.
And what's it based on, the glug? What is it?
Corn steak.
Oh, corn steak. CSL.
Yeah.
CSL, that is. It's corn steak liquor. You've got to let it mature so it goes to a liquor. CSL.
I do a lot of enzyme based stuff.
Very good attractor, that is.
Yeah.
You've got some very good waters down your end.
Yeah, I delivered some to a couple of lakes last week, not last week, the week before, and I had the fucking water bailiff fucking, what are you doing? It's like, fuck off. And the water bailiff was going, DEFRA, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, it's glug, mate. It don't come under that. And then I had to come back, and then I had to go back out there the next day, because I never kept any samples. So I had to go back out because it was a test batch I was sending out to a couple of fishermen.
Yeah.
And I'd go back and get some fucking samples to freeze it, to keep it, because he was going all mental, the water bailiff was. So, yeah, I got the samples frozen.
Really?
But,
corn steak liquor, CSL they call that. CSL, corn steak liquor. Is a very good.
I do Red Robin. I do quite a few, but I do old school.
Robin Red. That's from Hafe Bates created that. Robin Red. That was a bird feed. Same as pigeon conditioner. Absolutely. You see, particles is a brilliant way of fishing. Boilies have good quality boilies frozen. They have very good attraction.
Well, I do old style fizzing stuff, fizzing and enzymes and cloud.
Yeah, I do all that myself. It depends what water I'm on to do that. But CSL, what you got there, is a very good attractor for fishing lakes like I was on in France, but I was fucking too far away from where the fish were. But I did catch a tench and caught carp and the rig snapped. I've never had that before, the rig snapping. But I will when I go out next, because it's still on me rod, the rig. I will do a video on that, how that happened. And that was Calder, the person who provided the swivel for the actual spinner.
Mine fizzes in the water, mine does.
Yeah, see, fizzing is normally...
And it's bag safe as well. What do you call the bag again? I can't remember.
PVA.
PVA, yes, it's PVA safe as well.
Polyvinyl alcohol.
Yeah. Because I've got a fucking pack of them that I have to keep testing it when I'm making it.
That's what you use on, all your detergent now. You get all these washing up taps, you just throw them in the machine there, PVA bag.
PVA bags, yeah.
Polyvinyl alcohol. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to jump off. It's been a pleasure, Smiler, always. There ain't no winners, losers, or nothing. Gypsy Dave, he's fell asleep, but he's got his emblem out there. Big up Gypsy Dave. Jimbo, big up Jimbo. You're at war with everyone. So I'll take you, Jimbo, if I was your back Israel. At least you've got nuclear capabilities. The amount of people you're at war with.
I don't really care about Israel, Palestine, to be honest. I'm too busy enjoying the sun and the beaches and the birds. I've got an opinion, but I don't care about it.
You got the nose.
Got the nose for it.
Anyway, listen, God bless, guys. Shalom, shalom.
What? Yeah. I've got Sleepy Dave and Sleepy Jimmy left.
Nixie, you could have asked him that question and he still wouldn't have known, and then he would have still said that you're lying. He still can't get his head round that fucking Israel was sending 27 fucking aeroplanes, or one type of aeroplane, to fucking Argentina. They were sending all the weapons, but apparently it was France, apparently, he said.
Yeah. Like you say, Nixie, facts don't care about feelings. Yeah. The problem is, some people aren't as good as the information you're giving them. That's why it's sometimes it's good to listen sometimes. I learn a lot by listening to people having debates. I learned a lot tonight, to be honest.
Israel is for Argentina, 1982. Israel sent 20 Nasher fighter jets, and then they supplied Skyhawk jets. Yeah, and the Skyhawk jets, they used them to sink 4 British warships, including the Galahad. But the Galahad, that was a Royal Fleet Auxiliary, because my uncle was on the Galahad.
What's your opinion on Northern Ireland, Smiler? Should it be given back to the Irish, or should it stay under English control through the people been there for hundreds of years?
Give it back.
That's a very difficult one.
It's only about money, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I heard that the Southern Irish benefit a lot from the EU.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have, I think it was classed as a third world country, Southern Ireland, up to not so long ago. Then they got a big cash injection from the EU because it wasn't generating much money, the Southern Ireland. And that's when they started putting in better roads and stuff like that.
Well, you can flee from Britain, go to Southern Ireland, and all your debts are fucking quashed.
Yeah, I know quite a few people that have done that, to be honest.
my mate done it. They got fucking a couple of £1 million lottery funding. They spent some of it doing their fucking school up, horse riding school. They spent some of it. They had lottery money. They spent some of it, and then they fucked off. They fucked off to fucking Southern Ireland with the rest of the money. Bought a brand new fucking 18-ton lorry, filled up with all their gear, and made a couple of trips to Ireland. And then fucking the last trip, they was gone. They was away.
I know some geezer from, and I was speaking to a couple out here, and one of the lads on the estate, they came from won the lottery. Next day, he was vanished. He'd gone. Didn't even tell his family. Whoosh, he was out of there.
No, hella.
I found him at the bottom of the ocean. No one's joking.
What was he called? Maxwell.
I do political lies on shit. Anyone who jumped from the plane is the better. I've got a placement for.
I back up everything I say next day. I'm the only one that comes with receipts.
It's PP Mossad. Yeah, his sort of cover is fishing. He's actually just doing Mossad ops. That's why he's never caught a fish.
No, he's listened to a bit of propaganda, and now he's into. He loves Israel, but he hasn't got a clue about the history.
Well, the problem is if you spent most of your life backing up a source, like a lot of the older generation, they grew up listening to the BBC and they thought it was gospel. Like my parents' generation, it's very hard to teach an old dog new tricks. Like my parents, you can tell them stuff which is evidence-based facts, and they're just so headstrong and stubborn. It's all set in their ways. And I don't think they care because they're getting towards the end of their lives now. So, you know, it's like they're not trying to change the world, and they're just trying to live the rest of their lives in a bit of fun.
Well, it's a bit crazy, you know, when you don't even know what the Hadith side, don't know what the Torah is, you don't know what the Talmud is, but you love Israel. So, okay.
I want to say I love Israel.
And then misquoting the Quran.
But the thing is with the Israelis is I think they're very insecure because they only exist because the world allows them to exist. I think it's the UN or that recognise them as a state of Israel. So if at any point they took that away, they would just be dissolved.
But they're all dual passports.
Yeah, I think you only got to be Jewish to be able to get citizenship.
Right, if I didn't have a YouTube channel and speak about it, right, I could convert to Judaism.
Yeah, you can.
And move to Israel tomorrow.
Yeah, you can. No, except anybody.
But I'd have to spend, I think it's 12 months going to a yeshiva. I think it's 12 months I'd have to spend to go into a yeshiva before I got my citizenship.
Oh, what? Got it.
Best way of understanding people is to first understand them.
So I'm just reading something.
CPP, see, you know, I'm caught in the middle because I've got Jewish in my family and I've also got Muslim in my family by marriage.
I've kind of got Muslim in the family. At some point, everybody's going to have some Muslim in the family the rate they're coming in. My daughter's cousins are actually Muslims, but they're not very strict ones.
Mickey.
They go to Asda for 12.
I'll go for
Feed the world. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, was reading something.
That's better. Right, let's make this coffee. You're not talking, Jimmy?
I was just writing a message.
No. I wonder what the weather's going to be today. Fuck me, man. It pissed down all day today.
Fucking boiling over here, man. I don't know what happened. I don't know how my brain works. That's why I need a psychologist. I was baking hot, sweating, so I thought, I know what I'd do. I'll go for a run. I was on the running machine and I was sweating before I'd even started running. I suppose it makes perfect sense. If you're complaining about the heat, make yourself hotter. Upcoming event today starts. What the hell is this? My phone. Does your YouTube on your phone, does it keep telling you to go to bed until you have a break? Mine does on my phone. It keeps coming up saying it's time for a break. It's time for a break. I just turned it on. Then it says like it's time to go to sleep now. I'm like, what the fuck are you telling me to go to sleep? Fucking cheeky bastards, man. I fucking love running. Yeah, I like running too. I like mixing it up. Interval running. There's a nice lake in there, like which is somebody docks me running. I was running very slow, like the Elephant Man, apparently. At least I was doing running. It's called a slow jog. Slow, long jog, probably 10 Ks, you know. But apparently I was running like the Elephant Man. So anyone who said I was running like the Elephant Man, do a video of yourself running up and then show me how to do it. I'll tell you what, it's lovely running it. There's something I've changed my routines as well in case there's some YouTube like hitmen out there, which there probably ain't. But you can watch the sun going down and the skylight red before you know running into the sunset. Zara's in here too. It should be interesting. I think it's true. PP went to France not to catch anything. I'm sure we could. I think he might have called a clap. Yeah. It's such a buzz off. Yeah, I'm trying to go for a run now. Talking about running so much. We want to go to Smooey. Smooey is a lovely place, but it's so busy at the moment. I don't know why there's so many people here. The cars, I'm getting stuck in traffic. There's one ring road that goes around the island. That's the problem. And it's quite a big island for a small island. So when there's a jam, the whole road just locks up.
Oh, I always go down the rabbit holes, oneness. Always go down the rabbit holes. But I also speak to people that live in Syria or used to live in Syria, used to live in Lebanon, and they're quite famous journalists as well that used to live in Lebanon and Syria. Also, I know Palestinians.
Living out here. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go on. That's it.
Living out here, I get to mix with all different people from all over the world, like Lebanese, Israelis. I haven't met actually Palestinians. I met Syrians. In fact, I picked up a Syrian in my taxi in England, and he was more against illegal immigration than I was. And he was like, I come over illegally, I've got a job, I pay my taxes, and I get some fucking Somali, and he said, ask me for a cigarette. I go, you go and get a job, you blooming there, I'm not giving you a cigarette. He went off on one. That was before all that ISIS stuff.
Oh, is that where the beach was filmed? Was it Koh Samui?
No, beach was filmed on the other side, Phuket side.
No, it's Phuket side, was it?
Yeah. Well, James Bond Island is over there.
Were you an
There's loads
extra?
of- Yeah. I was what's the word? It's a scaramanga.
T-boy.
I've got 3 nipples. There was one of the Bond enemies that had 3 nipples, wasn't it? Was it Mr. Scaramanga? Can't remember.
It was, I think, wasn't it?
But the
It rings a bell.
you ever caught a fish? I caught a giant trevally in Samui. It was 7 kilos. It was. I was treated like a little mini celebrity that day. Everyone wanted a piece of it, or a piece of me. I don't know which one. I made some tom yum with it. I gave it to some chef to chop it up and give it back to me. I made like an orange curry. That was it. King Som. What I was going to say now. I'll tell you what, they've just taken away the free visa for a lot of the. There's so many fights kicking off out here at the moment. Every day in Pattaya, Phuket. You look at it on Twitter or in the Tiger on YouTube, whatever. It's just kicking off every day, like, you know, and they're trying to get rid of they're getting rid of the free visa system for about, they're putting it down to 50 countries before it's like over 100 countries. It doesn't make any sense. The reason why there's more fights is because there's more people here, which is what they want. So, you know, law of ratios, if you got more people in, then some of those people are going to be bad apples and they're just going to kick off. You can't have it, and they want to focus on better quality tourists. That don't exist. It's just you got more people here, so out of those more people, some people are going to kick off.
Yeah,
it's just crazy sometimes. There's a lot of Israelis kick. They're really cracking down on the Israelis out here, big time. They're opening a lot of nominee companies, which is illegal, and they're really taking a piss big time. And
a lot of them are getting kicked out, aren't they?
They are because of the illegal companies they're setting up, and they're not just. This isn't to do with Israel or anything like this. It's just the Israelis coming out here, and they're hitting the news every other day. They're having like sex parties and inviting with lady boys and all kinds of stuff, and they're all opening like
I'll put this in the background behind us. Come on, you stupid fucking thing.
Oh yeah, I've seen them.
So this is Twin Towers, right? And where's the volume? Volume. Turn the volume down a bit so we can talk. Right. This is actually in a woman that lives actually opposite the Twin Towers. Lives opposite them. Yeah. And what she did, she set up the camera on a tripod.
Yeah, we have a video of that.
And leaves it videoing. She's got telephone calls going on and everything else because she's stuck in her building. Yeah. So she's saying one plane's already struck, but it's quite interesting. It's quite telling because you know the sound of an aeroplane and like she literally lives opposite the building. Now you can hear a helicopter flying around and everything else, and then you see the second tower, right? But you don't see no plane, you don't hear no plane, but she's being told by mainstream news that another plane has struck the other building, right? And you actually see both buildings collapse as well.
I saw the second plane on the news.
On the news, yeah, but she's literally yards away.
Is it on the which side did it? I was sort of trying to find out.
Mm. Is that too loud? That's too loud, isn't it?
That's all right. Well, I'm sitting.
Yeah, she knew. Oh my God, you should. Oh, I have a videotape of it. You should just see this thing. Wow. Oh my God. Are they saying?
You see the woman's waving there, look.
I'll call you back.
She's waving there, look. Can you see it?
Yeah, I think she's waving for help. I saw people jumping out the building when I was watching on the news.
Mm.
She's zooming right in then. We've got to look at the smoke pattern. I remember I was at work when this happened because I talked so much bollocks, no one believed me. But when I turned the television on in the kitchen, people started walking in, one slowly but surely.
Mm.
I went to Ground Zero about a few weeks afterwards because no one wanted to fly. Flights were so cheap.
Yeah. And now it's a cube. Now it's a Saturn cube. I wonder why it's a Saturn cube.
What's a Saturn cube? Saturn's a cube.
No, the Cubanism. You know what they're into. Saturn.
Oh, I don't know.
Mm. Trump Towers.
How long did you see it? That's quite a long video, there.
Yeah, it is a long video. That's why I say I'll turn it down. But when she speaks, I'll turn it up a little bit.
Okay, now there's helicopters in the sky. I can't get them, but apparently CNN is saying that the twin-engine airplane crashed into it.
So she never heard the aeroplane. She never saw the aeroplane. But CNN are telling her on the news that a twin-engine aircraft crashed into it.
Can't see any aeroplane in the building either. Like nothing. There's no debris from the plane. Or...
No, but they managed to find those passports.
I've Well, I heard the first crash I heard on the radio. I didn't see it on the television.
Mm.
Then when I was looking on the television, the second plane hit. I think my cousin was at Central Station when it happened. Fucking twatty. I was standing. Well, she was on the plane. You see, there's a lot of air conditioning in there, isn't there? Which is flammable gas, refrigerant gas.
No, that's an
Oh,
explosion,
the second
right?
explosion there. What the hell's
Yeah.
that?
No, you didn't hear no aircraft, did you?
No, considering like how loud a fucking plane is when you're just even near an airport.
Yeah, well, you can hear her
no.
phone. She's dialing up on her phone.
Well, that's interesting.
You could hear the helicopter. You could hear the helicopters just now, but because she put her camera on a tripod, she couldn't zoom up to the helicopters.
What the fuck was that then?
We've just gone back to it a bit. And there's your explosion.
Like no Mickey Mouse exploding.
Mm.
Oh my God.
No remains of any aeroplane.
And that hit below the tower. That came from below the tower, the smoke.
Mm. Well, it's here, isn't it? Just above this building here. I can't remember what that building's called. That's the fifth tower. That's building. That's building 7. That is.
Oh my God. Who is this? Is it another airplane?
The phone going off. Mushroom cloud there.
So
is that
she's
mushroom
just
cloud?
like,
There's a mushroom cloud.
Airplane.
She's just said on the phone, "Oh my God, was it another aeroplane?"
But it looks like the other. No, it's the other tower that's burning up. It's the other building. I think another airplane crashed into it.
I think another airplane crashed into
The
it.
other tower is now on fire. The other World Trade Center. It was like an airplane that crashed into the other one. I don't know what to do now. What are they saying? It's like an. Another airplane flew into the second tower, Kelly. I feel like we're under siege. I was watching CNN and there was another airplane and then there was an explosion. Oh my God, now the other one's on fire. I can see both buildings on fire.
I can't work out why that explosion came. Look, if you look at the bottom of the bottom left, there's a fire at the bottom left.
Yeah.
And there's smoke's coming up from there.
Yeah.
I never noticed that.
Mm.
What's up to performing?
But look, you could see fire in here earlier, but look at all the smoke bellowing out. But now you can't see no smoke, but you can see loads of fire. And you can see fire just there above World Trade 7.
I think that's where the explosion came from, that area.
Yeah. Yeah, but she had the camera tilted up too high, didn't she?
Yeah. From what I can remember, the second plane hit quite the similar heights. Not from that area. That's mental, man. I want to see what caused that explosion. Look at it from a different camera. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. I never really got that invested in this. Got to take advantage of cheap flights. Maybe I am Jewish.
Well, you had the dancing Israelis stood on top of the roof of their van.
I thought they were Muslims.
No, dancing Israelis. No, Nixie, I played the documentary of the dancing Israelis.
I know that there was they were investigating some people that were dancing and cheering after the planes hit.
So there you go. So you got that. You had that massive explosion. You've got that little bit of impact, right? Or that bit of damage, yeah? Right? But they're saying an aeroplane did that. A bit strange, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't work that out.
It's so bad. It's so bad. I feel like we're under siege or something. I don't know where to go or what to do. I really need to. My apartment, I need to go with them just for help.
I got loads of footage of the dancing Israelis.
Well, that would actually make sense considering what happened afterwards. What bothered me was the war in Iraq was supposed to be about oil, so why didn't England get richer?
Yeah. I've played them on different lives, Nixie. I think it was on. It was one of my Trump titles. I think it was. No, I wasn't serving at the time, one nurse. I'd come out of the army then.
If that explosion was caused by the second plane, then that means it hits it from that side, no? Or was that the other side from where it hit?
Jimmy.
Oh, God. If it hit it from the other side, and that's the smoke from the other side of the building. Which would make sense because you'd have to get from a different angle to get to the second building. The other was blocked by the other building.
Yeah.
The dancing Israelis, that's the one which I'm more focused on.
It was the moving company, and the moving company was a fictitious company, and they were the ones that were working on that floor up there. And there's loads of videos of them putting in the big cardboard boxes with stuff written on them.
Well, that also makes sense as well. There's a documentary on Netflix called Spycraft where they rigged the whole top of a building full of bugs in the concrete. They had to remove the whole building, top 6 stories of the building, and rebuild it because of that from Russian spies. I might get lost. I might lose myself. I'm just about to use the phone to play for something else.
Yeah, Mickey, how dare you? How dare you? Look at all that pollution. Nixie, I've showed fact-based evidence earlier and he still debunked it.
I just ordered my fried rice with dog. I'm only joking. It's a cat. I looked for another video on my phone of 2 planes hitting. I want to see where that second plane hit.
Yeah, Zara, they even took the windows out and stood on a platform that they made.
I totally feel like we're under siege. I really do. I could go downstairs. I'm like a big move now. There are people running in my neighborhood. Well, my nanny was supposed to come, but I assume she's not coming today, obviously. You can see this thing on fire. You can't even imagine.
Yeah, that's right. They were all Mossad agents. They were all interviewed as well. If you remember, I had all the footage for the interview, if you remember.
Did hit slightly lower.
Okay. But you know,
Well, it was the same as that. Let me leave that play and just turn the. Where's the volume there? It was the same as that Israeli that worked directly under Netanyahu. He was one of Netanyahu's aides, and he went over to America, didn't he? And then he arranged to have sex with a 14-year-old. He paid £10,000 bail, but he wasn't actually in America when he paid the bail. He was back in Israel, I found out the other day, and he did the court case via a Zoom meeting, and he was already back in Israel. So he arranged to have sex with a 14-year-old. Condoms and everything on him, and then he flew back to Israel.
I was modelling in the back, just you know.
All right.
With the second plane hitting. I've got.
All right.
Came around the back. She would have been filming from that side, but looking now, that's quite a lot lower. I haven't got the sound on the other phone.
Well, he had something, Zara, because he managed to go back to Israel. Now, Israel clicks his fingers and off they go. Paedophile capital of the world. That's where all your 8 genders comes from. It's where your first trans surgery come from. Jewish man and a Jewish man doing the surgery. Yeah. Well, that was under Keir Starmer, wasn't it? And she should have been arrested. And Keir Starmer changed the law, didn't he?
I'm actually an atheist, so I'm going to go out to and smash a lot of people up to prove I'm a good atheist. I'm joking.
Who's saying it never happened, PB? Nobody said it never happened. questioning
how it happened and why it happened and who was behind
questioning the aeroplanes.
And the motive behind it, because Mossad, if you look at, there's someone that keeps coming up in my algorithm. It's an ex-CIA person, I forget his name, John something. He was put in prison because he didn't go along with the torture program.
Right.
And he's doing a lot of podcasts. It's probably in my algorithm now. Hang on. There's a couple of ex-CIA people that keep popping up. They're doing like loads of podcasts, and they reckon that they get asked questions like, do you believe Epstein killed himself? And said 100% no. And said, how would you get away with faking a murder like that? And I said, what I'd do is I'd bring out a body, doesn't matter who it is, so that everybody could see it, and then it would just vanish. And that's exactly what happened.
Well, the Epstein body that they autopsied had a prostate. Now, it was well documented that Epstein's prostate was removed. Now, they moved the body. They moved a body the day before. Whether they brought one in and took one out. Now, the body that went through the autopsy had a prostate. Well, Epstein didn't have no prostate.
And they reckon 100% he was working, possibly not directly for Mossad, but he was definitely giving information to Mossad on high, because that's what they do. They look at getting dirt on high-profile people, and all those high-profile people were sitting on Epstein Island. You know, what better things could a spy agency want than the information that Epstein had? You know, you got information on all the world leaders, like real bad dirt. You can control the world with just information.
Oh, that autopsy woman's brilliant. The mortician, yeah, she's good, she is.
Yes, I'm sure that I hope she's not at work.
John, his name is John Kirakou, ex-CIA. He's doing a lot of podcasts at the moment.
Tracked and
captured
terrorists around the world. My name is John Kiriakou.
John Kiriakou, that's it. He was put in prison because he wouldn't go along with the torture program.
That's They're gone.
He's the only one that wouldn't go along with it for the torture training, and so they threw him under a bus and done him for the torture. For the
All right.
he ended up. Oh, his story's pretty mad. John Kiriakou, Kira. I can't see him. Just type it.
I said it was mad as poo. A shooting drill instead of a fire drill.
A shooting drill instead of a fire drill. That's another fun. John Kiriakou, type it in it. Was fuming. Good death. I was always interested in the people that were celebrating that. I just didn't realise they were Israelis until now.
Yeah, they were literally called the dancing Israelis. Google it. Look, where's it gone? Jimmy, you missed it.
What? It's the one.
Oh my God, something.
Keep watching.
There's a helicopter there.
Yeah, helicopter. There's the building gone. Strange, isn't it? That helicopter flies in. Now, did that helicopter detonate it?
Oh my God, something else blew up.
Did that helicopter fly that close and then press a detonator, remote detonator? Who knows?
Oh my God.
Several people trapped in the building. Most of the building's 24,000 people are outside of the building or in the center.
Helicopter, look, hovering.
Yeah, I can see that.
Mm.
There is, of course, thick black smoke billowing from the scene. There's a lot of confusion.
I thought that building would have gone first because it's lower down. Create the domino effect for the second one. Falling out.
The second building was way after the first. There it goes, like boom. Falling in his own footprint. Strange that. If you go and watch loads of Fred Dibner. I know Fred Dibner used to get rid of the chimney stacks and everything. They all land in their own footprint.
Oh my God, something else blew up.
Yeah, no, what? Fuck yeah, no.
She said, "Oh my God, something else blew up." She hadn't noticed the bit. She hadn't noticed the buildings disappeared yet.
They've got the Pentagon as well. There was no debris around that Pentagon. All the telephone cable wires all intact, and
Yeah.
lampposts and everything.
Well, the other plane that crashed into that dip in the ground, that dip in the ground was always there before. They showed satellite imagery.
Were they all American Airlines?
Yeah.
Or the same company?
Yeah.
That's also suspicious as well. Because I reckon before 9/11, getting on a plane was like getting on a bus. There was hardly any security then. So you wouldn't have to pick a specific company. Oh, it's attack against America, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I've got that footage, Zara. And when they're interviewing the fireman. And I had the footage where she says Building 7's gone, and you can still see Building 7 behind her. And then it was a couple of minutes later that Building 7 then collapsed in its own space.
They're doing some really good flight deals after 9/11. Even JFK were doing special package deals. It's like straight JFK direct straight to your office.
Yeah, that's right. BBC, yeah.
Yeah, BBC. I was listening to BBC Radio 1 when it happened. Saying they heard one explode.
Yeah, it must have been a hell of a bomb, one nuts, because if you remember, a couple of years before, and they detonated a car bomb inside the building, in the car park, because the car park's underground.
It's supposed to be able to take the 747 crashing into it.
Well, I think when one of the buildings was being built, an airplane did crash into the building, didn't do no damage.
Yeah, because they stick out a lot from the ground. I mean, one of the biggest buildings in the world, so they have to be built for things flying into them. There's a book that my old man was reading, and it was written about terrorists hijacking planes and using the planes as weapons and flying them into buildings. It was written like years ago. I was wondering at the time whether they got the idea from that book.
Nah. There's a video of a rabbi that stops his car and said those buildings are going to be gone a week before.
How far away is she from the building? He zoomed in quite a bit. Fucking Starbucks put their price of the water up to $20 a bottle during this.
$20?
Yeah, I remember. Fucking maximise that, man. That was back in those days as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, so he also bought the shipping company that took all the scrap away as well. Because all the scrap was taken away.
Thing is, PB, like I'm not going to be popular for saying this on here, but I despise a mass just as much. Personally, that's why rather than not just fight between them. When they take it outside Israel, that's when it starts affecting me getting in my car and the fuel prices going up. I'm a selfish bastard.
Yeah, that's got nothing to do with a mass, though, Jimmy.
No, it's to do with Israel influencing Trump to attack Iran, because every single president of America has been approached to attack Iran, and they've all denied it. They've all refused it, and Trump was the only one that did it.
It's because Israel have got too much dirt on Trump.
Yeah.
And not Mandelson. What else? A bloody husband and wife that gave him all the millions and millions of pounds. Hundreds of millions of pounds they gave him. The Andelsons.
Every airport in the United States has been shut down as the FAA and the government tries to figure out exactly what has happened, what is at risk, what is not, who is behind it. Are there more explosions, more
Mickey.
Here in New York, trading on the New York Stock Exchange, at least for now, all bridges and tunnels.
Yeah, I believe you, Mickey.
Have been shut down as police try to clear the way.
Well, Adelson's in shit. Remember, she said in the interview, Bibi Netanyahu files, if this gets out, they're going to kill me. She actually says that on the interview, doesn't she? And she's looking around to see whether they're recording anything. And then she was telling the stories of all the stuff that she bought for Bibi and all the stuff that she bought for his wife.
Well, that's correct, PV, but the reason that's what it was done to create confusion, terror, and a lot of spin. And a lot of anger as well. They push the crowd of people in the direction you want them to go, which is towards Iraq and Afghanistan.
They bought Bibi's wife a bracelet, didn't they? And then she said it'd be nice to have a necklace to match it. Yeah. And the guy that the name in the passport was, he was still alive and living. It's like the eight girls that Trump was talking about. Those 8 girls don't exist. But then he said that these other girls had been killed. And there was a big thing. She made a video saying, I haven't been killed in Iran. There, you can hear that airplane, look, listen. You can hear an airplane now, so how can you hear that airplane, but you never heard no other airplane hit the building? Know what I'm saying? If a plane hit that building, you would have heard it coming. Like you just heard that plane fly over. New era in China-Africa commerce starts on Friday. 53 African countries. Urban don't like that. He don't like that. Africa's dealing with China. No, you can hear another plane now, lot. Can you hear it? No, you're muted up.
Yeah, I'm still listening.
So that's 2 aeroplanes you've heard fly past. Why didn't we hear the aeroplane that was supposed to crash into building 2? Yeah, that was mad as poo. That was oneness. And that kid drew a green aeroplane, didn't he? And they come in and whisper into Bush's ear.
Yeah, that was amazing when they gave the news to Bush.
Yeah.
Just carried on reading.
Mm.
The only reason why they went to war with Iraq was because after Ronald Reagan's election, they sold them the chemical weapons in the first place.
Yeah.
They bought them from America. It's like me buying a weapon off someone and then getting rid of it, and then they're coming to arrest me. The same people which sold it to me, thinking that I've got it. Fucking madness.
I did the whole documentary on 7/7 as well, oneness. The explosives vans there and how the buses blew from underneath up. But it wasn't a rucksack bomb. And how one got on the wrong bus, or the bus had to take a detour.
They shot that Brazilian, didn't they? Because he ran because he thought it was immigration police, apparently. He was overstaying the visa. Yeah, they had a backpack on. I think they released a load of soldiers, giving like police work. That's what the story was anyway. I saw a lot of big conspiracy with Diana's death as well. Whole documentary on that. I reckon the journalists that were investigated got jumped. In Paris by some English, very heavy, strong people. I was not charging my phone on this. Oh, yeah. But I've got to pop off. My food just arrived in a bit.
I want to go through again what we know here at this point, and also point out some things that are not significant that we don't know. And one of the things we don't know is we do not now know how many fatalities there have been and how many injuries there are. We can only surmise this is getting catastrophic. That catastrophic event here in the World Trade Center towers is one of them appears to have collapsed. How much of it collapsed? We don't know. Very much. In any case, we cannot tell you how many injuries, how many fatalities there have been. This is one of those situations that's extraordinarily chaotic. Even in the best of times, I think it's fair to say that it is chaotic and officially officials are trying to do many things at one time. We have on the phone a pilot who witnessed these planes crashing in to the World Trade Center. Sir, can you tell me your name? John, can you hear me? Yes, I can. John, tell me what you saw. This morning we were at Midtown Manhattan in a 31st floor building facing south. We saw.
Are you asking me, PP? What made them divide? That was the death of Tito, wasn't it?
We saw the plane veer to the left and fly directly into the north side of the South Tower. So this was the second plane that hit the tower, correct?
Tito controlled it all, and then nobody controlled it after him.
Kate, what can you tell us about the events there? Well, I'm a couple of blocks away from the Capitol right now. I can tell you that about a half hour ago, the Capitol building itself was evacuated. It was a little bit chaotic. Everyone was running out of the building. People ran a couple of blocks away. We are now just pushed back by security. We're within 2 blocks of the Capitol. I did see myself a plane about a half hour ago circling over the Capitol. Now, whether that may have been an Air Force, a U.S. plane, is unclear. That seemed to be the reason, according to security guards I talked with, for the evacuation of the Capitol. They had seen something or heard something suspicious. They've evacuated the Capitol and the surrounding buildings, the office building, at least on the House side, which is where I'm standing. There are 3 House offices.
So who dropped the Twin Towers? We know who dropped the Twin Towers.
Walking by us here on the sidewalk. I can also, go ahead. Okay, I'm sorry, man. If you said this, I apologize.
And like Yugoslavia fucked up and signed up to the IMF, which is what Africa won't do.
Something that sounded like a loud boom about 5 minutes before. Kate, you were how far away from the Capitol building itself? I'm standing on Pennsylvania Avenue, which is a main artery in Washington, D.C., and I'm about 2 blocks away from the Capitol. I did just see a spokesperson, by the way, for the Speaker of the House, Mr. Hassard, Dennis Hassard, tell me that Mr. Hassard and other leaders have been evacuated into what he calls a secure location. Not clear where that is.
Who do you think done it, PP?
Because we can't see it at this point. Just give me a sense of what it looks like there. Are there many people on the street? Yeah, the sidewalks, people are small. I think most people don't really know what's going on. Most people haven't been watching the news. But the sidewalks are definitely full of people where normally at this time of the morning there wouldn't be that many people out here. And as I say, I've been passed by numerous members of Congress and senators and staff. I know well who've been coming past. They actually see what's going on.
I wouldn't call him a troll, one nurse. He's just uneducated. He still listens to BBC and Channel 4. Whose iPad go?
That building, that was the building hit first. And then about half an hour later, a second plane, and I'm not sure if we have the tape available. If we do, we'll show it to you. You can see the second plane coming in from the right side of the screen, going into the tower itself. This is an extraordinary and troubling piece of tape. The Justice Department is now being evacuated. The second attack on the Trade Center occurred about half an hour or so after the first one. We have a report. CNN has been told that American Airlines 767 jet was hijacked out of Boston today. We don't know which of those 2 planes hit the tower the second time. In the last 10 minutes or so, the South Tower, or at least a portion of the South Tower, has collapsed. CNN's David Ensor joins us from Washington. David, where in the Capitol are you now? Well, Aaron, I'm in our bureau, but I have on the telephone with me Barbara, who is the wife of a friend of mine and who is an eyewitness to exactly what happened at the Pentagon. Pentagon. Barbara, can you hear me all right? Yes, I can hear you. Well, what exactly did you see? Let's look at the Pentagon now as you described what exactly happened at the Pentagon this morning.
As we were driving into town on 395, there was an exit. We were trying to get on the exit to the Memorial Bridge. To the left-hand side was a commercial plane that came in and was coming too fast, too low. And the next thing we saw was it go down below the side of the road, and we just saw the fire that came up after that.
How large was the explosion?
It was large.
Was there sound as well?
When it got our can't verify the windows right in the vehicle.
Was it clear to you what happened?
Yeah, definitely.
So you believe it was a commercial airliner that was hitting?
No, I didn't notice Jimmy's dropped off.
And I'm not sure exactly where it came on, where it was in relationship to where the plane went down. You know, but they are relatively close to one another. Whether it hit any part of that Pentagon, I'm not sure.
How low was the plane?
When it was coming down, it was coming down on less than a 45-degree angle, and coming down towards the side of the 395. And when it came down, it just missed the 395 and went down below it, and then you saw the fire spot on it.
Were you able to see what kind of plane
it
belonged to?
No, I did not see what kind of an airline. I just assumed because it was so close to the airport, it was coming into land.
But it seemed awfully low to you.
Yeah, and fast.
How big was the fireball?
That special challenge at times, and it was pretty big.
What do you think was happening?
I know that hit the ground and it exploded.
Were you frightened yourself?
Yeah. Yes, everybody stopped the car and we all got that forth.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you talking to us. Aaron, back to you.
David, thank you. CNN's David Insort in Washington. CNN Brian Palmer joins us on the phone from here in Manhattan. Brian, let's begin by telling you where you are.
We are in front of the criminal courthouse after being pushed north last week. We watched one of the towers of the World Trade Center disappear from the skyline. It basically halted into itself in a pool of gray smoke. A crowd of thousands of people dashed up Broadway, followed by emergency services personnel. Both, as you know now, we're watching the pool of smoke as debris is sort of lost across government homes. We were lining up at the table behind me, trying to find out where the rest of the state.
Let me just briefly go to Randy. Randy, just look out there and tell me what you think when you see. Now, he's part of one of the landmark buildings in the city, one of the most recognizable buildings in the country. It's gone.
It's the kind of moment you hope will never come. When you look at government, when you care as much about the city and this country as America briefly young does, it's an moment you pray will never come. And you pray for the families of anyone affected by this tragedy. As a city, we come together and our emergency services provide every support they can in the face of such.
No, I'm watching. Why? What am I watching?
You look out and you stand here, some point every day looking out at the city that's happened here. It's extraordinary tree, and you see those two buildings high above going like that, and you look out there and you see the baby hole in one of them. There's fumes of smoke that you report from the scene, and you know it's right behind the tower when these parts are gone. Join now one of our affiliates WNYW and their coverage here in New York. We'll try and make that connection again in two cities now. There are a lot of pieces of information floating around. We need to try and find out some of this. We got a report earlier that we now, we believe what we was not correct. There was an explosion at the Capitol. There was none, as we now believe there was no explosion at the Capitol. Air travel route to Canada.
Oh no, I'm not watching iPad.
Into the United States or into Canada. Into the United States. International flights headed for the United States. Our team sent to Canada now. The airports there and all air traffic in the United States has come to a halt. The FAA has shut down every airport in the country. And to our knowledge, this is the best of our memory that has never happened before. We're starting to get some pictures of the scene from the ground here in Manhattan. Again, this all started about almost an hour and a half ago. I guess.
You want your kipper back? I'll send you a Cornish kipper. Might be a bit smelly.
On scene, there are, we don't know how many injured to be tended to be taken to the hospital. We'll continue to send hospitals to find out how many extent of injuries. We do not yet know how many fatalities. There's the scene. This is Kate now from WABC here in New York. Their crew shot this picture. As you see, fire trucks and firefighters, rescue personnel at the Trade Center about 30 blocks from where we are right now. You can see these huge columns of smoke coming out of the front tower and then a bit from the back. As you see, again, the crews working their way towards the tower itself. It was 1993.
that I suspect many of these same firefighters converged on these very same towers after the bombing in the garage level.
There you go, talking about the bombing.
And that was in 1993. As you see, again, the crews working their way towards the tower themselves. It was 1993 that I suspect many of these same firefighters converged on these very same towers after the bombing in the garage level. Help me with this, but I'm pretty sure it was in the garage when a rider truck came in and blew up in the garage. I'm not sure it was a rider truck, but a truck came in and blew up in the garage. And that was in 1993.
And then I heard that another plane hit, and if you go over by me, you can see the people jumping out the window. They're jumping out the window right now.
That is one of the witnesses to this extraordinary.
But it's also a day that, you really don't want to remember. Nothing.
That is one of the witnesses to these extraordinary events this morning here in New York. Again, and I know that for many of you, you've heard this a lot, but I think it's important as people join us as they do in moments like this. They are coming in all the time, that there have been attacks in 2 American cities.
I'm trying to remember now whether it's the aerial on the roof that goes down first. There it goes, look. Where did all the steel go?
See the smoke rising. You can see a portion of the side of the building now just being covered on the right side. As I look at it, covered in smoke. This is just a horrific scene and a horrific moment. The president is in Florida today as they move back to the White House. He took off a short time ago. The White House itself has been evacuated on the basis of what the Secret Service says was a credible threat on the mansion itself. We believe now.
It was a day that you'll never forget.
Well, where's it gone?
But it's also a day that, you really don't want to remember.
Nothing compared to 9/11. Nothing compared.
The sound and what I felt, it will never escape me.
This is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the firemen assembled here, the police officers, FBI agents, and you can see the 2 towers. A huge explosion now, raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way.
You look up and you see One World Trade Center with your eyes, but you don't see One World Trade Center in your mind. You see 2 buildings on fire.
Terror and fear and running on the street again. People were scattering for cover.
Get out, get out, get out, get out.
This is just so much bigger than we thought. We had no idea.
Nobody's safe. We're not safe. Even all these little buildings, we're not safe.
I could see the tail of a jetliner. Dip, dip, turn. That fast.
And there's more explosions right now. Hold on, people are running.
Hold on just a moment. We've got an explosion inside.
The building's exploding.
I remember just saying, Nina, we've got to get down. We've got to get down.
far as all my colleagues, you know, I thought everybody was gone.
The building collapsed.
Not there anymore.
The whole side has collapsed?
The whole building has collapsed.
But that cloud of smoke just was a whole new approach to things.
Glenn, let's go, let's go. Egging me on, just come on, come on. Watch out, there it is, there it is, there it is.
The way, like a movie scene, it just sort of came up the street behind us.
I don't think you could be that close to 3,000 people dying and emotionally, spiritually not just feel that way on you.
Well, I can see people hurt, children without mothers and fathers tonight.
And that's for us. We were covering it. These families that never were the same again have much bigger burden than we do.
You rolling? Okay.
Okay, so are you rolling? Yes. All right, let's go right to it. It was like a day I can't forget.
It was a beautiful Tuesday with fluffy white clouds in the sky.
It was just gorgeous. It's one of those great spectacular days that you didn't ever think, anything, but it's great to be in this city.
And it turned out to be, the backdrop for one of the worst days. It was election day. It was primary election day here in New York City.
Ready for a interesting primary. Trying to pick the next mayor of New York.
It was supposed to be a simple Tuesday.
And I think I'm going to have an easy day, right? You come in at 7, you go home at 3. Hopefully you have no 5 o'clock live shot.
When people say this came out of the clear blue sky, it really did.
I was in the RF room, which stands for radio frequency, waiting for the chopper to fire up a signal. The chopper pilot said to me, "You see smoke coming from the towers, one of the towers." I made sure there was a tape rolling. I ran upstairs to the newsroom. I told everybody to look at the Alpine receiver to make sure that they could see what was going on.
My first thought was, a Piper Cub or, a small plane or something must have hit it. And as I walked into the room, I saw a smoke billowing off for one of the cameras that we had.
And all of a sudden, a plane.
Yeah, I didn't know it was election day.
I was like, what?
Was that when Rudy Giuliani was under Trump, wasn't he?
Getting some phone calls that it might have been a small plane that had crashed. No one thought at all that we were under attack.
At that point, we didn't know the size of the plane. We didn't know anything about the plane. We just knew that a plane had gone into one of the towers. And I looked at that and said, uh-oh, I got to get to work.
And I jumped out of bed. I don't even know if I brushed my teeth. I threw on whatever was there, literally ran to the station.
We assigned producers to the control rooms.
And he said, we need to get this on the air.
This is the news leader, ABC 7.
It's funny.
Witness News.
After these ones being interviewed, you want to Google their names.
World Trade Center.
Get to the control room. On the way, call Bill Ritter. So I called Bill.
We don't know what really happened, but might be a small plane. We just don't know. Let's get in here right away.
But it is New York.
All our evening anchors in here to lead our coverage.
We got a phone call, and it was one of the assignment editors on the desk. A plane hit the World Trade Center, and we started walking out to the aircraft. And you get out on the ramp here, and you could see the city, and I could see the smoke coming off the Twin Towers. And we knew at that point that this was real. This was something big.
I was right in this area, and the news assignment desk is right there. You can always hear what they're saying, especially when they're screaming. And the news was, we got a plane down. Seems like it's a small plane. It hit one of the buildings.
Well, it's the same as the Pentagon, wasn't it?
Actually, a well-oiled machine. And I walked.
Pentagon's never passed an audit yet.
On the assignment desk, we're running around. Phones were ringing.
I get this crazy call from the desk. Somebody's hit the World Trade Center. A plane ran into the World Trade Center. And the initial thought was, what? Some small plane pilot couldn't get his bearings straight on this absolutely spectacular day? What is this? This is ridiculous.
And that very moment is when everything changed and everybody went into full defensive mode, news gathering, and it was just a sight to be seen.
We were basically sending everybody down to the World Trade Center. We didn't know what we were dealing with.
Calling every car, just the mobiles. Mobile 15, are you in? Mobile 10, are you in? Are you in? Go downtown, go downtown.
Find a crew, get down there, let us know when you're there.
Take Joe Torres with you and get down there.
I just ran out the door. I said, okay, I'll jump in whatever truck.
Just as I got to the corner of 67th and Columbus, she was standing there. She put her hand up. She jumped in the truck, and we zoomed downtown.
First responders needed to get their doctors. We weren't, as a journalist, you're not at that level, but you knew that there was a job to do, that we had to be on the air, that we had to be there. Marty was coming out of the garage.
Yeah, they did.
Jumped in the Ford Explorer. I said, it's you and me. Let's go.
Jumped in the helicopter and started up and started flying towards the city. And the first thing we noticed was that Newark Airport, which is a couple miles from here, cleared us in a straight line to the World Trade Center, which is very unusual because of the approach path coming in. You're right in the line of all the approaches going into Newark. They cleared us straight, which meant there was nothing coming into Newark. And we didn't really think about it. We just knew it was unusual, but it was better for us because it was a straight line.
I remember coming into the room and John was already flying. He was already talking to me about what was, what he saw. He saw building smoke coming from, from the World Trade Center.
We were over Bayonne, and I went to talk to my pilot, and behind him, out the window, I could see another airplane down by the Verrazano Bridge.
Where's the footage?
And it was passenger.
Show us the footage.
The initial instinct, as we're always flying and you're sharing the skies.
Eyewitness news. Where's the footage?
Do you have visual contact? Do you know he's there? And he said, yeah, I got him. And Newark's not even pointing him out to me.
On the radio, I heard
Show us the
John
footage.
scream. He goes, "Oh my God, a plane just flew underneath me." He goes, and it's like right on the deck. He said it's going right over the bay, going right towards World Trade Center.
I saw the United Airlines on the side of the airplane, and it had no business being at that altitude. It was low as we were, and it was fast, and it was right mid-span over the Verrazano, a few miles away from us. And it shouldn't have been there. And as you look back on it now, you say that was totally out of place. But we had him in sight from a safety standpoint. We were satisfied with that. I went back to doing something and looked back out the window, and it was us and the statue and the World Trade Center. And I could see the tail of
Didn't think of bringing the camera up and filming it, did he? No.
that fast.
He saw it all with his eyes, but he didn't actually film it.
Normally see. And it was just instinct. I turned the camera, pointed it that direction, reached down to press play and record on the old deck, and looked at my monitor, and the fireball was there.
And there's more explosions right now. Hold on, people are running. Wait, hold on just a moment. We've got an explosion inside. The building's exploding.
And it started the process immediately. And I asked Paul, I said, where is that airplane, meaning the one that we had seen? And he was already saying, that was him. That was him. Oh my God, that was him.
The people here everybody's panicking.
I was in shock for a second. And
So we're at the second building was when it was videoed from her front room window.
Hit the building. And
Didn't hear no aircraft.
what did you say? And I lost my radios. All of our repeaters were on top of the building, and whatever power was left in that run was enough to get another plane hit the building. What did you say? And I had nothing. I lost my air signal. I lost communications with the station. So at that point, it's Paul and I out there all by ourselves.
After we realized that the second plane hit
Yeah,
the
that's
second
true,
tower,
wasn't it?
I ran upstairs at that point and I told everybody, hey, a second plane just crashed into the second tower.
I remember Beluski saying, we just got video of a second plane hitting the tower. And this we went live.
Yeah, Jimmy, no camera. He saw it all with his eyes.
Another passenger plane hitting the World Trade Center.
And then I remember going
Project Bluebeam, I call
You're
that.
on the line, John. What can you tell us? John, are you with us?
We also lost IFB for John to hear off air. And eventually, I figured out that if I took the microphone and I put it up to one of the TVs, one of the off-air programs, he could hear the radio.
I hear, hey, John, can you hear me?
John, are you with us?
He doesn't realize we're cueing him.
Just north of Midtown Manhattan. We're over the west side of Manhattan here at 79th Street, looking south towards the World Trade Center. Just an absolutely staggering sight as both towers of the World Trade Center are currently billowing in smoke.
And he describes how the plane actually slams into the building and is completely inside the building.
We were on our way to the scene.
Well, 7/7, they rehearsed it
The type of plane.
months beforehand, didn't they? They did a full rehearsal of it. There was a whole documentary on it. I played it on here.
Wedged into the second tower, and you can see both towers burning. I think everybody pretty much knew.
And then when they carried out the
One, you have two. You know what's happening.
real time, I think it was dispatches or somewhere like that. No, what was not dispatches? The UK.
But if I'm going to be out here in this, I might as well do the job.
We are flying downtown, getting close to the world.
They're eyewitness news. They got cameras in the helicopters, but he saw it all with his eyes, but never saw it with a camera. Get real, PP.
As we came over the Henry Hudson Bridge, and the bridge was being shut down as we approached it. I think they let us through because we were a news vehicle, and they shut the road down behind us.
I remember having this conversation with Marty along the way where I said, we should really try to get into the tower so we can document the firefighters and their heroism and their dedication and how they were going to be getting people out of the building and saving people. So we need to go show that. He's like, that's great, let's do it.
We went down the West Side Highway. We pulled over, and what we knew was go live as fast as possible. The city shut down the southbound lanes of the West Side Highway so that emergency crews only, fire trucks, NYPD trucks could get down here.
That was the first crew that started bringing us from the ground shots.
We get down to the scene, and there's a jet engine laying on the corner.
Just blocks away, a plane engine sits on the sidewalk, burned.
I'm looking up. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The gash in the building.
And I saw all of that thick black smoke billowing out of the first tower that was hit. And my first thought was, well, that's not a small plane. That's way too much smoke.
We didn't believe it until we saw it, because when we were going down 9th Avenue, we really couldn't see it. And then we cut over to Washington Street, and that's when you could start seeing the World Trade Center and the inside of it actually red hot inside there.
I was getting phone calls from network. What do you see? What do you see? What is that? And I said, sir, I'm no expert on holes in buildings made by planes. That is a huge hole.
I told Michelle, we're not going any further when we got to Canal Street. Michelle said, why? I said, because we're here to document the story, not to be the story. If that thing falls down, we're going to get crushed. We're going to die.
We went on the set, really not knowing a whole lot. You knew something was bad. You just weren't getting the pieces of what it was yet.
The story was evolving so quickly to keep updating. And we actually had a lot of people calling in.
And all of a sudden, it smashed right dead into the center of the World Trade Center.
People describe what happened.
Like a drunk driver. It just kept on going and realized what was going on and tried to turn to the left.
One of the most memorable ones is somebody...
News Copter Live, lad. So why didn't News Copter Live film the plane crashing into it?
Not sure that I'm above.
He saw it all with his eyes, but he didn't catch any of it on camera.
I have no idea. I have no idea where the plane hit.
Right now, everything's under control.
I want to tell anybody that has a family member that may be in the building that the situation is under control for the moment.
He, of course, ended up dying when the buildings collapsed.
A continuous breaking news story like that doesn't really have an end is that especially in the first couple hours, the flood of information that came, how do you separate X happens and is it tied to Y? And if it's not, then what's it tied to? Is it just coincidence or circumstances?
This is not an accident. This is terror. And we knew it. We didn't have confirmation on it, but your heart knew it. And it was scary. It was very, very scary to think that we were being attacked.
By that time, Jim Dolan came in and he came on the set.
It was 8:48 this morning when the world changed forever. For a number of reasons, they had me go to the anchor desk that day. In part because I had a background in covering terrorism. I was interested in it. I knew who Zawahiri was. I knew who bin Laden was. I knew a little bit about Al-Qaeda. Multiple attacks fit into the Al-Qaeda plan. All of this fit into what Al-Qaeda had already.
Yeah, of course they will. PP would be first one in the queue.
Happened elsewhere.
Wasn't that much longer after that President Bush from Florida goes before cameras and says,
terrorism against
our nation will not stand.
It was the first time we were experiencing an attack on America this big, and people.
Well, they were there to report it. That's why they were flying in the first place, PP.
To try and,
But he's only got an eyewitness report where he's got a fucking great camera.
Remember, we got down fairly close to the towers, and it was just a chaotic scene. I remember seeing lots of debris, metal, paper raining down from the towers, smoke billowing out.
Our job as reporters is to get as close as possible to see what's going on. So we were just, getting down there as quickly as possible without knowing what we were walking into.
Just happens to be in a helicopter and forgets to turn the camera on.
Thinking, I can't get down there fast enough. And I saw a delivery man and I said, I need your bike. I'm a newscaster. I need your bike. I've got to get down there. I remember just pedaling and pedaling.
When we got probably a block or two away, a police officer started going, go back, screaming, go back, go back. And that's when I saw Lauren Glassberg.
It was chaos. I mean, people were screaming and looking up. And I just sort of wandered around trying to figure out what exactly was going on. And I remember standing on a street corner and saw Nina Pineda, who is one of my best friends.
We saw each other. We saw the police officer. The police officer was screaming, get down, get back.
If a first responder is telling me, get down, there's going to be an explosion, then I better probably listen.
As the guy's screaming, he's like, take cover. So Lauren and I crouch behind a car.
I remember just saying, Nina, we've got to get down. We've got to get down.
I remember being afraid.
I remember them doing this.
She was my best
Remember
friend.
them lying down like that?
Holding on to each other. I'm sure she said, Glassy, we're going to be all right. That's totally Nina.
And
In that little road drainage in Tel Aviv, wasn't it?
To get further away, let's get back up and keep going.
Are you rolling? Are you rolling?
3,000 people dying, and emotionally, spiritually, not just feel that weigh on you. I mean, it took us a long time to function as humans, and that's for us. We were covering it.
But they were supposed to be covering it, PP.
Have much.
That was why he was in a helicopter in the first place.
Oh. I hadn't seen Marty in probably 10 years. To see him, it brought me back to that day, but it also reminded me of this bond that we have because of what we went through together.
So we came in here and then we parked right there.
We got to within 1 block of the World Trade Center, got out of the truck, grabbed the gear. I mean, you can see in the video, we get to the towers, you can see that I look up and you can see the expression on my face. I mean, I'm just horrified. I'm in awe, I'm horrified. You couldn't imagine this. You look up and you see One World Trade Center with your eyes, but you don't see One World Trade Center in your mind. You see 2 buildings on fire.
And as we came through here, I think that's when I understood what was happening. That's when I started to see the debris. That's when I started to understand what was happening.
It's all, still very vivid to me 20 years later. 20 years later, I can hear the sounds.
They're going to win an Oscar in a minute, aren't they?
I almost feel like I can smell that smell of that day, the smoke, things burning. You don't forget that, ever.
And the firemen were all gathered in this area in here.
Exactly where we were. Right there.
Yeah, so this is it.
It is. I can hear it. I can still hear it. But we were standing right there, And that's where we shot the 2 stand-ups.
When you get that close to a story, you assume that you're not going to be able to stay there for too long.
All right, take 1 and 2.
So I said to Marty, I said, well, look, while we're here, why don't I shoot something on camera? He's like, great idea, let's do that. So, take 1.
This is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the 2 towers. Debris continues to fall and to rain on the people below.
I do take 1 and I don't like it.
Another one. Take 2.
I said, okay, take 2.
This is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the firemen assembled here, the police officers, FBI agents, and you can see the 2 towers. A huge explosion now, raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way.
There's this roar that you never forget.
It was you, the firefighters who were here, and I remember tilting up, and it wasn't until I opened up my left eye is when my world changed. Because my brain became one solid sphere of survival. But I knew I was going to perish. I knew it. And that is what has hurt me through the years, is I saw my own death. I saw the end.
So while Marty's still shooting, I turn around and there's a door to an office building. If that door was locked, if there was no door, if I had to run for half a block, I wouldn't be here. Marty wouldn't be here. That video would be the last that you ever saw of me. So I go through the door, and I've learned to see that door as providential. I've learned to view that door as the door
as
to
what?
my life.
And you know, I guess the big picture for me is I wonder why.
You wonder why we made it? Why we're here 20 years later?
I
don't wonder. Don't wonder.
I know.
Don't wonder.
Because the news reporters, when you weren't that close.
I need to find some kind of good to come out of 9/11, and that's the only way I feel like I can process it. And if 9/11 has made me a more sensitive person, if 9/11 has made me a better journalist, then that's something good that came out of something that's horrible. And that's all I can do. Otherwise, it eats you from the inside out. Otherwise, it becomes corrosive. I needed to find a way to process it myself. But I mean, I ran from 9/11 and I need to find a way to process it better. I hope at some point I can. But my way of coping with all of this has been to put one foot in front of the other, and not just on 9/11, but every day that came after that for 20 years.
So dramatic.
I never say, do you remember? I never ask that.
Correct.
But when I do see you, I remember.
Yes. It's not that we don't want to talk about it. It's we are not the story. And it makes us uncomfortable even talking about that, because many other people were seriously affected in ways much more grave than the way we were.
The time seemed to stand still.
Keep going, let's go.
Because there's so much chaos going on. When we were on Vesey next to 7 World Trade, we saw the plane parts like Boeing area. And then I was shooting.
Embedded in the street.
Right, and I was shooting straight up, and that's when I said, Joe, let's just get people.
Well, I just was in the lobby trying to get a cup of coffee, heard the bang, and now I'm just going around the corner, see if my friend's all right. I can't talk.
I remember a firefighter up on the plaza, and he's yelling at us, get out of the way, you're going to get hit by debris.
Jimmy.
Go to the South Tower. And we're about halfway there, and a DCPI police woman notices Joe.
And we bump into Teresa, a friendly face from the New York Police Department who serves as a liaison between the media and the police. She's with DCPI. And we see each other, we hug and embrace, and she offers to bring us to
West Street,
a news conference.
So we turn around, and we were about the same spot where we started. And then it was like an earthquake.
Underground, underground, underground.
And then all of a sudden, everybody starts running.
Let's go, underground.
The thought was that something underneath, that the street's just going to explode.
Right.
And we're running up Church Street. Teresa is digging her nails into my arm as we're running.
I remember her screaming when
because
it was
we were fearing for our lives at that point.
Come on, Joe. What is going on? Teresa, come on, come on. Teresa.
A big white cloud coming, and all of a sudden the FBI had an FBI thing on. He goes, "Don't breathe it, it's poison." And I'm rolling still, and Joe's
Come on, let's go, let's go.
egging me on, says, "Come on, come on."
Watch out, there it is, there it is, there it is.
And I knew I was going to outrun it, so I just held my breath, and it just whooshed over me. And I realized, I'm not dead. Let's just keep running.
Because we were getting closer to
Yeah.
get people coming in.
Yep.
And we got a few. But that cloud of smoke just was a whole new approach to things. The way, like a movie scene, it just sort of came up the street behind us.
I started shooting people coming out of the cloud and things covered with it. We see this gentleman, he identified himself as the engineer at the Port Authority.
And you work in number 1 World Trade? Yes, I do. And what floor were you? 72nd floor.
And he's covered with this white dust,
I can't breathe.
Starts saying, well, they're really strong buildings.
They're very strong buildings, as you remember from the blast the last time. So,
And all of a sudden, in the background, I see people start looking up. And so I pan up, and there goes the North Tower.
You're looking at it saying, I can't, there's got to be 2 towers there. I can't believe it. And there's not. And you literally could not believe your eyes, what you were witnessing, but it was real. Oof.
I just look back and it's like, thank goodness you knew that DCPI police.
Oh, wow.
Because that, for me, that is the turning point.
It almost seems like divine intervention at that point.
At that
That steps in and says, you may not know this, but I'm with you right now. And the end result will be that at the end of the day, you'll be alive. That was almost a living example of somebody stepping in saying,
no, you're going this way.
You're going this way. And ultimately, thank goodness, we went that way.
I have my physical tape here from 9/11. This is what I shot. This is 20 minutes long. Thank God it lasted to 22 minutes. So I ended up right below Tower 1. My first shots, if you watch the tape, I'm on a tripod. I have my camera on the tripod and I'm shooting up. So I had an understanding of, at the time, that I was documenting history. While I was shooting, I saw things that it's your worst nightmare. You never want to see a body hitting the ground because it's nightmarish. I couldn't imagine how hellish, how horrific it was inside. And I never shot somebody falling from the building because you could tell what they were wearing. That would have been somebody's father, somebody's brother, somebody's husband, somebody's uncle. So I never did it. I never ever shot somebody falling to the ground and making contact. What I tried to do, and on my tape, you can see a firefighter's reaction to it. And he's a fireman. Maybe has seen, but their reaction was just, you have to see it to fully understand how horrific it is. As amazed as I am, as horrified as I am, just keep shooting. On my tape, you can see an eyewitness.
Like a 737, like a jet plane.
He mentioned, it was, an American Airlines, a silver aircraft. And I'm looking at him in amazement. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, 2 of them. And I still don't believe the words out of his mouth. And then the tower comes down. And the sound and what I felt it will never escape me. The last scene of my tape, one of them, is a mother who has her child. Remember, I had a 7-month-old at the time. Had her child on a baby Bjorn right in front. She was in complete distress. The mother couldn't breathe. I think she was hyperventilating. I put my camera down. This is the one time I put my camera down. I tried to talk to her to calm her down. Because I couldn't imagine what it would be like to have your child and have all of this calamity around. It was one of those things where I'm glad I was a human being before I was a cameraman. So looking back 20 years later, I don't know where she is. I don't know. The child must be 20 years old in a couple of months, but I'm glad I did that. You know, I'm glad that's one of the things. I stopped being a journalist and I was a father.
Sometimes when you do a job like this, you do think about the fact that something bad could happen. But that was a day where really something really bad happened. As soon as we got onto the streets of Manhattan, there were nothing but fire engines going down like 2nd Avenue heading to Lower Manhattan. So we just tailed onto one of those folks going down and just followed them as far down as we could go. And myself and my cameraman at the time, we got out the truck and started walking toward the World Trade Center. We're going up against waves and waves of people going in the opposite direction. And here we are going in that direction toward the World Trade Center because people were leaving that area in droves. Just like the first World Trade Center bombing, the people came out, they were wet. And that's how I knew who was in the building. That's what I remembered from the first time, because the sprinkler system goes off in the building when something like that happens.
Significantly more than the last one, but it only lasted 10 seconds.
You were actually here during the World Trade Center bombing?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
In comparison, you're saying was...
This seems a good deal worse.
We were just, out there, and then I walked into a deli. And when I walked into the deli, I just said, hey, do you happen to have a restroom? And the guy said, sure, it's right over there. And as soon as he said those words, I felt the earth rumble. I mean, it just shook. And my initial reaction was that maybe they blew up the trains because it just felt like an earthquake. And we ran outside. And
That's one
this incredibly tall, stories tall cloud of debris rushing in our direction. And we were like shocked and stunned. It was like, here it comes. So we jumped into the deli. And as soon as we jumped into
Mali
the
represents
deli,
Saturn worship.
And looked back, it looked like the angel of death had passed by. The deli window went from being bright, sunlight filled to absolute darkness. And it was like you really realized that you were inside of something terrible. People were putting their hands up on the glass. You could see this hands prints coming across the glass as they reached and kind of crawled their fingers along the glass to find the door handle, to pull it open. And as they were pulling it open, like I said, that dust was pushing in to the store. But eventually you started to see these gray figures completely top to bottom. Like I said, you couldn't tell what they had on. You couldn't tell if they were black or white. You couldn't tell.
Cubism everywhere.
It was completely gray. Tell me.
Look at Trump Towers.
I work for the Red Cross.
Right.
The whole business went down.
It took maybe 7 to 10 minutes for the dust to kind of finally settle. There was a lot of things. People were looking for places to hide in the deli because nobody just had a sense of what was going to happen. We finally went back out. There was still dust particles in the air.
It looks like a nuclear winter out here.
But the cloud had started to lift, and it was more gray than just...
Even halfway up Trump Towers, it's got the triangle with 666 in the trees.
I still can remember. There were hats, shoes, all kinds of things. And the soot on the ground was several inches thick. And it was just like incredible. And then people were walking out of the dust coming toward us with tears running down their faces, but they're still encrusted in that gray soot. You just knew that it was the worst that you ever wanted to imagine.
The unthinkable happened today. The World Trade Center, both towers
gone.
You don't want to get people overexcited, but especially in 2001, we were the main source of immediate information. It wasn't like now. You just pick up the phone and it's there. We were pretty much it.
It is a scene out of Dante's Hell, horrific. Billowing dust and smoke as the tower just kind of pancaked, slowly just crumbled, and you heard this sort of roar, but muffled. That's how I remember it, sort of being muffled. And I remember as we were running away, I yelled at John, "You rolling?" Okay. And I do remember looking at my watch and saying, "No World Trade Tower is standing. Time, 10:30, Lower Manhattan." It was sort of a way for me to keep from losing control and for me to sort of seek refuge at that second, at that time of that catastrophe, in my work so that I could do it without falling apart.
People are running, it's chaos, we're all covered in dust. And I look off to the side and I say, "Is that Mayor Giuliani?" And I say, "Let's go." And
Oh, he was mayor at the time. I thought he was mayor under Trump.
You know especially what happened to airplanes?
Come with us. Come with us.
We did on that day what we always do when there's a big story. We sent everybody at it.
Jim Hoffer,
Joe Torres,
Stacey Sager, Nina Pineda,
Jeff Ross,
Lauren Glassberg, ABC 7, Eyewitness News.
They were so close. I mean, that was our job. We had to get to the scene.
The second and last tower of the World Trade Tower has just collapsed.
But as we tried to reach our reporters to get status reports and to move them around, we lost total communication.
And here's now Michelle.
Michelle? And then when the buildings came down,
we better get out of the way. Keep going, let's go.
Knowing that I had sent these reporters to that location and we couldn't reach anybody, my first thought was, oh my God, I just sent all these people to their deaths.
Family members were calling to see how the husbands, wives were doing. And if you didn't see them on TV, you didn't know if they were alive or dead.
And you don't know where they are. I remember Joe's wife, Fran, was asking, where is he? Because we hadn't heard from Joe. Nina, Lauren, Anthony Johnson, NJ, Glenn Mayrose, Angelo Martin. They were all down there. And we were reporters, photographers. So we knew that they had to be among those people that were running. And you're just praying that they got out of the way.
Oh my God, there it goes!
Where are they? How did Marty and NJ get out? What happened? Are they dead? I couldn't imagine escaping it because it was a 100-story plus building coming down, all the debris that's associated with that, and them escaping that. I immediately thought thousands of people on the ground are dead. I don't know where my colleagues are, but I really did think they were all dead.
When my mom called me and told me to get down there, she didn't hear from me again.
I wonder where he got his mask from.
Go down and my whole family thought I was dead.
Damn, I can't get through. No, they can't be busy. Hi, this is Joe Torres. Put me on a phoner now. All right.
Joe Torres, who's on the phone with us. Joe?
I'm on a payphone at the corner of Barclay and, bear with me, I can't see too much, West Broadway. I can't begin to tell you the difficulty, the painfulness it is to watch this.
Joe Torres is on the air, and he's close to the buildings. Nothing's fallen yet. And he's talking. And he goes, hey, I see a police officer. I'm going to go talk to him. I'll come back, or I'll get back in touch with you guys. So we go to the next, and the next. And at some point, his wife gets through the control room. And I pick up, Kat, it's Fran. Have you heard from Joe? I haven't heard from him.
That's fine. Watch it coming out of the fog. Roll out of the fog, Glenn.
I think I said, he's okay. I know he's okay. I remember saying all that. not knowing if it was true.
We worried about Joe. His family worried about Joe. And I remember our managers had to talk to Joe's wife and said, we haven't heard from him. And we're going to keep you posted.
So my wife, being the wife of a news reporter, knows that if they've gone to him live once, they're going to go back to him live. And now that hasn't happened, why not?
My photographer, Glenn Mayrose, and I are safe. We're okay. Back at St. Vincent's.
The video was seen all over the world, and it was also seen in Pittsburgh, where I'm from. So they had to get on the air and say, if Nina's family's watching, that she's alive.
They were pretty panicked as to our whereabouts. And I can imagine that would have been really tough for them to not know where we are. But the information started to trickle, literally a trickle, back to us that Joe's okay, Glenn's okay, Margie's okay, NJ's okay. And that was a relief.
For us, we were able to tell all but one family that they were okay.
I knew Don since high school. I brought his resume over. Don was the engineer in charge of the transmitter at the top of World Trade Center.
Don was up on that tower. We had just put in a new receiver. And he called and said, I think we have a problem. Really calmly. He was such a hard worker, so smart.
And he was our guy up there by the tower and was doing his job.
I remember hearing the engineers talk about our engineer being on the top floor and that we had to get him out of there, but that he wouldn't go. They were trying to get him to leave, and he was so dedicated that he wouldn't go.
He was a great employee. He was at work before he was supposed to be. He was there before 9 o'clock.
When the second tower came down, everybody knew what had happened.
That just
Morning,
added
Stitch.
to the incredible pain and agony that we all felt. You know, one of 3,000, people whose lives were taken, and it really brought it close to home. It really, really did.
He was one of the smartest people I ever met. He was a good friend of mine.
Tonight, their destruction represents the depths of evil. It was go, cover, represent. You're clear. It's not about buildings. It's about people. It's about souls. It's about people suffering and literally dying as you're speaking. We're all New Yorkers and we're all Americans, and watching this happen is unbelievable. We've lost our skyline, and as a country, I think it's fair to say we've lost our innocence.
You're just not ready for that. And as much as you say to yourself, okay, I've got to get a grip here, if you will. I've got a job to do, and it's a very difficult job at this point.
I had never seen anything like that before. I've been in the news business for a while. Then I had been in the business for about 20 years, and I have to say that day really rattled my cage. It was something I had never seen before.
It looked apocalyptic. They were covered in ashes, white and gray, marching up the West Side Highway, desperate to get home. They couldn't take the train, they couldn't take a bus, there was no way. So ferry service started running. All the ferries started coming and bringing people to New Jersey. Whether it takes 4, 6, 10 hours to get home tonight, no one here was really complaining or counting the hours. They were instead counting their blessings. And they lined up, just wanting to get home.
Just thankful to be alive.
Yeah, not that day. They all had appointments, didn't they?
There had been the hope that perhaps boats carrying either
Dentist appointments and some other appointment, wasn't it?
needed some type of help, or then ferried across to New Jersey for some hospitalization.
I was eating my breakfast and my wife told me I had an appointment.
We're all still hoping that maybe there are people to be saved. But we waited and we waited and we waited as darkness fell. And
The man that made all the money, and his son never went into work neither, did
The
he?
next several days was triage.
was people who were getting out. There were doctors on standby. There were volunteers on standby. There were hospitals waiting. And we went to all of them. But the people were never brought in.
You always hold out hope. Just a short while ago, we saw a tractor trailer. We understand the first of the bodies being taken to the morgue here at Bellevue. Bellevue is right next to the medical examiner's office. And so I remember reporting they were bringing trucks up to the morgue, even that first day. Refrigerated trucks were parked outside the morgue. And you knew that this was going to be mass casualty.
I was at St. Vincent's for days.
All right, we are live in front of St. Vincent's Hospital.
And the story didn't change. People just weren't coming to the hospital because they didn't survive.
They are waiting, anxious to treat patients who are brought in. I talked to one doctor. He said the adrenaline is flowing, but there's a sense of helplessness. They just want to be able to help as many people as possible. They're hoping that more are brought in alive.
It was dramatic. It was very crystal clear at that point, the magnitude of loss.
As night falls, we are seeing more and more equipment coming onto the scene. The plan now is to work through the night and pour as much light onto that scene as possible.
I remember them bringing in huge trucks to start actually trying to remove some of the debris. As the night fell, the plume and the smoke and the cloud, it continued. It was just as fresh at night as it was when it happened during the day.
You could smell the acrid scent of that smoke, and it's the scent you'll never forget.
I've never smelled anything like it. I haven't since, and I hope I never do.
You cannot describe what we later started calling the pile. I mean, you can't describe the dystopian carnage that was in Lower Manhattan. It was a hellscape you cannot imagine, and it went on forever. You couldn't see the end of it. It was horrifying. It was horrifying to see what people had done to other people.
Who would have ever thought that you would look down 6th Avenue and those towers would not be standing there? You know, it's 20 years, and I start talking about that day, and it comes back.
At a time where people weren't as connected as they are now on social media, the news really provided not just information, but perhaps a sense of all of us being in this together as one nation, one city.
It was the commitment to getting the story and telling it right, but it was also, this is home. And so it was an attack on all of us.
New Yorkers and the rest of the world are scared. They are frightened. They're trying to get answers to the questions that we're trying to get answers to. And everybody was suffering that day, whether you lost a loved one or not. This city in particular was suffering, and we were trying to help them manage and get through that suffering.
This incident changed people. You can see in your coworkers before and after. You can see in the residents of New York City before and after.
You cover news and you know that you're going to cover bad things, and you can kind of put them in a little compartment. But this one was the kind of thing that just you carry with you for the rest of your life.
I felt like historically, I want it to be known what we saw, what we experienced. And from my perspective, I want my kids to be able to see this. And I don't want it to just disappear into the ether.
Doing my job, I think, and documenting it pays tribute to the people who actually never survived.
And the first responders, they're the heroes. The firefighters are the heroes. There's so many people who didn't think twice about going down there when people were running away.
The firefighters, those pictures of them walking up and then the towers coming down. It was just heroism at its finest. I don't know that they expected the building to come down, but I don't think they gave a second thought to, heading up when all those other people were coming down.
I still think about the families, the kids that never knew their parents.
There's no closure. That scar stays right in your heart forever. scars up, heals a little bit, but it's not ever gone.
20 years later, I still haven't come to terms with all of it.
When I drive home at night and I would go to Bayonne, I would see the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan in my rearview mirror. And one of my favorite views is when the sun is setting and the sky is that beautiful blue and the sun makes all of Lower Manhattan look golden. I would live for that. Now I have a hard time looking in the rearview mirror. I just don't want to be reminded of it. The sadness is still too raw for me.
I'm glad that I have these horrible memories just to make it clear what happened, because we can never forget. We can't forget the loss in the city that day, and we also can't forget the resilience of the city that day.
Bill Butel has a final thought.
Finally tonight, part of our world has fallen apart. That is not a statement of despair. It is a statement of fact. It was a lovely day when it began, a little bit before 9 o'clock. 15 minutes later, in Lower Manhattan, though, all hell had broken loose. The Twin Towers began to sway and then to fall. We watched as our way of life began to sway and fall, too. The skyline is gone. So this tragic story is really just beginning. I'm Bill Butel. Good luck and be well.
Boom.
September 11th was a beautiful day.
I got to work and I was working my normal day.
I was asleep.
I was eating my cereal.
And I was walking just down Fifth Avenue.
I was standing on the corner.
Just like that. And there's an inverted cube in it. Look, I'm seeing it's time's off ski. I might finish my video on the Wandering Jew. I can't remember who asked me in the chat earlier. Right, good people. It's been quite a night, hasn't it? Quite a night. Was a poignant ending, wasn't it? All right, Paul. I'm just off ski. I'm sorry, Sash. Didn't mean to bring a tear to your eye. All right. I might do the Wandering Jew later. Depends who else goes live. My good people, I'll catch you all later. Have a good day. Take it easy.
The powers that be control information. Information is power. Truth only survives together. They don't want this shared, so share it. Like, subscribe, and leave a comment.
Thank you.